Billy. Sorry, hold on one second. All right. I know what I have to do, okay? I know what I have to do, guys. Okay? We're re-rolling. We're re-rolling this campaign. We're doing different. We're just doing different upgrades.
Destiny, peace be upon him, thinks it's gonna be a chill day today. You know what that means, Chad. It's gonna be spicy.
What is this?
Typically, when describing the online political space that we inhabit together, there is an analogy made about the relationships between streamers. Effectively,
The feudalist hierarchy of online politics. Destiny, Vaush, Nick Fuentes. What? I think I got on this. Do I really need to watch this? Okay, we're gonna do this. This is the upgrade. This is the path. This is the path. Hey Destiny, your debate yesterday was kind of whack. You let them have a point that you shouldn't have about freedom of speech. In most European countries, hate speech about Islam is forbidden, but violence against hate speech is even more so. The I thought it was a little wacky. I honest to God, I didn't expect them to I didn't expect them to just say, yeah, maybe you can beat the shit out of somebody for making fun of Islam. I didn't know they'd take that position. I thought it was gonna be like a minority of Muslims believe. Not gonna lie, they're not beating the Islamophobic charges if that's what they're trying to make us. Gym already today? Nope, that means I gotta go tonight at 10. We're switching to high bar squats for the elbow because my left elbow has been irritating me. And I think it's because of my squats. I thought for so long it was because of my benching, but I think it's because of my squats. But otherwise, no updates for you. Okay. This guy seems cool. Cooler than the lady. What was the rest of this? How much longer do we have to go on this? Yes! Oh my god! Hype! I don't even know what it's advertising, but I want it. Oh, I don't even know how far we're in. Oh my god.
Do or say, literally, that will make me think that Destiny's behavior towards Lav is not abusive. There is no amount of she deserved it that you can dump on this situation to confuse me into thinking that Destiny is not abusive. Geez, Mr. Girl is in a sour mood today, it seems. Oh, that sour does not even begin to fucking describe it. My mood would melt the fucking shoes off your feet if you stepped in it.
You already at the call into Why Rewind? Chrome does an interesting thing now. There's a little cute trick being played here, I think. Maybe it's because of the accusations of memory leak. But I think for Chrome, when you've got a tab that goes unloaded for a certain amount of time, I think Chrome deloads the entire page, probably to prevent scripts or something from running on it. But when you refocus on the tab, it's reloading the entire content of the page. It's a little bit annoying. I don't know why it does it. I would rather just have the memory leaking, whatever the fuck, but I don't like it very much. Because I notice when I have videos up and saved.
Max is wrong. She deserved it. I do 100 push-ups every day to a loop of calling her a dumb bitch.
Based. Click the button far right on the address bar. I don't know how to do that.
Getting a full range of motion on the quad.
Bro, who the fuck cares? It's like the gayest exercise anyway, okay?
Squat is arguably the best
Nobody likes squatting, okay?
exercise there is, especially when
And by gay, I mean awesome, because
get
I
as
love gay
deeply as
things.
possible. You're getting a full range of motion on the quads. You're getting a deep stretch, and ultimately, you don't need a friend to help judge depth. You either do it or you don't. I used to squat low bar. It was a dark time in my past. As you can see, 5 plates moves easily. But is it really legitimate? Now, in terms of exercise science, there's no real evidence to support that the high bar is superior to the low bar. In fact, quad activation is pretty similar. The
It's just the morally superior lift.
difference in loading likely does make up for the difference in range of motion. But high bar squats are better than low bar squats. And why is that? It's because exercise scientists have overlooked the fact that high bar squats are morally superior.
Bro.
If you don't cheat on range of motion, it becomes infectious. Then you don't cheat on your spouse, you don't cheat on taxes. People see you warming up and immediately know you're an upstanding citizen. And ultimately, I'm not saying low bar squatters are bad people, just that they'd be better if they did squat high bar. And ultimately, you don't need a friend.
Look at the cucked high bar. 3 plates. Are you even lifting anything at that point? Look at the low bar Chad. They had to go to another country to find a barbell just to support this many plates. Okay, look at this guy.
It was a dark time in my past. I used to squat low bar. It was a dark time in my past.
Look at him go.
As you can see, 5 plates moves
No one cares about this shit. Okay. Chrome settings, performance. I don't even know where Chrome settings are. Chrome settings, performance, memory saver. Oh, that literally was what it was. It's to save memory. I'm so smart, dude. I should just be a fucking software engineer. I'm basically there. I read the Programmer Humor subreddit like every other day. I basically know everything you need to know. I got a million GitHub jokes, okay? Address the whole far out, selectively editing him to look bad at the whole women. Okay, listen, okay. We recorded content. I said, listen, clip it up however you want. She was like, do you want to look at it at all first? I'm like, no, just fucking throw it up there. She clipped some stuff. It was a little dicey. But hey, listen, internet shit comes and goes. Next time I do it, I think if I'm having somebody edit stuff for short form content, I have to be really razor focused on answers, and probably not. I just need to think. I need to think in 30-second intervals. That's what my brain. That's what my brain has to do. Can I just fire to give you the whole video so you can post it? Well, it's her video, and I don't think it would be. I can't post the full video. That's all I can say.
Please help me with programming.
Listen, dude. What are your questions? Okay. Firstly, start with Python because that's the best language. PHP is for losers. Yeah, what else do you need to know, dude? Make sure you're contributing every day to your Git, so you got all the dots. Yeah, and managers suck. Boom. So a lot of people in your community arguing that it's okay to hate Muslims because Muslims are homophobic or whatever, which could be. No, I don't think that's true. Or I mean, if they do say that, I disagree with that. I think it's okay to hate Islam, but you shouldn't hate Muslims, right? Who knows what opinion an individual Muslim will have.
What on earth are you wearing? This is Hong Kong, man. You please get in my fitting room and try this on. And don't come out until
Just bring a stack of numbered papers and switch to the next number every 5 seconds so people can tell it's cut up.
How do people dress these days?
I'll just hold a clock up with me everywhere I go.
Matthew, much better than what you came in. How do you like my new look one-sleeve jackets? I think this is going to be brilliant for Miami.
Absolutely, it's a new trend.
You trust me, right?
Yeah, they're all going to be copying us.
Are we going to look at your ass today?
Yeah, of course.
Let's do it. Let me open this boy up like I open up all young men who walk into my shop. And here we go. Look at this pristine American Miami ass. Matthew, are you happy?
I'm thrilled. Can't wait.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, should we watch the rest of this? It's up to you guys. Should we watch the rest of Mr. Rapist's video? Yes or no? Why Nervosa going after Erudite? Not Erudite saying non-binary people are trans, trender, and not transgender, transmedicalism, and other implicit cruelty. Or became a... Oh. Who cares? Okay, fuck you. Alright. I'm thinking I might watch this whole thing today. Who's actually coming to him in a farmer lobbyist? Uh-oh.
Hey everybody, how's it going? I hope you're having a lovely day. This is going to be a really difficult video to do because there's a lot of plot turns and twists and little details. Ooh. But I appreciate it if you think you'll be able to stay for the entire thing, because if you stay for the entire thing, it really will begin to make sense. In the last video that I did, I was talking about a Colorado right to repair bill that would allow farmers to be able to fix their own tractors. And a point that I've been bringing up in more and more videos over the past year is that the Farm Bureau that claims to represent and advocate for farmers doesn't seem to do so. Right to repair was voted on 176-1 within constituents of the Farm Bureau. In spite of that, legislation continues to get slow walked. You have politicians that are supported by the Farm Bureau that vote against right to repair. You have VPs of the Farm Bureau leave the Farm Bureau to go work for the Equipment Dealers Association and then make cheeky comments to members of the Farm Bureau that see this as a betrayal. But the biggest one was this email that I received on December 14th, 2021 from somebody who worked from the Farm Bureau. This was an email sent between my lobbyist, who I had hired to try to get right to repair passed in a state, and a gentleman from the Farm Bureau. I included a screenshot of this email in my last video, which was really telling, and a lot of you wanted more explanations and more details on it, so that's what this video is going to be about. And I'll read you the email just so you know what I'm referring to. It's still a tough issue to address. Our problem isn't really a non-ability to repair our own equipment, but more a lack of service providers in key times of the year. Most farmers don't have or care to have the knowledge of the equipment to repair their own equipment, so it's more of a service provider issue. I don't think the bills you guys are going with will address our issues, so we won't be going in that direction this session. We're still looking at several options, but I'm not sure a legislative fix is the answer. So to keep your bill clean, I would recommend removing farm equipment from the bill. If not, I'll probably have to ask for an amendment to the bill to remove them, and that will make it super difficult to keep the bill moving. I will translate the way I read this, the way I see what he's saying. Hi, we don't actually support farmers' right to repair. I'm going to say something that's so ridiculously outlandish that just lets you know which side I'm on without actually saying the quiet part out loud by saying that farmers don't care to fix their own stuff. If you don't remove farm equipment from the bill, I will contact the legislators directly with the full authority and weight of the Farm Bureau, which will undermine your authority. So if you don't remove farm equipment from the bill, which would make my masters John Deere happy, I will tank your bill and destroy you. That's the way that reads to me. That reads as a very veiled threat. Get farm equipment off of this bill, or I will humiliate you and destroy your bill, having any chance of passing when it comes to consumer electronics, right to repair, automotive, or anything else. Now, I reached out to my lobbyist the moment I got this email because this was really, really concerning to me. You know, you have somebody who claims they support farmers that is saying that farmers don't want to repair their own equipment? Again, I was born in New York City. There's like one tree in all of Brooklyn, but I've met farmers. I don't live under a rock. Farmers want the ability to fix their own stuff. This guy is lying. The way corruption works is you say these things that are kind of feasible. This isn't something saying, we will destroy your bill. We are going to go out of our...
Didn't you have shocking tower? No, there was no way to win on that last tech. I think you just can't get soldiers, and then you have to upgrade your rangers. I think that's the key.
A way to destroy it. He's pretending that the issue farmers have is dealer availability more so than inability to fix their stuff, so that he can then say, since this bill doesn't solve our problem, I'm going to suggest that you remove us from it. So he gets to say a veiled threat, but without actually wording it as a threat. And that's a difficult thing to do. That is a skill. This is a skill. These people are not stupid. So
I could even believe that farmers don't want to repair their own stuff, but they absolutely don't want to live with John Deere monopolies. Yeah, actually, the truth, I think, is halfway between what Lewis is saying and halfway between what the legislator is saying. I bet most farmers probably don't want to fix their own shit. I don't think anybody wants to fix their own shit. But what people probably want is the ability to go to like a third-party, unauthorized person to fix their shit, right? Like, I don't want to know how to replace my own fucking iPhone battery, but I don't want to have to go to a fucking Genius store to do it. I think that's like the middle ground that's probably a reasonable ask there.
I had a conversation with my lobbyist, and what my lobbyist said was, listen, if you want to do a video on this, you can do a video on this. But if you want to get the bill passed, that's different. Do you want to get a bill passed, or do you want to do a video pointing out that this guy is maybe being disingenuous? What's more important to you? Because that's what it comes down to. And I made a wrong decision at that time because I actually believed it was a binary choice. I listened to the lobbyist. I got along to get along, or got to get along to got along, however you say it. And it screwed me because in that state, A, the bill never passed. B, because I criticized one of the House representatives for not knowing the difference between firmware and source code, not knowing the difference.
Farmers love fixing their own shit. Today, do they? Maybe, I don't know. I mean, like, in the past, maybe, like, but that was like when cars had like carburetors. I don't know how, like, I feel like a lot of the farm equipment that exists today is very, very, very technologically advanced. I don't know if an average farmer would have the tech savviness to fix a lot of the problems. But that's just a guess. I could be wrong. Maybe they do learn all that stuff. But I do know that, in my personal opinion, the big part of right to repair isn't the idea that you can fix your own stuff. It's that I don't need to go to an officially authorized first-party store to do it. For me personally, that's my selling point, or that would be the selling point to me. That's why I'm so like in favor of it, because I think it's bullshit that you have to use authorized first-party. Or would it be second-party people to fix your shit? That's bullshit.
Between a paper schematic and actual program source code. He not only tanked the bill, but also said that I was a racist in the meantime, and as a result of it,
well,
this bill never passed. I will include videos down below if you want to see me criticizing him for not understanding what source code is, and then him saying I'm a racist because I said he didn't understand source code. Anyway, this bill never passed. This bill had no chance of passing. So the right...
I had soldiers and shocking towers when I did the Cape Storm. You just tech up too late. And you should give me a video of it. I don't believe it was doable on my tech. There's just no possible way. With only 4 Rangers, I don't think you can get to the stone fast enough to like actually clear the map out. I don't think you can do it with the tech that I had. I don't believe you. You show me a video of it.
The thing for me to do would have been to go out there and actually reveal this.
Should the company still have to provide the common warranty for the rest of the product if they get a specific part repaired by a third party? I could be wrong, but I don't think anybody gives a fuck about that. I think you'd rather have campaign guide 500%. I'm not playing through 500%. I'm playing 800%. Fuck you. I don't think, fuck, I just forgot what I was saying. oh, like I don't care if I could void my warranty if I can have like third-party people working on shit, right? Like, do I want to do warranty authorized work for paying $400 to fix a screen, or do I want to pay like an Indian dude $35 to fix it just as well without the warranty? I'd rather just do like fuck the warranty. That's what I would say.
This email, December 14th, 2021. That's a screw up on my point, and I got to apologize to all of you because you're the people who are actually funding all of what it is that I'm doing at this point when it comes to right to repair lobbying. I screwed up, and I did you all a disservice there. This video will have costs for me politically, socially, financially, and reputationally. It's going to be more difficult for me to seem like somebody who plays well with others when it comes to lobbying and working with different legislators. It is going to be a little bit more difficult when it comes to raising financing for what it is that I'm doing. And most certainly, you're going to have people out there that try to slander my reputation as a result of doing what you're not supposed to do. But I don't think that you guys gave me this money because you thought that I was the best lobbyist in the country.
Gotcha,
I think
Bob.
you gave me the money because you trusted that I would show what was going on within the system and do the right thing. And that's what I've been trying to do for the past year. And while I have failed in the instance of this email from December 14th, I would like to try to make amends and make that right with this video. So let's dig into it. I believe
Let's
that the
dig.
real reason that my lobbyist for Repair Preservation Group Action Fund that was fighting for right to repair did not want me to reveal these private communications between him and this gentleman from the Farm Bureau wasn't because that would stop the bill from getting passed. I think in reality it was about harming his reputation. He is going to have to deal with these people again. I'm only hiring him for one session, but he has an entire career ahead of him where he is going...
Oh, hello.
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing fantabulous. How are you doing?
I'm good. Just grading papers during spring break, so you know that's about as good as it gets, right?
Cool. Yeah, sounds great.
So yeah, really appreciate coming in, and I thought it went really well. I got a lot of really good feedback from the students about it. So I hope that you felt the same way. Actually, why don't I just ask you, how did you think it went?
Yeah, I thought it went pretty well. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it's about like another Q&A session for me, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure you got a lot of them. But you know, for the students, you know, they don't have access to that sort of directly very often. Because of this particular body of students, they, you know, most of them know who you are, and that's, you know, it's nice for them on a lot of different levels.
Yeah, cool. That's nice. All right.
So yeah, I guess I just wanted your sort of general thoughts on like the format, and you know, if in the future you'd want to do anything differently, or if you like the sort of free flow, ask questions, you know, fire them out, whatever.
I don't know. I think this format worked well. The asking questions and then going from there, I think, yeah, worked fine for me.
Yeah, I mean, there was a real sort of casualness, I think, which helps you seem more approachable, right? Which, you know, when you're 18 and 19 years old, I think is a big deal. So that's good.
True. Yeah.
Is there anything you might want to add or change or do differently, or you know, put on in addition?
Not that I can think of, but I mean, you're the expert. I just show up and talk to people.
No, I mean, you know, I was pretty psyched about it. I thought they all had a lot of. I mean, you fielded a lot of questions. Even at 9 in the morning, you fielded a bunch of questions. Which, you know, that's saying something.
Yeah. I mean, in the future, if you want, we could set up a sample debate, and I could destroy you on something, you know, on whether or not
Me?
you should
Yeah,
be
that'd
issuing
be...
homework. No, I'm just kidding. No, I thought it went well. Yeah, it was fine. Yeah. I don't have any strong feelings one way or another. It seemed to go pretty fine. Yeah.
I do think a conversation between you and I would be interesting. Like, you know, so we had a little bit of one where we were talking about right, so there's certain authors I don't teach, right, because of the Me Too movement. And it wasn't, you know, we didn't get that much into it, but, you know, that's interesting to me, for example. And hearing your thoughts on it was interesting to me. And then, you know, sort of going over from my end was interesting. So I'd be more than happy to do something like that. I mean, I don't live in the debate world, right? And I can't. One of the things you said that I think is really relevant and potentially useful for people who are considering that sort of lifestyle is that, like, learning how to think in certain ways in the moment, right, is a different sort of skill. than planning things out and having those written language, writing a paper, those sorts of things. What you do is a very specific skill set, and
yeah, I agree, and I definitely enjoy doing. I definitely enjoy that, like being able to do things live, because that's where I excel, and I think it's the most interesting part is to watch somebody kind of like put their thoughts together, because then you can kind of see how the process works, rather than like this is a carefully prepared presentation and you just have to take my word for it.
Mm.
Do you watch any workout videos online?
Me? So I was a Division I athlete, and my workouts come from those times, like all holdovers.
Shit. Okay.
But
I was gonna say
watching?
something that was kind of related. That's kind of funny is that like whenever I watch people do like here's a guide on how to do this lift, or here's a guide on how to do this, I wish sometimes they would show them doing like actual work sets, and not just like, here I am, like showing you how to bench and it's like 90 pounds, or here I am showing you how to squat and it's just 135. I'm like, okay, well that's what your form looks like when you're demonstrating perfect form with a weight that's like 10 times below what you can lift. Well, I wonder what your actual work sets look like. I noticed that like none of the people that do like the guides on how to lift properly, I don't think any of them ever actually show them doing like real working weight. So I guess when I think back to like what we're talking about now, like it's fun to kind of like walk through like this is the thought process for actually dealing with a new idea, like how would I approach it, like what are some things I would consider. To do that process live is like really fun for me, I guess.
That's a great idea. There's a lot going on there, right? So first of all, to back up to what you just said, like the idea that when you are learning a thing, right, to have that thing demonstrated in an experiential, that's what we call like experiential learning, right? Like learning by doing and learning by see people doing things. And you're absolutely right. There's a huge difference between, like, so I used to teach wrestling and boxing, right? So when you're working with younger kids and they don't have any idea of how to move their bodies a certain way, right? So, you have to literally physically show them how to do it and help them move their bodies. And that sort of thing translates, I think, well in the idea of it to, this is the first time you're like exercise. So you exercise that muscle all the time of thinking on the fly and learning those things and forming those thoughts, right?
Yeah.
But this particular new thing, right, is going to illustrate how you go about doing something because you haven't encountered it that way before.
Yeah.
I'd definitely be down for that. I am not tenured, so I can't expose myself, to like, I can't be saying things I can't approach the fringes of conversations.
Yeah, of course, I would imagine so.
But things like, can I teach a book by someone who, is a predator and was exposed by the Me Too movement, right? Like, in my mind, this is a thing that I know, and if I don't act on that knowledge, this is an unethical stance for me to take. And so those are sorts of things that I can I'd be happy to talk about. And we can spitball some things to talk about. It's going to be another, 6 to 8 months before we do this again, but that'd be great. I think I would actually really enjoy that, and I'd like to see first of all, I'd like to see your process on things. And I think the students would also.
Yeah.
Do you watch a lot of gym videos? Side note.
No. Sometimes if I'm learning, or if I was gonna learn a new lift, I'd look at something, or for cause there's always 52 different ways to make sure you don't get hurt doing blah blah blah. So sometimes I check shit out. But I noticed that it was kind of awkward because it's like I can show you a perfect form of any lift if I'm doing the bar, but I'm just curious what some of their work sets look like. Like when people talk about it's essential to keep your chest up and your back straight when you're squatting and blah blah blah. I'm curious, but when you're actually doing a work set, show me your 7th and 8th rep of a squat at your work weight. Is your trunk actually completely 100% straight the whole time, or if you are giving a little bit whatever, I would just be interested to see that. But that's kind of my reference.
Do you, to sort of translate that into what you do you feel like how you react when you're in a sort of intense debate, I don't know, with a red pill character, is that different then from how you have the conversation with me or the students normally?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I think it's important to show, right? I'll say things because I always give advice on it's important to admit when you're wrong. You can't be stubborn about everything all the time, blah blah blah. But then I'll caveat and I'll be yeah, but understandably, you're probably not going to be able to do this in the heat of the moment. Here's 6 debates that you've seen me have where I was probably wrong, but I in the middle of an argument, it's really hard to admit that, and even I can't do that. It's something that takes a little bit to reflect on. So I think it's good to see people talk about a process, but then see them actually do the process. So you're not just getting a bunch of theory that isn't like completely ungrounded in real world application. That's why every time I gave an example to your students, I always try to think of like 1 or 2 examples related to every thing I'm talking about, rather than just me saying, oh, well, theoretically this and blah 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 blah. It's like, well, no, like you have to make sure you do this because of like this example, or this because of this example, or this because of this example, so that people have like a real grounding for what's being spoken about, you know.
I did think that so 2 things about that. I did think that you did a pretty good job. I mean, you know, some of my students asked you, you know, I wouldn't call them really personal questions, but they're questions about your personal opinions about things, right? Like they wanted to just know, like, what do you think about? One was like, what do you think about Tate, right? Like one of my students really wanted to know that, and so you know that's not necessarily a super relevant question to class, but you did a really good job, and I want to thank you for that, of tying each one of those things back to like the general subject matter of this is what I think about this thing, but more importantly, right, like, you know, here's how I went about thinking about this thing, and here's the, you know, you had a piece about sort of building a contextual picture of a complex situation in order to have a better sort of analytical understanding of how that contextual information fits together.
Yeah.
And I think
Yeah, or like it's good, like if somebody asked me a question that, like I think when somebody asked me a question, I don't remember what the topic was, but I generally just didn't know about it. Did somebody ask me about I think it was special education?
Yes.
Yeah, and it's right. like I have a son who had an IEP for some stuff, but like truly I don't know. So it's always good to be able to show that too. Like, yeah, like I don't know the answer to this, so I'm not going to pretend to give you one. I'm not going to bullshit you on something, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the other thing I was going to say about that is, I don't know, right? Like, it sort of sounds like the thing that you're approaching here is, you know, how do we in real time process information, new information or new ideas, and you know, think about how we think about those things, which might be tricky to the extent that like I don't know what you've thought about, I don't know what you've approached or what you haven't approached, right? So like, I mean, obviously I came up with one just because it was part of the normal conversation, but it might be more challenging for me to be like, oh, what hasn't Destiny debated about, right?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, any current event, there's probably stuff I haven't. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff I haven't gone over yet.
That's right. We'd have to think about things that are happening sort of right now. It's not a bad idea. Which is part of the students' assignments anyway, right? It's like, you know, find a contemporary issue that you can sort of build that contextual information around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also really so there's a sort of like a free-flowing, you know, I like the students would ask a question and I would allow them follow up, right? And then I would sort of, you know, if there was a lull, I would ask a question. They need time, right, to sort of feel comfortable and sort of process things. You know, whereas someone like you just gets into it and you know, you're comfortable in your own space. But I thought it was really useful to have a sort of not like it felt like there was very little expectation, which I think is really important for them.
Yeah,
so that would be great. The other, sorry if you don't, do you have a minute? I want to ask you 2 more things. That's okay.
Yeah, I'm streaming for 8 more hours, so you're good.
Well, I got to pick up my daughter from school, so it won't take that long.
Okay.
I wondered if you had like, so the next time we do it, which you know will be next semester at the earliest. Although I may be teaching a summer course this summer, and if I am, I might bug you about that.
Sure.
But I only want to talk, you know, I don't want to waste your time, so only if it's relevant. But regardless, moments that you think are most relevant and best suited to this conversation.
For the one that we're having like right now, do I have like a probably not, no, other than my last lecture that I did with your class.
Did you record that and post it?
I don't know. I don't think so, or I might have. I'm not sure.
So what I'm envisioning is to sort of prep them next time. So we listen, like I said, to Rabbit Hole, right? So what I would kind of like, and I can filter through some of these, and I can find some of my favorite videos that you have, right? If that's easier. But I just thought I'd ask you, like, to prep them next time, like, okay, because if I have a class of 20 students, you know, 3 to 5 of them know who you are, maybe 6, right? But the rest of them don't, and so I can't just be like, oh, you know, go watch 50,000 hours.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm kind of just thinking about, here are a couple links to a couple conversations that I think, right, sort of exemplify what Stephen does really well.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just thought I'd ask if you had any that you might think about, and if not right now, maybe you want to think about it and email me or whatever later on.
Maybe, yeah, or my fans would probably know better. Yeah, I'm not sure. I hate all my conversations. Everybody here is abysmal.
Really, you really don't like your conversations that you've had?
There are a couple good ones, but most of it is just screaming at dumb fucks. So
So, I mean, if it's up to me, I'm probably going to choose that Lawrence Southern immigration conversation.
Is that one like the one that's like 7 years old, or which one?
Yeah, it's quite old. It's the one that sort of like Caleb turned on.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, if you want to, sure.
That would be one. I might also choose the Dillahunty conversation.
That was a good one, yeah.
Yeah, because that was a very, what I would say is a more mature, conversation about ideas. And I don't mean that disrespectfully to anyone else that you talk with, but but it does sometimes seem like people get caught in emotional spaces and have really immature emotional responses to things. That one did not seem that way. Those would be the two that I would think of at the top of my head. So you'd be cool if I just linked those two for my students to sort of prep. I know one of them is really old.
Yeah, I mean they're public debates. Yeah, lock us about. Yeah.
Awesome. And the other thing I wanted to ask you about is, this one's sort of more tricky to frame, but the idea of engaging contemporary sort of, issues that are both, academic in the sense that we can, do research on them. This is for my students, right? Academic in the sense that we can do research on them and build that sort of contextual basic understanding, but also relevant and contemporary, right? It's a tricky balance, and it's a tricky balance to sort of relate to the students.
Yeah, it's tricky, but it's really, really, really important, I think, because at the end of the day, you want whatever you teach people to be applicable to their real life, right? Like, that's your goal, is that whatever you learn in this class, you can take to the real world with you. So finding real world examples. I feel like if I was a teacher, I feel like I would try to tie in my curriculum to real world stuff going on as much as humanly possible, because I want people to walk away thinking that whatever they learn, they can take into the real world with them.
That's exactly right. So, like, engaging things that are happening now, right? Which, to some extent, is what you make a living off of, right? Like, I know that, you sometimes ride these cycles of, like, what people are talking about right now, which isn't necessarily the stuff that's on the front page or whatever. But you do, and I guess one of my questions is, how do you decide what you're going to engage in, what you don't?
Honestly, it's just whatever is entertaining to me, and then what my fans are engaging with and what the world is engaging with. Like, there are some topics that come up that are just really popular, and you can't really ignore them, right? So like presidential elections and stuff, and then other social phenomenon that, depending on the communities you're in, it gets popular with them, and people start asking me about it a lot, and I kind of have to look into it. It just depends on the topic. Yeah.
So if you're legions of fandom desire you
You'll
to
Stephen in
speak
chat comment to say hi and
particular
DGG
topic or
LXDB
another,
back
you're
less than
gonna
3.
sort of start to do some research on that, and then basically find people who are willing to engage with it.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah. So there's an idea of it, like, and I think we also talked briefly about this, right? Which is, there's a tipping point at which a thing gains enough attention and popularity to which it has to be addressed, or ought to be addressed.
Sure.
And you sort of live in a microcosm of that world, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess that makes really good sense. I don't know why I didn't think of that previously, but it's true.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome, man. So I'm gonna hear about my summer courses over the next couple of weeks, and I'll let you know. But otherwise, just wanted to follow through, say thank you, and it went well. And I'll try to think of some things that we can, engage on in a more, conversational back and forth, instead of them just grilling you with questions. Although, again, I do think that was important and good, but maybe to have a mix of it.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, Steven, I really appreciate it. Have a good day, man, and I'll catch you soon.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good one. Bye.
want to have to deal with the lobbyists that John Deere and Farm Bureau and everybody else hires. He's going to have to deal with these legislators again, these lobbyists again. It's a tightly knit community, and in that tightly knit community, it would look really bad if one of your clients leaked your private communications that you have with another lobbyist. Even if he's full of shit, even if he is lying through his teeth and screwing his constituents, which I genuinely believe the Farm Bureau are, it's probably going to look bad for him. That's going to reflect poorly on him. And while I'm only paying him for that legislative session, he has an entire career to focus on. And that's going to take priority over me exposing corruption in the short term. But I should have exposed that in the short term because I didn't even get a bill passed. Now, against the better counsel of my lobbyist, I decided to have a phone call with the gentleman who had said this because I really wanted him to clarify. And I just wanted, even if I wasn't going to do a video publicly at the time or make the emails public at the time, I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I didn't speak with him and if I didn't record the phone call. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to actually play that recorded phone call and walk you through the recorded phone call so you can have an idea of how this entire process works.
Hi, what can I do for you?
This is called Farm Bureau.
Let me transfer you to my extension. Give me 1 second. Okay, are you able to hear me now? Okay, so I'll keep this short because I don't want to go over into your meeting and waste too much of your time. And I thank you so much for taking my call on short notice. I really appreciate it. Sure. So I have no problem removing the agriculture sections from this bill. I had retained to try and push forward a bill here and also in about 5 or 6 other states at this point in time. My main question was regarding the back and forth that we had when you had said that sorry, I just wanted to make sure I have this exact thing in front of me. You had said it's more of a service provider issue and that most farmers don't have or care to have the knowledge of the equipment or repair their own equipment. So the main problem that I have here is I'm pretty much a person from New York City that doesn't actually farm, and the appearance of it is going to be that, like, the moment that I start pushing forward a bill in the state, that I'm asking for agriculture to get removed from it. And so it kind of lends the appearance that I'm primarily trying to get only what I care about passed at the expense of. And what makes it difficult is that in certain other states, I believe in Nebraska, they had voted 176-1 in favor of right to repair legislatively. So there's a public perception that the Farm Bureau wants to see right to repair happen legislatively. But if the private communications are saying we don't want to have that happen, but the public communications are, it puts me in a weird spot where people are then going to say that I'm the one that doesn't want this to be there in the bill. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So we still support the right to repair, and actually in the process of there possibly being a right to repair farm equipment bill, just specifically. It's in draft form with Delegate Hornberger.
Now listen to what he just said. Right there, he said that he is looking at creating a draft of a piece of legislation that will more clearly fix his issue. However, in the email that he had sent me just a month prior, he said, I'm not sure a legislative fix is the answer. I'm not sure a legislative fix is the answer, but don't worry about the fact that I asked to be removed from your bill because I have a bill that I'm drafting? This doesn't make any sense.
True.
And we're trying to narrow it's pretty close to where we need to be. It's just the language is just a notch too vague. I think John Deere can get around way the language is. Our problem is that unlike Verizon and Dell and some of these other companies, the equipment dealers or the equipment manufacturers have, if I was playing football, they've taken us all the way to the 5-yard line, and we literally got everything we possibly could need except for one little small piece that's maybe 2 to 5% of the time that we might need for a repair as of right now. Now, as technology continues to advance and we get to autonomous tractors and all this kind of stuff, everything will be run off a computer. But the problem of it is that we are not given the right to repair or to flash or pair the computer software. And that's where the rubber meets the road for us. So we have gotten the diagnostic tools.
Well, that's literally the only hard part of the whole process, no? Wasn't the main thrust of the complaint that wasn't the main thrust of the complaint is that you're essentially locked out of the chips, you're locked out of the firmware of a lot of these machines that make it essentially impossible to change a lot of stuff in some of the tractors. It used to be a long time ago, when you're working on cars a long time ago, and you're changing like carburetor settings, you're changing the timings of your engine, you have to like, they're like nuts and bolts, and there's all this shit that you're actually physically, mechanically changing in a car in order to make shit, like in order to actually like upgrade or change or repair parts of a car. Nowadays, all of that shit is handled by like 50 different fucking ECUs, different little computer chips that are in your car. So in order to change any of it, you need access to the software. That's why today, if you want to make your car faster, people can literally plug a little thing into the OBD2 port, that little port below, and like push a couple buttons and literally flash the chip on your engine, or that, no, it's not on your engine, but flash a chip that controls a lot of the timing position in your engine in order to make your car run differently. But the problem, I think, with the John Deere tractors and everything is that, like, they're saying that, like, you can't access any of that firmware. You're not allowed to. It's like copyright infringement, or you just don't have the access to it. In which case, oh, well, then you can't do any of those repairs. You're like fucked, you know?
We've got an ability to diagnose what's wrong with our tractor. We've got an ability to order our own parts. We've got an ability to put those parts in. But the only part we are left with is if that repair requires a software or requires some hardware change in one of the computers in the piece of equipment, that software pairing or that sourcing of that code is not given to the farmer or to any independent repair group. It has to be done by an authorized repair person.
Yeah, no shit. You just described the entire point of what right to repair is about, my fucking dude. What? Hey.
And they will not budge on that. And that is literally the only thing we have left. And
that is the only thing that matters. That is the only thing that matters. Or I guess maybe voiding warranties and shit, but like that's like one of the most important parts.
So the way the bill that you guys are pushing forward gets way, I mean, it's trying to fix a lot of things that we've already gotten past, and I'm trying to get to the last nuts and bolts, and so that's why that bill, that bill's too complicated to fix our problem, and that's why I was trying to keep from getting in the middle of that, because it's kind of an apples and oranges issue.
I lose my mind on this
It
call.
sounds like what he's saying is not that he's against right to repair, like what he was saying in his original email. What he's saying now is that this bill doesn't go far enough. It doesn't get us exactly what we need. So let's read the House and Senate versions of this bill to try and figure out if they would have actually gotten us what we were looking for. So in the House bill, it says, for the purpose of requiring an OEM to make available documentation, updates, or information to an independent repair provider or owner of farm equipment to allow for the diagnosis, maintenance, or repair of farm equipment. And when you scroll down, just to make sure that there's no misunderstanding here, it says for farm equipment or parts of farm equipment manufactured by OEM on its behalf, will make available to independent repair provider or owner of the farm equipment documentation, parts, tools, inclusive of any updates for purposes of diagnosis, maintenance, or repair of the farm equipment. Now, when it comes to pairing, tool includes software or any other mechanisms that provision, program, or pair apart, calibrate functionality, or perform any other function required to bring the product back to fully functional condition. There is
Jacob,
absolutely no ambiguity there in exactly what that means. This whole business of I fixed my tractor, but it won't work until the dealer comes by to plug his laptop into the tractor is solved with this bill. If we look at the Senate draft of this bill, tool includes software or other mechanisms that provision, program, pair apart, calibrate functionality, or perform any other function required to bring the product back to fully functional condition. That is clear as day to me, and the fact that they never introduced any other legislation like this gentleman said they were considering doing, the fact that he said farmers don't have an interest in fixing their own stuff, and the fact that they signed a memorandum of understanding ensuring that they will never ever again back any sort of right to repair legislation really solidifies for me that this gentleman's problem was not that the bill that we presented wasn't strong enough. It gave the farmers exactly what they wanted, and that might just be why you were against it to begin with.
Okay, so just because I want to make sure I don't get anything confused. So the way that bill was written, that bill would have not gotten you access to the ability to reprogram the tractor after a repair, so that it would accept newly paired parts.
it was going to get us. It was going to require through law things that we've already gotten. And it wasn't. And we're not believing that bill will get us the pairing ability. We believe that that's going to get caught up in some legalese in the way that bill's.
So you would want a bill.
Satisfied enough.
So you would want a bill that ensures 100% that you get access to the pairing abilities that you're looking for.
Yeah, that whether it's broke, because see, all of ours is broken down in farm equipment. It's the software is tied to the serial number. So if I were to get, it's kind of like a key. So if I got a key.
Does Lewis not? Lewis is a pretty tech savvy guy. He must know about this stuff, right? Is he just letting the guy talk so that he can explain his shit, or?
This key only works for my car. It doesn't work for your, even though you have the same car, it won't work for your car. So the code is tied directly to that piece of equipment, which we believe is the fail-safe on preventing hacking and tampering with the emissions and stuff like that they're worried people are going to do, which I've already told them. I said a person right now can go in and tamp and put pieces in to bypass the emission stuff now. So it's not like that's can't already be done. So that to me doesn't hold water. So yeah, we're down to a very finite component that if I'm going to put a bill in.
So I wonder what Lewis's read is on this conversation. What do you think? Like, the guy is not having, or this is my read. One of us, I might be wrong. I don't think the guy on the phone he's not having an honest conversation with Lewis. He's just trying to get him to fuck off. That's what it feels like right now. That like, oh yeah, we can't do this, blah, 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 blah. And he's hoping that, I guess, Lewis just isn't savvy enough to understand what the point is. Because like, everything relating to right to repair is dead without, in my opinion, is dead without access to the software. Or firmware, maybe you could say. But like.
And I'm going to pinpoint on the issue that we've got, because the rest of that stuff, I'm afraid, is going to get hung up. I know I can't get the Republican support on the full-blown bill, but I know I can get them on our
pointless bill,
on our farm equipment
that
bill.
does nothing.
Yeah, definitely introducing a farm equipment bill. And MacBooks are the most liquid-resistant computers ever made. I mean, you see what I'm getting at here. This is full of shit. At the time, it was just enough to be able to gaslight you into thinking, maybe they are on my side, they just disagree on this particular bill. But 1 year later, when the Farm Bureau signs a memorandum of understanding with John Deere that says, and I quote, Farm Bureau agrees to encourage state Farm Bureau organizations to recognize the commitments made in this MOU and refrain from introducing, promoting, or supporting federal or state right to repair legislation. I repeat, Farm Bureau agrees to encourage state Farm Bureau organizations to refrain from introducing, promoting, or supporting federal or state right to repair legislation. Are you surprised in any way, shape, or form that this gentleman's supposed draft legislation was never announced, that it never came out, that it never went anywhere? Wow, I'm so surprised that he never actually introduced anything, because he never intended to begin with, because the Farm Bureau is in the pocket of John Deere.
Okay, because on a farm equipment bill, I would be open and interested in helping you in any way possible getting that done. And to be quite honest, I'm surprised that was what you're proposing. Because when you said, I'm just going from the email that sent me. You said when you said most farmers don't care, have the knowledge to repair their own equipment. That has been so. I was like, is this something where you've surveyed? It's just because that's so far. That's pretty much the exact opposite of what I've heard from every farmer that I've ever spoken to across the country. So if anything, I thought that you would have been against any legislative solution, even one that would actually get you what you want. So I'm like pleasantly surprised that is your
farmers. So farmers want to fix what they can fix, but the vast majority of us that farm don't have the expertise, nor do we have all the equipment needed to.
These are lines given by these are lines that are going to be given by first party companies. Like Apple is going to say, he's just repeating now the verbatim talking points of the large companies. Oh, you can't repair your own stuff, like it's too complicated, you don't have the tools, you might void your warranty, you might make a mistake, you don't have the technical expertise. Like,
fix some of the, these $100,000, $500,000 pieces of equipment. So a lot of farmers are not going to, even if they got this ability, they're not going to do it. The biggest
maybe not the farmers, but third-party repair shops could.
thing that we're after of all the things is specific to our industry. We are seeing a lot of consolidation within the manufacturing and dealers in our region or across the country. And so as there becomes fewer and fewer businesses doing the services and providing technicians, it becomes more and more difficult to get somebody to work on your piece of equipment when you're in the middle of harvest or you're in the middle of planting, which is the two crunch times of the year. And what we're having problems with is that even if there is a retired technician that's our neighbor that's got 40 years worth of service with John Deere and probably knows these pieces of equipment better than the new technician, that person does not have the ability to fully fix that piece of equipment because and wouldn't go into doing that on the side if they can't finish the job. So why would I go buy, $500,000 worth of pieces of equipment to work on farm equipment if I can't do the computer pairing or the flashing of the software? Because when it comes down to it, if you put a new controller in a tractor, I could do all that as a third party, but if I can't get the software to flash that new controller to make that tractor work again, I'm going to have to call the dealer up anyway, and they're going to charge me $120 an hour and a service fee to come out just to plug a computer in. So that's the hang up that we've got right now, and the dealers are just not willing to budge. So
okay, I understand where you're coming from. Now, feel free to say no, but I need to be able to explain, when I'm modifying any of these bills or I'm asking them to be modified, just to give our donors what it is we're doing and why. Would you be comfortable with me saying that we have removed agriculture from this bill at the request, since Maryland Farm Bureau is not looking for a legislative solution this session? Would you be comfortable with that phrasing?
I'm just saying I would be more comfortable to. We were asking to have it separated. If we're going to move forward with any kind of fix, we want it to be on its own merit because we don't believe it's in the same. It would be in the same context as all additional things, whether it be a cell phone or whatnot. So we're most likely going to go after a legislative fix. I think the bill's coming in, but. I would rather it be talking about farm equipment and not be a kitchen sink bill.
Yeah, so you want it to be something where it's not just it's tossed in there, but it covers your specific issues and your specific cases with specific. Okay, I understand. Well, thank you very much for taking the time. I really appreciate it, and I don't want you to be late for your meeting. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Now, in the state of Colorado, we have a bill that's been introduced, and it's popular, and it only covers agricultural equipment. We're not going over medical equipment, iPhones, laptops, bicycles, cars, just agricultural equipment. He said his problem is that he wanted a bill that was very specific. The Farm Bureau wants something that's very specific, that only covers their specific use case so that they can guarantee that it gets them what they want. So this bill has been written, and it is supported by literally everybody but him. When you take a look at the people that are supporting this particular bill, you essentially have everybody but him. You have the Colorado Department of Agriculture, Rocky Mountain Farmers Union, corn growers, wheat growers, wool producers, fruit and vegetable producers, the cattlemen, and the National Federation of Independent Businesses. Literally every single group that has even 6 degrees of separation to do with farmers is supporting this legislation, but the Farm Bureau. So is it that A, he really wanted a bill that only supported his specific use case, or B, he was full of shit the entire fucking time?
Oh.
My guess,
where's that New Yorker?
Is that it's B. But you tell me if you think I'm being melodramatic here. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. In my opinion, the Farm Bureau has been screwing their constituents over for a very, very long period of time, and I am very surprised that they have been able to get away with it for as long as they have. But this is the way corruption works. The way corruption works is you say things that are kind of plausible. Okay, I can kind of see where you're getting at there. But when you really dig into it, it makes no sense. Instead of just saying like, hey, kill that bill. Here's the money that I'm just gonna like slip up your sleeve. That's not how it works. Everybody just thinks it's a dude just like slipping money up some dude's sleeve and him making it obvious. They don't make it obvious. And it is very, very difficult because the people that are the most corrupt, the people that are doing the most they can to destroy you are the very people that are going to pretend that they're helping you. That's politics and that's lobbying. It's absolutely disgusting, but I'm starting to learn how to play the game. And here's how I learned how to play the game. Don't play the game. I now have a scorched earth policy anytime I see this type of stupid shit. I don't care if it means that 1 or 2 legislators may not like me. I don't care if it means that some lobbyist or some politician may not like me. I don't care if somebody is going to point to me and say, look at this dude in his blue shirt and his weird cat scratch chair. He's unprofessional. I don't care. People can make fun of me as much as they want. They can insult my demeanor. They can insult the way I come off. They can insult my reputation. But at the end of the day, I am going to promise you all one thing. I am never for the rest of my life going to submit to somebody that says play the game, because that's how you win, because that's how you lose, that's how you get fucked, and that's how you feel like a bitch at the end of it when you do everything they tell you to do and you still get screwed. Every time something happens like this, my promise and commitment to all of you that donated the Repair Preservation Group Action Fund and all of you people that decide to just watch my channel because you find this stuff entertaining or interesting is that
I work in the arborist trade. I don't even know what that means. And this is an issue with all new heavy machinery. Everything can easily be fixed up the computer chips, i.e. long waits for part shipping like expertise. Yeah, that's kind of the feeling I get with a lot of the car shit too. That like, it's not actually like there's some hyper specialized software that's only doing some fucking thing that only, it's more like we're gonna make some proprietary bullshit. You have to buy a special set of screwdrivers. You need to get a special software. You need to go to special tech. And they just lock it out to make it like basically so that they lock everything into their own repair system, which I think is bullshit.
that every time I come across something that feels like it's not right, that just gives me a little turn in the pit of my stomach, I'm going to announce it here so that you can all see and so that we can expose it for what it is. Maybe I won't win. And maybe this is not the way to win. Maybe the way to win is to play the game. But I'm at the point where I would rather show everybody how screwed up this game is than actually play the game by their rules and attempt to win. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. That's it for today. And as always, I hope you learned something. I'll see you all in the next video. Bye now.
Bye, Louie.
That that's not the problem. But then something that's very personal that I'm not trying to create any unnecessary drama here. But Binks attended the after party and got kicked out and inevitably got the party shut down because it was in a residential neighborhood. And I want to unpack some things here. I personally, and I don't want this to become a rag on Minx segment, it's not going to be that. I have personally done everything in my ability to help this woman. I have tried everything. She has been my friend for years up until a point last year when she had pushed me past my boundaries where I had to say, hey, like, this is too much for me. This is unhealthy for me. You are destructive to me. And so I had to walk away, but I have tried everything. I've spent time, money. I've tried everything.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Barat wanted to say hi.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
We're gonna put a
You're good.
Oh my gosh. Poor Marat.
Poor Marat gets
He just
bullied.
wanted to say hi.
So I've tried everything. So I don't want people to think this is lack of trying. I think if you've watched my content, you've seen Minx and I used to be very close, and now I've separated myself from her completely. However, this is a person that I did used to care about, even though I do feel as though I've lost her. I don't recognize her anymore as a human. Not like as a human, but I'm saying like she's not the same person when I talk to her. I do not know what happened, and I am someone that suffers from mental health issues. I am not kidding you when I say I've tried to do everything. And anyway, she reaches out to me out of the blue a few weeks ago and brings up Streamer Awards. And I have a moment where I think, you know what? This is, again, a person I really have cared about for so many years. I'm going to give her another chance. And I said, Minx, because she told me she bought tickets for the balcony. I said, Minx, you can come sit on the floor with all the other streamers. You have to promise me one thing. And she was like, what? Anything.
Don't drink?
And I said, do not drink. Be completely sober. You need to promise me this. Like, promise me. And she was like, I promise I'll do anything. I was like, great. And like, I was like, genuinely, like, I will show you the messages multiple times. Me just saying, I'm not kidding. Promise me. And I promise. I said, completely sober. I promise. Like, she promised me over and over again. Anyway, I get to the party. She's wasted. She's getting escorted out by security because she's trying to throw heaters into the pool. And then...
Which is bad.
Is a bad thing. Yeah.
Heaters?
The big propane.
The big gas heaters, like the ones that are like 7 feet, 8 feet
She's
tall.
trying to put those in the pool. I heard she was trying to throw Saikuno in the pool.
Yeah, and people she was trying to run in the pool.
Is a bad thing.
Also
It's
bad.
a bad thing.
Also bad.
And so I'm being told that like security's handling it, and I'm like, you know what? I have to deal with this other problem, so hopefully security handles it. Apparently, upon walking her out, she went limp with the intention of making it harder to kick her out. You know, dead body weight is much harder to that. And in doing so, then
Tactical.
Yeah, tactical. Some other stuff happens. All of a sudden, she's just laying on the ground, limp, and no longer cooperating and getting removed from the party. Now, her friend that is with her is very concerned. Obviously, now I'm getting concerned because this is someone's safety. And, you know, we're trying to figure out, does she need an Uber home? Does she need an Uber to an emergency room? What should we do? By the time I get called out there, they're telling me the party needs to be shut down because since she's in the front yard, neighbors are starting to come out because it's causing a scene.
Oh, rip.
And I'm saying, you know, I have to make sure she's okay, but also, like, I don't know what's going on. Her friend, unbeknownst to me, called 911. So then in this residential neighborhood, a fire truck comes pulling out, an ambulance, police cars, and they have to close the party. So by 11 o'clock, my after party that I spent thousands of dollars on to celebrate my friends is closed down. The thing that I wanted to do to finally relax and thank these people for coming and just like kind of celebrate this thing that we all just did together is closed down. And I genuinely don't want people to think that like I'm complaining about money over someone's health. It's just the sad, like the disappointment I have in somebody who promised me better and then ruined my night after everything that I have done for everybody and what I've done for them specifically was very sad. This is the behind the scenes on why a bunch of people today are like quote retweeting that I've unfollowed her on Twitter. This sounds dramatic, but I can't have someone like that in my life. I've tried everything. She is blocked on every platform I have. I am no longer interested in having contact with this person or taking chances with this person because I've done everything. I've done everything. I can't do it anymore. So, you know, I don't know how to help someone who doesn't want to be helped. What do you do?
Well, I left the party right before that happened because
Yeah.
it was
It's
very
crazy that you
late.
left the party before that.
'Cause that happened at, like,
because the party
11.
lasted all of 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Because it was very late.
Which means that you Ubered there 25 minutes. You got there. Maybe 10 minutes you were there.
I did a lap.
Then you Ubered back 25 minutes.
I will clear
So your
my
Uber
name.
times were longer than you were at the party.
Blame Austin.
Yes.
Damn. Rip. How do I make this about me? Wait, what are you saying? How do I make this about me? She arranged the party. She arranges the whole show, doesn't she? What? It's fair for her to want to chill afterwards at a party and have Mink show up and ruin the fucking party. It's got to be incredibly fucking aggravating. What do you mean? She's totally fair to feel that way. Oh, you're talking about Hassan. Oh, he's just telling a joke. You guys are such hate boners to everybody. Oh my god.
We're gonna call them Clown Company, hit my inbox, and they did a really shitty job CCing a bunch of different fintech influencers. We're talking some really big hitters here, like Your Rich BFF, and they come out with the most insulting offer possible. So imagine you're a creator whose lowest videos only have 10,000 views. They want to pay you something like $35 per video. That's their budget per video. Just for a little bit of context, creators in the finance space who are my size are usually charging about $5,000 to $10,000 per brand deal when you're doing like fintech brand deal. So let me just show you what some creators are saying. I'm not interested. First, I think your team should learn how to BCC. And another person was like, why do brands asking for the most be paying the least? Come back soon with some real payment rates for creators. The stock guy is like, fuck out of here with this shit. I could get a better ROI giving out $20 handies behind Denny's. Honestly, if their marketing plan was to get us to fucking call them stupid and like post that on TikTok, genius, it worked.
I didn't know that this email chain. Here you go.
Paste.
welcome everyone to the second hearing of the Select Committee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. The chair now recognizes himself for an opening statement.
$35 for 10,000 views on a TikTok, is that unreasonable? Actually, no, that does sound fairly reasonable. But I would have to I'd have to see what else they were offering. Views on TikTok are really, really, really easy to get comparatively to like YouTube or like other platforms, so. Destiny.
Did you see Tucker Carlson sticking up for Andrew Tate recently?
Nope. But they're all part of the Matrix fighters, right?
If you're white, yes, you are racist. Even if you think you're woke, we all benefit from oppression. Pretending you're not racist only makes racism grow.
Okay.
If you're white.
Thanks for that, I guess. White woman alert.
In the run-up to the 2020 presidential election, FBI Special Agent Elvis Chan, in his deposition in Missouri versus Biden, said that he repeatedly informed Twitter and other social media platforms of the likelihood of a hack and leak operation in the run-up to that presidential election. He did it even though there was no evidence. In fact, he said in his deposition that we hadn't seen anything, no intrusions, no hack, yet he repeatedly told him something was coming. Joel Roth, head of trust and safety at Twitter, testified that he had had regular meetings with the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and other folks regarding election security. During these weekly meetings, federal law enforcement agencies communicated that they expected a hack and leak operation. The expectations of a hack and leak operation were discussed throughout 2020, and he was told they would occur in a period shortly before the 2020 presidential election, likely in October. And finally, he said, I also learned in these meetings that there were rumors that a hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden. So, what did the government tell him? A hack and leak operation was coming. How often did the government tell him this? Repeatedly for a year. When did the government say it was going to happen? October of 2020. And who did the government say it would involve? Hunter Biden.
Wow.
Now think about it. Government had no evidence of any intrusions, no evidence of a hack and leak, yet for a year they tell Twitter that a hack and leak is coming. It's coming in October.
To be clear, Joel Roth said multiple times that the FBI never explicitly mentioned Hunter Biden, so I'm pretty sure he's just lying here when he says this, but maybe we'll see something more revealed later on in this, but...
And it will involve Hunter Biden. No evidence, but the FBI knows what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, and who it's going to involve. Now, that's amazing. That is amazing to me. Maybe they get the time right. We're kind of used to October surprises every 4 years. So maybe they get the time right, but they got the time, they got the method, and they got the person. That's amazing. It's almost like these guys were clairvoyant. How did they know? How did they know? Maybe it's because they had the laptop, and they had had it for a year. They had the laptop, they knew it wasn't hacked, but that's not what they told Twitter. They didn't tell Twitter that information, and Twitter believed, frankly, everything they said. In those weekly meetings, the FBI had built a cozy relationship with this tech company and others as well, we believe. Emails between the FBI and Twitter began with the greeting, "Hey, Twitter folks." Emails that asked Twitter to take down accounts and limit visibility of tweets. FBI handed out security clearance to folks at Twitter. They communicated with Twitter on the secret teleporter app where messages disappear after a certain length of time. And of course, they paid Twitter $3.4 million.
Damn.
In addition, on August 6, 2020, the FBI briefed Senators Grassley and Johnson, and according to the senator's testimony, last month in front of this committee the briefing was bogus and done so someone could go leak that the briefing had happened and undermine the senator's investigation. In September of 2020, a government-funded think tank gets involved. They do a tabletop exercise. The participants include the New York Times, the Washington Post, and other mainstream media outlets. Facebook is there. Mr. Roth of Twitter is there. The organizer was the former CEO of NPR and the former head of news at Twitter. The mock exercise is hosted by the Aspen Institute. The Aspen Institute, which, by the way, in 2020, their budget was $9.3 million.
Yeah.
$5 million from the State Department, $4 million from USAID.
Holy shit.
Almost all their budget. Guess the title. Guess the title of this exercise.
Can you guys guess?
Aspen Digital Hack and Dump Working Group.
Damn.
And guess who the subject was?
Hunter?
Guess who the subject
was it Hunter Biden? Was
Hunter
it
Biden.
Oh my God.
That's amazing. October 14th, 2020, the New York Post runs the story on the Biden laptop and Twitter takes it down, even though it was accurate and even though it didn't violate Twitter's rules. Other social media companies do the same. Mainstream press works to downplay and discredit the story. Finally, as if on cue, 5 days later, on October 19th, 51 former Intel officials sign a letter with the now famous sentence, "The Biden laptop story has all the classic earmarks of a Russian information operation."
Disinformation operation, he means?
Something that was absolutely false. Our government built a cozy relationship with big tech. They primed him for a hack and leak operation. They funded the think tank, which further primed big tech and big media. They leaked information to undermine the good work of 2 United States senators. And then 51 former Intel officials closed the deal with their letter.
Damn.
Mr. Schellenberger pointed out in his reporting, the information op was run on us, run on we the people. And if that's not the weaponization of government,
I don't know what is.
I don't know what is. And I'll get to this in a second, but I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. I'll get to this after we allow the ranking member her opening
True American
statement.
heroes.
Ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you. Before my opening statement, Mr. Chairman, as a point of order, it's been my understanding that one of the witnesses has, within the last half an hour, released additional information that the Republicans may, and you as the majority, may have been able to review and have information about. And if that information
No
is
shot,
in fact
really?
going to be used at this hearing, just want the point of order to be recognized that the Democrats have not been able to review or to see any of that information. Will you be using any of the information that has recently been released by? Excuse me? Will you be using any of that information?
We'll be using whatever information that our staff has put together for us to use at this hearing.
And
I'd
have
expect
you
guys to
had
do the
that
same.
information before this hearing began, before today?
We use all information that is given to our staff, and we will use it to make sure we educate the American people on the
information
web.
that you have not shared with us?
Oh, we think it was posted online.
Within a half, just
30
this
minutes
half an hour,
ago?
last 20 minutes, but it's not information
Do
that
you want
was
us to
privy
get
to us
you want us to
before
get you a copy of it? Because we can make a
that.
copy
I think we
for
can
you.
go
Oh
online
my
and
God.
find a copy. We can look on our Twitter accounts and see it, but I just want the point of order that you have not shared any of that with us, and I understand that you may have been looking at this long before today's hearing.
We obtained it at the same time frame that was
Excuse me,
posted online.
before we continue, is one of your colleagues trying to speak to me? Or I think this was a conversation between you and me.
I was speaking to the parliamentarian, if you don't mind.
Oh, okay.
It's the gentlelady's time.
Wait, who is this?
Okay.
Damn.
All right, well,
And I recognize you for an opening statement. Are you
and I
gonna-
had a point of order, which I was asking you to
and
address.
I answered your question.
Okay, great. Now I will begin my opening statements. 3 weeks ago, House Oversight had this hearing with actual Twitter executives
Jesus.
who had actual firsthand knowledge about what happened in 2020. And that didn't go so well for the House Republicans because real evidence showed that there wasn't coordination between Twitter and the federal government as they like the American people to believe, and that all the so-called Twitter files really showed was a discussion on content moderation, and that we only got a fraction of the discussion.
Ooh.
So now we're back again, no surprise. What else have they got to talk about? Not what's interested in the American people are interested, not what taxpayer dollars have brought us here to Washington to do. And the Republicans have brought in 2 of Elon Musk's public scribes to release cherry-picked, out-of-context emails and screenshots designed to promote his
True.
chosen narrative.
Public
Elon
scribes.
Musk's chosen narrative that is now being parroted by the Republicans because the Republicans think that these witnesses will tell a story that's going to help them out politically. On Tuesday, the majority released an 18-page report claiming to show that the FTC is, quote, harassing Twitter. Oh my, poor Twitter. Including by seeking information about its interactions with individuals before us today. How did the report reach this conclusion? By showing two single paragraphs from a single demand letter, even though the report itself makes clear that there were numerous demand letters with numerous requests, none of which we've been able to see, that are more demand letters and more requests of Twitter. In other words, the conclusions are based on a fraction of information out of context, cherry-picked, surprise, just like the Twitter files.
Damn.
The majority
And
conveniently
true.
forgot to share with the public that in May of 2022, well before Musk acquired Twitter, the FTC had already fined the company $150 million for failing to safeguard users' data. Users, the American people, other individuals, its 150 million users, Twitter had not safeguarded them. Twitter entered into this consent agreement that required it to make regular reports to the FTC, and the previous consent decree between Twitter and the FTC was entered into in 2011. Elon Musk might not like this requirement, but Twitter had issues with FTC long before Musk bought the company, and there's nothing political about that. We've asked for the full set of documents that Musk must have shared with the Republicans on the committee, but we can draw some logical conclusions from what we have been given. You know what the Republican report actually shows? Two conclusions. First, the FTC has extraordinarily serious concerns about Twitter's handling of consumers' data, and that there's something going on between congressional Republicans and Elon Musk. Mr. Chairman, Americans can see through this. Musk is helping you out politically, and you're going out of your way to promote and protect him and to praise him for his work. This isn't just a matter of what data was given to these so-called journalists before us now. There are many legitimate questions about where Musk got the financing to buy Twitter. We know for a fact that foreign countries like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and possibly even Russia and China are investors presently in Twitter. Do these countries now have access to private Twitter user data? What agreements has Elon Musk reached with them? We know how Elon Musk funded the purchase because it's public. Let's look at a slide here. Here's what it shows. Musk got $500 million in financing from Binance. That's in highlight for you. A crypto exchange platform run by Chinese billionaire. That billionaire has described his funding as a small contribution to the cause. I don't know what that cause is. Musk got $1 billion from Larry Ellison, whose super PAC spent millions on Republican candidates last cycle, including election deniers. Musk got $375 million, highlighted here, from Qatar, which has recently been questioned about its lobbying practices. Musk got $700 million from Vi Capital, a secretive investment fund based in Dubai. And very interesting, as you can see down below, the nephew of the Saudi king is Twitter's second largest investor at a much larger amount. And the chair wants us to think that Elon Musk is the victim. The chairman wants us to believe that the Republicans are concerned with the federal government unfairly going after Twitter and Twitter unfairly taking down conservative posts. Just like we did several weeks ago, we're going to show that's not what the evidence shows. I want to underscore the very real threat posed by Twitter files and by the witnesses in front of us today. Here's Yoel Roth describing the harassment he and other former Twitter employees have faced because of the irresponsible way in which the witnesses in front of us and others have released this cherry-picked, out-of-context data.
Twitter. Employees as far away as Manila in the Philippines. The Twitter files, I would note first and foremost, didn't just affect me, but affected much more junior employees at Twitter. Employees as far away as Manila in the Philippines were doxxed,
Nice volume.
had their families threatened, and experienced harm equal to or greater than what I've experienced. But concurrent with the Twitter files, Elon Musk also made the decision to share a defamatory allegation that I support or condone pedophilia. And this lie
Jesus,
led
really?
directly to a wave of homophobic and anti-Semitic threats and harassment against me, of which Twitter has removed vanishingly little. And following the Daily Mail's decision to publish where I live, ultimately I had
Wait,
to
really?
leave my home and sell it. Those are the consequences for this type of online harassment and speech.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm not exaggerating when I say that you have called before you 2 witnesses who pose a direct threat to people who oppose them. It's funny when people have to go through that. Exactly. This is unacceptable. I'm ready for it. I don't know if a lot of other people are. But just as it was unacceptable for Kevin McCarthy to provide 41,000 hours of sensitive security footage to a biased talking head in an effort to rewrite what happened on January 6th. This is a new Republican playbook, apparently.
Mr.
Risk
Chairman.
American safety
Mr. Chairman.
and security to score political points.
The gentlelady's words should be struck. We do not accuse witnesses of threatening others. That is out of line and
I'm not
outside the rules of
striking
this
down
committee.
that, and I can have an
You don't
opinion
get to determine
about
what's
what
struck down.
witnesses.
Well, you do get an opening statement, and it's
And
about,
so let
it's
me
about
finish.
over.
We know this is because at the first hearing, the chairman claimed that big government and big tech colluded to shape and mold the narrative and suppress information and censor Americans. This is a false narrative. We're engaging in false narratives here, and we are going to tell the truth. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I would just point out the consent decree was in our report. We offered your staff also the opportunity to review the FTC letters. You have not come over to review those letters. Third, the idea that I believe both of these individuals who are getting ready to testify, I believe they're both Democrats. The idea that 2 journalists who
Did
happen
you
to be
not give
Democrats—
that offer at 8 o'clock last
I'm
night?
talking now. Your time was ended a few
Neither
seconds
of us
ago.
are in time.
I don't think they're here to help us politically. I think they're here to tell us the truth. And oh, by the way, the first FTC letter to Twitter after the first set of Twitter files, the very first question was, who are the journalists you're talking to? And you guys don't care. You don't care.
You
don't
care
want
about the
you don't want the American
2011
people to see.
consent
You don't
decree?
want the American people to see what happened, the full video, transparency. You don't want that, and you don't want 2 journalists who have been named personally by the Biden administration, FTC, in a letter.
The Biden administration
And you're saying
is
they're
not
here
the
to help us.
FTC.
They're here to tell their story. And frankly, I think they're brave individuals for being willing to come after they've been named in a letter from the Biden FTC.
Is this your question time now?
No, I'm responding to your ridiculous statements you made in your opening statement.
Okay, well, let's get on with it.
Oh, now we want to get on with it. So you can
did.
say all the things you want, and I point
I
out
did
the
in my
facts.
opening statement,
I
as
point
well
out all
as you
the
had an
facts.
opening statement. You
Chair-
said what you needed to say in your
Jesus.
opening statement, and I, as the ranking member, have
Without
used my
objection,
time.
all other opening statements will be included in the record. We will introduce today's witness, Matt Taibbi, the journalist and author. He's one of the authors of the Twitter files, previously worked for Rolling Stone, that right-wing publication, Rolling Stone, where so many Republicans work at. He's also written several books about American politics and culture. And of course, as I pointed out, as the Wall Street Journal pointed out yesterday on the front page, was named by the FTC. Michael Schellenberger is also a journalist, author, and one of the authors of the Twitter files. He's also co-founded several nonprofits, including Breakthrough Institute, Environmental Progress, and the California Peace Coalition, another right-wing Republican organization, I'm sure. His work often focuses on crime and drug policy, homelessness, and the climate. We welcome our witnesses and thank them for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record show both witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and be seated, please. We will now start with Mr. Taibbi. You guys, I think, understand the... Do you want to go with Mr. Schellenberg? We can go with Mr. Schellenberg. We'll start with Mr. Schellenberger. You understand how it works. You get 5 minutes. Make sure you hit the microphone so we can all hear. When it gets to yellow, it means just like you would expect time to start winding up, and when it gets to red, it's time to stop. But we'll be a little bit lenient on the time. Mr. Schellenberger, you are recognized for your opening statement.
Destiny, you skipped this video, but it was really good. Please give it another shot.
Okay, I will do that for sure. I didn't even look at it, but I'm guessing it's that feudalist hierarchy video. I think the guy keeps thinking.
Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett, members of the committee, thank you very much for inviting my testimony. In his 1961 farewell address, President Dwight Eisenhower warned of, quote, the acquisition of unwarranted influence by the military-industrial complex. Eisenhower feared that the size and power of the complex, or cluster, of government contractors in the Defense Department would, quote, endanger our liberties or democratic processes. How did he mean that? Through, quote, domination of the nation's scholars by federal employment, project allocations, and the power of money. He feared public policy would become the captive of a scientific, technological elite. Eisenhower's fears were well-founded. Today, American taxpayers are unwittingly financing the growth and power of a censorship industrial complex run by America's scientific and technological elite, which endangers our liberties and democracy. I'm grateful for this opportunity to offer this testimony and sound the alarm over the shocking and disturbing emergence of state-sponsored censorship in the United States of America. The Twitter files, state attorneys general lawsuits, and investigative reporters have revealed a large and growing network of government agencies, academic institutions, and non-governmental organizations that are actively censoring American citizens, often without their knowledge, on a range of issues. I do not know how much of the censorship is coordinated beyond what we have been able to document, and I will not speculate. I recognize that the law allows Facebook, Twitter, and other private companies to moderate content on their platforms, and I support the right of governments to communicate with the public, including to dispute inaccurate information. But government officials have been caught repeatedly pushing social media platforms to censor disfavored users and content. Often these acts of censorship threaten the legal protection social media companies need to exist, Section 230. If government officials are directing or facilitating such censorship, notes one law professor, it raises serious First Amendment questions. It is axiomatic that the government cannot do indirectly what it is prohibited from doing directly. Moreover, we know that the U.S. government has funded organizations that pressure advertisers to boycott news media organizations and social media platforms that refuse to censor and/or spread disinformation, including alleged conspiracy theories.
Wow.
The Stanford Internet Observatory, the University of Washington, the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Lab, and Graphica have all inadequately disclosed ties to the Department of Defense, the CIA, and other intelligence agencies. They work with multiple U.S. government agencies to institutionalize censorship research and advocacy within dozens of other universities and think tanks. It is important to understand how these groups function. They are not publicly engaging with their opponents in an open exchange of ideas. They aren't asking for a national debate over the limits of the First Amendment. Rather, they are creating blacklists of disfavored people and then pressuring, cajoling, and demanding that social media platforms censor, de-amplify, and even ban the people on those lists. The censorship industrial complex combines established methods of psychological manipulation, some developed by the U.S. military during the global war on terror, with highly sophisticated tools from computer science, including artificial intelligence. The complex's leaders are driven by the fear that the internet and social media platforms empower populist, alternative, and fringe personalities and views which they regard as destabilizing. Federal government officials, agencies, and contractors have gone from fighting ISIS recruiters and Russian bots to censoring and deplatforming ordinary Americans and disfavored public figures. Importantly, the bar for bringing in military-grade government monitoring and speech countering techniques has moved from, quote, countering terrorism to, quote, countering extremism to countering simple misinformation, otherwise known as being wrong on the internet. The government no longer needs a predicate of calling you a terrorist or an extremist to deploy government resources to counter your political activity. The only predicate it needs is simply the assertion that the opinion you expressed on social media is wrong. These efforts extend to influencing and even directing conventional news media organizations. Since 1971, when the Washington Post and New York Times elected to publish classified Pentagon papers about the war in Vietnam, journalists have understood that we have a professional obligation to report on leaked documents whose contents are in the public interest. And yet in 2020, the Aspen Institute and Stanford Cyber Policy Center urged
He
journalists...
just summarized when he's just laying the foundation for the importance of like journalists to do independent work, that the government shouldn't be involved in censoring speech, basically laying his ideological foundation for, or his philosophical foundation for why the Twitter files are like a just and righteous thing, basically.
Quote, break the Pentagon Papers principle and not cover leaked information to prevent the spread of disinformation. Government-funded censors frequently invoke the prevention of real-world harm to justify their demands for censorship, but the censors define harm...
Wait, hold on one second. True.
Define harm far more expansively than the Supreme Court does. Increasingly, the censors say their goal is to restrict information that delegitimizes governmental, industrial, and news media organizations. That mandate is so sweeping that it could easily censor criticism from any part of the status quo, from elected officials to institutions to laws. Congress should immediately cut off funding to the censors and investigate their activities. It should mandate instant reporting of all conversations between social media executives, government employees, and government contractors concerning content moderation. And finally, Congress should limit the broad permission given to social media platforms to censor, deplatform, and spread propaganda. Thank you very much.
I thank the gentleman for his opening statement. Mr. Taibbi, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman?
Mr. Taibbi, hit that.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett, members of the Select Committee, thank you for having me today. My name is Matt Taibbi. I've been a reporter for 30 years and a staunch advocate of the First Amendment. Much of that time was spent at Rolling Stone magazine. Ranking Member Plaskett, I'm not a so-called journalist. I've won the National Magazine Award, the I.F. Stone Award for Independent Journalism, and I've written 10 books, including 4 New York Times bestsellers. I'm now the editor of the online magazine Racket on the independent platform Substack. I'm here today because of a series of events that began late last year when I received a note from a source online. It read, "Are you interested in doing a deep dive into what censorship and manipulation was going on at Twitter?" A week later, the first of what became known as the Twitter Files reports came out. To say these attracted intense public interest would be an understatement. My computer looked like a Vegas slot machine, as just the first tweet about the blockage of the Hunter Biden laptop story registered 143 million impressions and 30 million engagements. But it wasn't until a week after the first report, after Michael Schellenberger, Barry Weiss, and other researchers joined the search of the files, that we started to grasp the significance of this story. The original promise of the internet was that it might democratize the exchange of information globally. A free internet would overwhelm all attempts to control information flow, its very existence a threat to anti-democratic forms of government everywhere. What we found in the files was a sweeping effort to reverse that promise and use machine learning and other tools to turn the internet into an instrument of censorship and social control. Unfortunately, our own government appears to be playing a lead role.
Damn.
We saw the first hints in communications between Twitter executives before the 2020 election, when we read things like flagged by DHS or please see attached report from FBI for potential misinformation. This would be attached to an Excel spreadsheet with a long list of names whose accounts were often suspended shortly after.
Really,
Again,
though?
Ranking Member Plaskett, I would note that the evidence of Twitter-government relationship includes lists of tens of thousands of names on both the left and right. The people affected include Trump supporters, but also left-leaning sites like Consortium and Truthout, the leftist South American channel Telesur, the Yellow Vest movement. That, in fact, is a key point of the Twitter files, that it's neither a left nor right issue. Following the trail of communications between Twitter and the federal government across tens of thousands of emails led to a series of revelations. Mr. Chairman, we summarized and submitted them to the committee in the form of a new Twitter files thread, which was also released to the public this morning.
So it sounds like they literally made this information available to the, they did make the information available to the Republicans on the committee without the Democrats getting a chance to see it first. That's so fucking snaky.
We learned Twitter, Facebook, Google, and other companies developed a formal system for taking in moderation requests from every corner of government, from the FBI, the DHS, the HHS, DOD, the Global Engagement Center at State, even the CIA. For every government agency scanning Twitter, there were perhaps 20 quasi-private entities doing the same thing, including Stanford's Election Integrity Partnership, NewsGuard, the Global Disinformation Index, and many others, many taxpayer-funded. A focus of this fast-growing network, as Mike noted, is making lists of people whose opinions, beliefs, associations, or sympathies are deemed misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation. That last term is just a euphemism for true but inconvenient.
Wow.
Undeniably,
My name is no longer white. My opinions are immediately more valid. My status in the cult is not deniable. I am in the walls and in the larva lounge. I am the DG juror that has been here since the start. That rationalizes Destiny's abuse. I am DGGL.
Your stocks are up, my dude. Good job.
The amplification or deplatforming, but to firms like PayPal, digital advertisers like Xandr, and crowdfunding sites like GoFundMe. These companies can and do refuse service to law-abiding people and businesses whose only crime is falling afoul of a distant, faceless, unaccountable, algorithmic judge. As someone who grew up...
Do you think these two really believe they found government corruption at all, or are they just partisan hacks? Journalists that you would talk to gave off the vibe of two excited uni students who made some oopsies, but these look like more serious people. No, I think the problem is, this is why the importance of, like, editors, or this is why there's an importance of there's, like, editors and stuff. I think the issue is that, like, sometimes you feel like you found a story. I think sometimes you feel like you found a story, and then you start looking and looking, and you only look for stuff that confirms it, and you try to avoid stuff that disconfirms it. I think that's generally, that's like a trap that people can fall into. And I feel like these guys probably got caught up in that hardcore. Like, when you're asking the company for the files that are incriminating on the past owners, like, you have to realize at some point you're probably making some big, like, journalistic errors, right? But I think they just, like, they thought they had something huge, and they just kind of, like, that's, their brain tuned out everything else. Why should they care to reach out to Democrats? They didn't even believe this hearing should be happening. If they aren't willing to reach out for information, do I need to seek them out and make sure they accept it? I can't imagine that question is in good faith.
A traditional ACLU liberal This mechanism for punishment and deprivation without due process is horrifying. Another troubling aspect is the role of the press, which should be the people's last line of defense in such cases. But instead of investigating these groups, journalists partnered with them. If Twitter declined to remove an account right away, government agencies and NGOs would call reporters for the New York Times, Washington Post, and other outlets, who in turn would call Twitter demanding to know why action had not yet been taken. Effectively, news media became an arm of a state-sponsored thought policing system. I'm running out of time, so I'll just sum up and say, it's just not possible to instantly arrive at truth. It is, however, possible, becoming technologically possible to instantly define and enforce a political consensus online, which I believe is what we're looking at. This is a grave threat to people of all political persuasions. The First Amendment and an American population accustomed to the right to speak is the best defense left against the censorship industrial complex.
Wow.
If the latter can knock over our first and most important constitutional guarantee, these groups will have no serious opponent left anywhere. If there's anything the Twitter files show, it's that we're in danger of losing this most precious right, without which all democratic rights are impossible. Thank you for the opportunity to appear, and I'd be happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Taibbi. We appreciate both of your opening statements. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes of question.
Gentlemen, thank you both for being here. It is not surprising that the minority is already attacking you in its opening statement. We apologize to both of you. You shouldn't be treated that way. Some of the defenders of big tech and the Biden administration, as we know, have worked very hard to cast doubts on the legitimacy of your reporting, and some have gone so far to state it's irrelevant if Twitter was suppressing speech in coordination with the federal government. But this morning, we saw a stunning display of their attack of your character. We shouldn't be surprised. This is what the defenders of big government corruption do. This is the playbook. They destroy the messenger. We just saw it here on live television, and everybody can see it for themselves. And the whistleblowers, of course, as well.
Wow.
Look, this is what we know. What you've documented carefully in the Twitter files are a couple of key facts. People will hear a lot of things today, but this is what they need to know. The federal government, from Democrat members of Congress to intelligence agencies, including the FBI, used Twitter and other social media companies to censor Americans' speech. If the alarm bells are not going off, then you're not paying attention. Over the past 3 years, documents show, they prove what you guys have uncovered here, is there's communication between Twitter and the FBI. It was constant, it was pervasive. Twitter was basically an FBI subsidiary before Elon Musk took it over.
Subsidiary.
Twitter files revealed that by 2020, Twitter was engaged in open information sharing with the intelligence community, and now we know there were many intelligence agencies apparently involved in this. The FBI pressured Twitter to act on election-related tweets leading up to the 2022 election. Of course, they did it in 2020 as well. And Twitter dutifully censored content as a result. Twitter executives restricted accounts. They censored speech that conflicted with the left's narrative. Twitter has used its internal tools to control and manipulate speech considered misinformation. And who was determining that? It was the government bureaucrats. Documents show that Twitter used visibility filtering to restrict certain accounts and posts and removed people from the platform altogether. The Twitter files should be a matter of bipartisan concern for every member of Congress and every American citizen, because it is a bedrock principle of our constitutional system that the government does not get to decide what speech is acceptable or true. Under the First Amendment, Americans have a right to speak freely, regardless of whether their speech upsets the preferred narrative. In fact, that's when it needs the most vigorous protection. Everybody on the left used to believe in that, or at least they purported to. Government and media fact checkers frequently get things wrong. The American people can't and shouldn't rely on so-called experts to be the arbiters of truth, disinformation boards and the like. It doesn't matter what political party you're in, government should not suppress important debates in public discourse. Gentlemen, let me start with Mr. Taibbi. You have a long, award-winning journalist career. You just highlighted here decades of experience reporting on some of the most complex and important issues of our time. Where do you rate your reporting on the Twitter files among your whole body of work throughout your career?
It's the best thing I've ever done. The most serious.
Well, first of all, Mr. Congressman, thank you for the question. I would say, you know, I spent 10 years covering the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis. That was obviously a very serious issue, but this Twitter file story and what we're looking at now and what we're investigating now, I don't think there's any comparison. This is by far the most serious thing. that I've ever looked at, and it's certainly the most grave story that I've ever worked on personally.
I want to ask you both the same question, and that is, first of all, has anyone from the federal government contacted you during the course of this investigation or since you've reported on the Twitter files? And number two, who do you think are the most egregious federal government agencies involved in this censorship exercise? Let me start with Mr. Schellenberger.
Thank you, Congressman. I have not been contacted by anybody. Thank you, Congressman. I have not been contacted by anybody in the Biden administration relating to this topic. And I would like to echo what Matt just said. I've never worked on an issue where so frequently while doing it, I just had chills go up my spine because of what I was seeing happening. I never thought in my own country that freedom of speech would be threatened in this way, and it's just frightening when you get into it. The most recent, our most recent discoveries, I mean, I think you understand the process, is that we first raised a bunch of concerns around the way Twitter pre-Elon Musk was censoring people and creating blacklists. Very quickly, we discovered that we had FBI agents basically and other government officials, demanding that Twitter take certain actions. We now know that the Department of Homeland Services, which has had, what's that? Security, sorry, Department of Homeland Security, had to try to create a disinformation board. That went away after public backlash, but we now realize that they have this other enterprise and they've been building out basically mechanisms to proliferate a censorship industrial complex around the country to censor on a whole range of issues. And so you've seen this censorship industry go from, well, we're just fighting ISIS, to, well, we're just fighting Russian disinformation bots, to, well, now we need to fight domestic misinformation, which is just saying we need to fight against people who are saying things we disagree with online. That's all that means. And I mean, it's not a slippery slope. It's an immediate leap into a terrifying mechanism that we only see in totalitarian societies.
True.
Attempting to gain control over what the social media platforms are allowing. And so, yeah, for me, it starts at DHS, but we basically see almost every government agency involved in this.
It's frightening. I'm out of time. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do need to correct the record. So there's been the suggestion here that the FBI and other government agencies pressured employees at Twitter to validate these theories of foreign influence. When we had Mr. Roth, who was Yoel Roth, who's the former global head of trust and safety at Twitter, so we asked Twitter if there was pressure applied, and Mr. Roth said, no, I would not agree with that. The FBI, this is his quote, the FBI was quite careful and quite consistent to request review of the accounts, but not to cross the line into advocating for Twitter to take any particular action. So that's what Twitter said about the actions of the FBI vis-a-vis Twitter. Mr. Taibbi, in 2019, Special Counsel Robert Mueller unequivocally found that the Internet Research Agency, owned by Yevgeny Prigozhin, the same oligarch who runs the Wagner Group, carried out an extensive social media disinformation campaign to help then-candidate Donald Trump and to hurt Hillary Clinton. He also found that the Russian intelligence interfered with the 2016 election via a hack and release campaign, damaging to the Clinton campaign. These particular findings came on the heels of the unanimous assessment on the part of the United States 18 intelligence agencies that Russian President Putin, quote, ordered an influence campaign in 2016 aimed at the presidential election, close quote. They also followed the release of a bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee report finding that Russia and Vladimir Putin engaged in, I quote, aggressive, multifaceted effort to influence the U.S. president election.
Damn.
So, Mr. Taibbi, do you believe that the Russians and their oligarch-controlled internet research agency interfered in the 2016 election via this social media disinformation campaign? Do you believe that?
Mr. Congressman, my disagreement with the issue is...
I think this is basically a yes or no question. Either you think so or you don't, and I don't have a lot of time, so...
Okay, well then I'm going to answer not in the sense that that you're putting it.
Okay.
I think
Okay.
all countries
All right.
engage in offensive information operations. The question is scale.
Do you believe that
the
Russia
Twitter
engaged
files
in a hacking, reclaiming my time? This is how it works now. I'll ask the questions and you try to provide an answer if you can.
You have to allow him to answer.
Do you
sir.
believe?
The gentleman is out of order and should not be interrupting
Out of
a member
order.
asking a question on our side, Mr. Chairman.
Reclaiming my time from everyone. Do you believe that Russia engaged in a hack and release campaign damaging to the Clinton campaign back in 2016? Again,
I don't know. And I would say it's
Okay.
irrelevant.
All right, let me ask Mr. Schellenbeck. These are pretty easy questions. That's just whether you believe it or not. Mr. Schellenbeck, same question. Do you believe that the Russian oligarch-controlled internet research agency interfered in the 2016 election?
I think that they tried to.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Schellenbeck, do you believe that the Russians engaged in a hack and release campaign with respect to the damaging information they released regarding the Clinton campaign?
To the best of my awareness, that is what happened.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
That's not the same thing.
The reason
influencing.
I understand.
Also, that material was true.
Yeah.
Look, let me introduce a couple of documents just to reinforce that we've got.
That is not a legitimate predicate
Unanimous-
for censorship.
Unanimous, reclaiming my time.
Sure.
Claim it.
Order. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll ask unanimous consent to enter the indictment in the United States versus the Internet Research Agency, U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia, number 118-32, and also ask to enter into the record the executive summary to Volume 1 of the Mueller Report, which states, in March 2016, the GRU began hacking, this is the Russian agency, began hacking the email accounts of the Clinton campaign, volunteers and employees, including campaign chairman John Podesta. The GRU later released additional materials through the organization WikiLeaks. The presidential campaign of Donald Trump showed interest in WikiLeaks releases of the documents and welcomed their potential damage to candidate Clinton. So I've introduced these documents.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've introduced these documents because it's clear to me that Russia's use of social media to interfere in the 2016 election created abundant reason
Okay, I think
for social media platforms to be concerned.
Gentleman's time has expired. Without objection, these documents are entered into the record. We now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to continue along, in a sense, the line we've been on just now. Mr. Taibbi, Mr. Schellenberger, I'll ask both of you. Is it fair to say Russia is a bad actor who is trying to do everything they can to undermine confidence in the United States government and in our form of democracy?
I think that's a fair statement.
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the organization in Europe, the Global Engagement Center?
Yes.
Well, it's an American.
State Department, I'm sorry. But are you familiar with the Global Engagement Center's use of European and other sources to in fact, determine where Twitter files should or shouldn't be, if you will, taken down thousands of names and Twitter files, correct?
I'm not sure.
What is he asking?
That Global Engagement Center is taking down Twitter files. I actually wasn't aware of that. I'm sorry.
Well, Twitter and the FBI have used this organization and their funding. Well, let me go on to another. Stay on the path I was on. You commented that the scale mattered. Okay, would you elaborate on scale mattering in the attempt to undermine free speech?
Absolutely. If I could take this. Yeah, so a great example of this is a report that the Global Engagement Center sent to Twitter and to members of the media and other platforms about what they called the pillars of Russian disinformation. Now, part of this report is what you would call, I think you would call traditional, hardcore intelligence gathering, where they made a reasoned, evidence-based case that certain sites were linked to Russian influence or linked to the Russian government. In addition to that, however, they also said that sites that, quote, generate their own momentum and have opinions that are in line with those accounts are part of a propaganda ecosystem. Now, this is just another word for guilt by association. And this is the problem with the whole idea of trying to identify which accounts are actually the Internet Research Agency and which ones are just people who followed those accounts or retweeted them.
That's what they mean by ecosystem, though. I feel like all these conversations are really dumb. I think this whole thing is just going to trigger me. But like, I mean, like that's the whole point of, that's what makes it an ecosystem, right? Is you have a few accounts that do propaganda. The vast majority of quote unquote Russian misinformation probably isn't propagated by Russians on the American internet. It's probably propagated by other Americans that see a Russian account and then retweet it, right? That's the whole point about it. That's right. It's not a guilt by association thing. It's just recognizing how quickly like false or malicious news that might originate from like a foreign adversary could theoretically spread on our own domestic internet. Or domestic internet, if that makes sense to say.
Twitter initially did not find more than a handful of IRA accounts. It wasn't until they got into an argument with the Senate Select Intelligence Committee that they came back with a different answer.
Okay, so scale matters, but let me go through a couple of quick questions that I think are part of the reason that we have this select committee. This country has political parties and people from the, what one might call the extreme left and extreme right. And even Congress has people that might be considered outside the main street of Republican and Democratic thinking. Those people speak regularly, and they have since our founding. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the ACLU and journalists almost always support their right to say what they believe, even if you disagree.
Absolutely.
And our Constitution says we will make no law to restrain exactly that kind of free speech.
Yes.
Wow.
And that includes people who promote the idea that we should redistribute all wealth in a communist type way. As a matter of fact, we still have a communist party in the United States. Isn't that correct?
True.
It is.
Okay, so
it's not even a political issue. We're not being partisan.
Free speech historically has been incitement to violence or anarchy, the actual overthrow of a government. Anything other than that is historically covered by the First Amendment.
Yes.
So when we look at the very nature of the State Department funding to affect domestic U.S. speech, was that speech outside the legal bounds? Did it call for insurrection or other criminal activities that would destroy our government?
No, I mean, we did not. I mean, we're not saying that that didn't happen, but we're describing people having political arguments online.
Right, so let me just, because my time's limited like everyone's. So it's suffice to say that every bit of the speech, or virtually every bit of the speech, whether foreign or domestic online, fell within the normal protections of the First Amendment, and the very act of federal dollars being used to stifle that speech is in fact historically what we would consider an indictment against the First Amendment protections.
Correct.
That is why we have this subcommittee. That is why we are here today. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman, and a great point. I now recognize the gentlelady from Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Taibbi, I want to ask about journalistic ethics and information sources. The Society of Professional Journalists Code of Ethics asserts that journalists should avoid political activities that can compromise integrity or credibility. Being a Republican witness today certainly casts a cloud over your objectivity. But a deeper concern that I have relates to the ethics of how journalists receive and present certain information. Journalists should avoid accepting spoon-fed, cherry-picked information if it's likely to be slanted, incomplete, or designed to reach a foregone, easily disputed, or invalid conclusion. Would you agree with that?
I think it depends.
Wait, what?
You wouldn't agree that a journalist should avoid spoon-fed, cherry-picked information?
Wait, hold on. Wait. Or I'm sorry, maybe that was a fair answer. Hold on, I'm sorry. I feel like that was pretty clear.
That journalists receive and present certain information. Journalists should avoid accepting spoon-fed, cherry-picked information if it's likely to be slanted, incomplete, or designed to reach a foregone, easily disputed, or invalid conclusion. Would you agree with that?
I think it depends.
I mean, that's a fair answer. I guess it could depend, right? Like, you could get information that's slanted but still important to your investigation, technically, right?
Really? You wouldn't agree that a journalist should avoid spoon-fed, cherry-picked information if it's likely to be slanted, incomplete, or designed to reach a foregone, easily disputed, or invalid conclusion?
Congresswoman, I've done probably a dozen stories involving whistleblowers. Every reported story that I've ever done across 3 decades involves sources who have motives. Every time you do a story, you're making a balancing test between the public interest.
Reclaiming my time. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I ask you this because before you became Elon Musk's hand-picked journalist, and pardon the oxymoron, you stated this on...
Wait, how is hand-picked journalist an oxymoron? Oh, because hand-picked and journalists are contrary, I guess, is what she's saying to me.
Joe Rogan's podcast about being spoon-fed information, and I quote, I think that's true of any kind of journalism, and you'll see it behind me here. I think that's true of any kind of journalism. Once you start getting handed things, then you've lost. They have you at that point, and you got to get out of that habit. You just can't cross that line. Do you still believe?
Do you think your debate with them will come up with this? Well, I'm pretty sure Schellenberger is going to be there in Austin, so I want to watch this full thing because apparently there's a couple of statements that I've read that are pretty bombshelly that were a little surprising to me about them, like getting certain information about you.
Mr. Rogan, yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Good. Now, you crossed that line with the Twitter files.
No.
Elon Musk, it's my time. Please do not interrupt me. Elon Musk spoon-fed you his cherry-picked information, which you must have suspected promotes a slanted viewpoint, or at the very least generates another right-wing conspiracy theory. You violated your own standard, and you appear to have benefited from it. Before the release of the emails in August of last year, you had 661,000 Twitter followers. After the Twitter files, your followers doubled, and now it's 3 times what it was last August. I imagine your Substack readership, which is a subscription, increased significantly because of the work that you did for Elon Musk. Now, I'm not asking you to put a dollar figure on it, but it's quite obvious that you've profited from the Twitter files.
True.
You hit the jackpot on that Vegas slot machine to which you referred. That's true, isn't it?
I've also reinvested.
You've made some... No. Is it true that you have profited?
Oh, wait, she should have let him finish. You've, what, reinvested into your business? Was he about to give an answer related to that? I'm hired journalist or what?
Since you were the recipient of the Twitter files, you've made money. Yes or no?
I think it's probably a wash, honestly.
Nope. You have made money that you did not have before, correct?
But I've also spent money that I didn't have before. I just hired a whole group of people to invest.
Patently obvious answer, reclaiming my time. Attention is a powerful drug. Eyeballs, money, prominence, attention, all of it points to problems with accuracy and credibility. And the larger point, which is social media companies are not biased against conservatives, and if anything, they ignored their own policies by allowing Trump and other MAGA extremists to post incessant lies, endangering public safety and even our democracy. Hypocrisy is the...
This lady talks like journalists shouldn't be paid. Everyone gets paid to do a job. Bro, you're so hilariously mind-fucked. Like, I see, like, the dribble that's coming from you. Like, how incensed you would be if this was happening on the other side. You can't conceive. Do you have any idea how fucking horrendously all the incentives are here? How misaligned the incentives are? That Elon Musk has an incentive to get journalists to write good stories about him? That these journalists have incentives to write good stories about Elon because of the rewards waiting at the end? About how Twitter is incentivized to only give files that make the past owners look bad? About how Elon has an entire investment in a new company at stake that he's incentivized to protect? About how these journalists are incentivized to report positively because of the relationships that they're now forming with other journalists in this media? Like, do you understand, like, how completely misaligned all the incentives are for this? But you're like, oh no, it's just honest reporting. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude.
Hangover of an addiction to attention. Now, I want to point out another alleged finding from the Twitter files.
And everything I just said is not like a possible conflict of interest. These are like 100% verifiably true, absolute conflicts of interest. Like that we know these are true, right? We know these are conflicts of interest.
Mr. Schellenberger, you've referenced several times this $3.4 million that the FBI paid to Twitter in 2020 that was referenced in General Counsel Jim Baker's email. I first want to confirm that nowhere in the email does Baker say that the money was paid to censor information, take down posts, suspend accounts, or do anything relating to content moderation. Is that correct?
It is.
Thank you. But honest reporting would have explained that the $3.4 million was paid to release information, not censor it. One of my colleagues on this panel repeated your distortions and told Americans this reimbursement was used to, quote, censor certain stories. That's a flat-out lie. Mr. Schellenberger, are you aware of Section 2706 under the Stored Communications Act? It says when social media companies comply with subpoenas, warrants, or court orders, it costs them money, so they get reimbursed. The FBI makes these requests and reimbursements to discover evidence.
I think a conservative would say that those same conflicts of interest exist for pharma companies and vaccines, the FBI and the Biden lab. Okay, hold on. Could you imagine if, like, the Pfizer files were released and you had, like, 3 reporters from the Washington Post that were getting access from Pfizer and they went through the Pfizer files and it showed that the company was like acting in the best faith the entire fucking time? Like, what would conservatives say to that? Like, oh, wow. 3 journalists that are all lefties were given exclusive access by Pfizer themselves to publish files, and we see that Pfizer's acting, oh yeah, real, of course people do it. Like, no shot. Like, conservatives would be losing their fucking mind over this, dude. Drawing Jimmy G every day until he gets traded. Who the fuck is Jimmy G? QB for the 49ers? What's a QB? What happened to the other 48? Oh. What? Why Nervosa is too scared to name/tag you and Joe calls you an erudite transphobic? I don't care. If they want to talk about it, sure, but I'm right on this 100%.
And run relevant to a criminal investigation. Let me repeat that. The FBI makes these requests to help catch the bad guys. That helps keep child predators off social media sites. It helps keep violent criminals off our streets. I support the FBI and our law enforcement agencies. It would be nice if our Republican colleagues did the same and not fabricate explanations for payments that are defined for clear purposes in federal law. My time is just about wrapped up.
May I respond?
The truth is that social media companies are unregulated monoliths. They pose danger to individuals. They allow posts that bring harm, and that's the bottom line. That the other side will not tell you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman had no time to yield back, but I will let the gentleman, Mr. Schellenberger, respond. And I would also point out that I did not say what the FBI paid Twitter for. All I said was they paid Twitter $3.4 million.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. I didn't ask Mr. Schellenberger a question.
Yeah, but the witness wants to respond, and the witness have been invited to our guests, and frankly, they've been attacked by the federal government.
Well, please do that.
I'm going to let Mr. Schellenberger answer that before recognizing Mr. Bishop.
So are you going to do that as we move down the line of questioners?
the gentlelady's not been recognized. You had your 5 minutes, and frankly, I think that's at the discretion of the chair. Mr. Schellenberger, you can respond briefly.
I'll be brief, which is that my understanding from those files is that Twitter had decided not to take that money until recently. So if you read that email, what Stasha, I believe, the person that sent it, is saying is that they started taking money after previously not taking it. And I believe that the reason that they had not taken it earlier was because they did not want that financial conflict clouding their relationship.
Is that true? Can somebody source that? If the FBI or somebody's making subpoena requests from your platform and you've got to dedicate like employees and man hours to work on something, you would say, no, don't compensate us for the work? That seems unlikely, unless he's referring to something more specific than that. If anybody can produce that tweet that proves that, I'd be very, very interested in seeing that. Hold on one second.
That's the bottom line because Stone Cold says so.
MMM. Woo! 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 MMM. Woo!
I like to reclaim my time. True.
More or less, please. Eldonos will never not be funny. Bonus me. Giga Chad. Giga Chad. Giga Chad.
Drama time / cutie minx fighting. I already saw it. I don't think there's much else to see about it. Oh, go fuck. Oh, what? I was 100% the worst seizure I've had since I was 15. I'm still struggling with regaining memory. I hope you're okay, but you did get drunk after you promised people you wouldn't, and that couldn't have helped. I assumed getting drunk at the party would be fine. Clearly it was not. You were drunk before the party, before the after party. I almost had you thrown out of the show because you were yelling, making everyone uncomfortable completely. I've tried everything with you, rehab everything. I hope this is your rock bottom. Get help. I got a front row ticket to the day you announced it. I won't drink. I will just sit and applaud your streamer awards. 2 years running, my girl in a man's world. You can come sit on the floor if you promise me you won't drink. You're non-stop at the top, and I mean promise, pinky swear, nothing completely sober. But I bought my tickets. You could raffle them off and leave them on the floor. Okay. Jesus.
And the money is payment under
out
federal
of order.
law so that they can
The gentleman from
recoup
North
costs
Carolina, Mr. Bishop, is
for
recognized for 5
material
minutes.
that they've been asked
I thank the
for. That's
gentleman.
bottom line.
Mr. Taibbi, would you care to, I'm down here on this end, sir. Would you care to respond to the attack on your ethics? You weren't given really an opportunity to answer. And if you'd be brief, I've got a bunch of stuff I want to ask you as well.
Sure, just quickly, that moment on the Joe Rogan show, I was actually recounting a section from Seymour Hersh's book, Reporter, where he described a scene where the CIA gave him a story, and he was very uncomfortable. He said that I, who had always gotten the secrets, was being handed the secrets. Look, again, I've done lots of whistleblower stories. There's always a balancing test that you make when you're given material, and you're always balancing newsworthiness versus the motives of your sources. In this case, the newsworthiness clearly outweighed any other considerations, and I think everybody else who worked on the project agreed.
Doesn't it seem like any reporter who breaks a blockbuster story
Chat
is
is
going to get
broken on
attention,
stream.
and there may be even financial consequences that follow? It seems like as surely as the night follows the day, that's the case, right?
That is true, although I would like to clear up, some things that have been misrepresented. Not one of us has actually been paid to do any of this work. We've all, traveled on our own. We've hired our personnel on our own, and I've just hired a pretty large team to investigate this issue out of my own pocket.
The fact that the attempt comes from the dais across the aisle to smear you, frankly, I think liberals, if I understand that, in your background, you're both good liberals, and you come in the Democrats' hostility to what you've undertaken is astonishing to behold, but it's part of the picture we're seeing. In Twitter Files number 15, Mr. Taibbi, you exposed Hamilton 68, a website associated with the German Marshall Fund that purported in a dashboard to identify Russian bot networks and became ubiquitously cited by media to identify media stories or narratives that supposedly flowed from Russia. From Russia!
Russia.
You showed that the front man for Hamilton 68 was Clint Watts, a former FBI agent. At Twitter, the trust and safety executives were ridiculing Hamilton 68 for the ludicrous identifications that it was making, which they could reverse engineer and figure out who those accounts were. And then in Twitter Files number 17, after disclosing Mr. Watts' identity, you disclosed that J.M. Berger is the creator of Hamilton 68. And guess what? He was a federal contractor, right?
He was, yes. He denies that he worked on it for the Global Engagement Center, but he was an employee of theirs until about a month before the dashboard's release.
Just a month before, and he said, I believe publicly, that the dashboard was the product of 3 years' work. So doesn't it beg sort of the intriguing question whether the creation of this fraudulent Hamilton 68 dashboard was effectively underwritten by government funding?
Yes, I think that's a good question. Certainly the German Marshall Fund, which is the NGO that is at the top of the chain in this organization. It's the German Marshall Fund, then the Alliance for Securing Democracy, and then Hamilton 68. They're a federal contractor. They received over $1 million from the Department of Defense. They're the board of the Alliance for Securing Democracy, has a former acting head of the CIA, a former deputy head of the NSA, a former chief of the DHS on it. So
I want to make, and the bigger point is hard because the examples sometimes start making it. I want to introduce you to, or introduce the country to somebody else. I think you've mentioned it in one of your writings, Richard Stengel. You know who that is?
Yes, he's the former, the first head of the Global Engagement Center.
I want the American people to hear from him for 30 seconds.
Wait, sorry, hold on 1 second. Sorry, hold on. Does Destiny have FC installed yet? What the fuck is FC?
NG.
Obama.
Sorry, hold on. I'm talking to Joe Rogan right now, guys. Sorry, I told him I hate weed, so we're having a discussion about it.
Basically, every country creates their own narrative story. And you know, my old job at the State Department was what people used to joke as the chief propagandist job. We haven't talked about propaganda. Propaganda, I'm not against propaganda. Every country does it, and they have to do it to their own population.
Every country does it. Every country does propaganda, and they have to do it to their own people.
Who is he quoting here?
Mr. Stingel said, if I understand correctly, he was the head of the Global Engagement Center at its creation, right?
He was, and in his book, Information Wars, there are a number of passages where he talks about creating a whole of government solution to the information problem. He hastened.
Wait, hold on. What is this? How short is this video? Okay, we'll load it up.
To say that he didn't want to create a quote information ministry, but what he was describing roughly approximates that.
In the half minute I've got left, he also was associated with Hamilton 68, right?
The Global Engagement Center certainly had ties to Hamilton 68.
I think it's closer than that. That'll come out.
Okay. Well, I'd be anxious to hear that.
I hope I'll get yielded in a minute or two from somebody else down the way. There's all sorts of stuff to disclose. This committee has to uncover not that single instance, but this system that you have described. This is the hope that Americans have to set this right. This committee and that hostility shows what we're up against. It's not...
1 hour behind on the right to repair bill. You have the wrong take. If you want to talk about I'm a software engineer, if you want to talk about the technical part of it. Lendarios. Wait, what part do you think I'm incorrect about?
3 pillars to the system. It is 4. And you're seeing the left move to crush you and anybody else who tries to expose this. I yield.
I thank the gentleman for his great 5 minutes. And we now yield to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know what to say after that last one.
Don't you have it written down?
Americans. We're elected officials. We're trying to get at the truth, and we're trying to participate in the process at getting at the truth. Mr. Taibbi, you have said that this isn't really a matter of right or left.
There are copyrighted information there. The part that the software inside must be released to third parties, there are copyrighted information there. The part of the software must be... Why? Who cares? Why is that a good explanation for not giving some access for third-party people? Then you shouldn't be allowed to copyright it. Or what do you mean? Or explain to me like the copyright violation. That seems like such bullshit that I can like copyright like, oh here, I'm gonna give you a program. And it's like, okay, cool. Oh, it's a little buggy, I need to troubleshoot. No, sorry, I've copyrighted all the code. You can't change anything, get fucked. On your device that you own. Like, I'm on Discord if you want to talk. Shut the fuck up, Cake. All right, what about it? Hello? Yeah, you're in here. Lendarios. Hello, hello? Okay, well, he asked to be pulled in and either his mic's not working or...
Farmers in Colorado, thank you for covering the Farm Bureau corruption an hour ago.
All right, hello.
Oh, hello.
Sorry for that. I was on push to talk and I forgot to set it up.
Okay, what's up?
All right, basically the software that goes inside the firmware, it's all the information that requires to run the machine, XYZ.
Wait, I don't know what you just said. That requires what?
The information to run the machine, to read the sensors, to do everything that the machine needs to do. That is copyrighted information. It took you a lot of time and effort to develop it. And just releasing it or be forced to release it puts you at a disadvantage against your competitors.
Don't we literally have like copyright infringement laws or trademark infringement laws in the United States? If somebody copies your stuff and starts mass producing it, then you sue them.
No, but in this scenario, you will never be able to show that it came from you because code can be very fine tweaked to make it not look like your code.
No shot. I don't believe that.
What do you mean, no shot?
I feel like projects get forked from other like binaries and shit all the time, and people can tell this was clearly lifted from this over here. Nobody's gonna steal code from somebody and go through and like hand tweak every single line to make it indistinguishable. No?
Absolutely. How much do you think those tractor trailers cost? Those are not 500 pieces of equipment. These are 1,000 pieces of equipment dollars. There is an economic incentive to obfuscate the code to make it look different, so you have your version.
Yeah, but if somebody lifts the code, somehow randomly creates their own version. Do you work with these machines? Like, are you in this? Or are you in a peripheral field?
No, I mean, I'm basically a regular developer.
Okay.
But I'm somehow familiar with the principle of firmware. You just basically...
But we're talking about firmware that's, I imagine, is probably pretty specially fit to the hardware that the firmware is communicating with. Do you think somebody's going to start up a whole manufacturing line where they start producing like a whole set of tractors and stuff with all these parts and everything from code they've copied and modified? Like,
for the smaller pieces, probably. I mean, there's other companies that are competitors to John Deere. They're just dying to see how John Deere makes its tractors work. And not only that, even if they were to start from zero, just having that knowledge saves them hundreds of developing hours.
Wouldn't this theoretically, is any code trademarked anywhere like in the United States ever? Also, wait, hold on.
Wait, it's not trademark. Code is copyrighted. Separate technical thing.
Sure. Let's back up. Okay, what if I wanted to meet you halfway and I'd say, okay, fine. You don't have to give anybody access to the actual code itself. Why not mandate a set of APIs to be used so that you can have a way to communicate with it without requiring like a first-party intervention?
That could be something that it could be middle ground where you can still hide your copyrighted information and provide a way of other parties to plug into that. There were some long cases from long ago back where IBM had like a very strict control of the computer where they wouldn't even let you see the actual electrical specifications of their elements. And they eventually lost and they were forced to release how the actual computer parts connect to each other electrically. And that allows other vendors to now be able to build peripherals. But IBM lost that chunk of the market by doing that. So there is an economic damage to them if they're forced to do that. I understand.
I can understand what you're saying, but I don't know, like, for right to repair, you don't necessarily have to like mandate a release of like the source code, right? Can't you just mandate that the tools used are given some kind of open access, or at the very least that there is like some, because you can create APIs on different levels, right? On different layers that give people access to the firmware or access to the hardware without necessarily like releasing binaries.
Correct, but let's separate two things. Okay. If you're releasing the API for something, specifically when, let's say, imagine your phone, your iPhone. Let's say that you want to change the camera because your camera is blurry. If you want to release an API that fixes that, you also have to, whenever you're making the code that makes the camera work, you have to assume at any point in time that everything is configurable. And that makes the actual creation of the software that controls that process very, very tedious. Imagine something like your phone, pick it up, look at it, the camera, the aperture, the time that it takes to control that little piece of glass, that is software control. But if you're telling me that now I have to create an API that releases those controls to somebody else, that increases my cost to make that thing exponentially because I don't know in which portion it can fail. So
I understand what you're saying on like a technical level, but on a macroscopic level, we're utilizing this concept of code copyright to mean that I don't have access to a single fucking thing I own, that I can't do anything. Like I could blow out this argument so that like, let's say that I have a phone and I want to like move buttons around on my home screen, but Google decides, or we'll say more likely Apple decides, if you want to modify your home screen, you have to bring this into a first party Apple vendor to do it. And I'm like, well, can't I just like install a program? It's like, no, we can't give access to that. No, we can't create tools for that. If you want to change anything on a device that you own, that's your physical device, because of copyright, you've got to go into a first-party retailer to do it. Like that's
one of the things that I hear you talking about APIs and having to create different APIs and how this could be a pain in the ass. But let's just bring up an example in the John Deere instance. There's a piece of software that you need if you change a moisture sensor in a tractor, which depending on where you buy and like who you're asking, if you're talking about part cost versus what it sells for, let's say like a few $100 part on $1 million machine. Once you replace it, the tractor doesn't work until you connect John Deere software to it, they use that software to clear a code that allows the moisture sensor to work. The tractor is able to tell that you've installed a new sensor, even though it is a John Deere sensor, John Deere OEM part. It can tell that you changed it, so it wants the dealer to plug in a piece of software. So we're not even talking about releasing source code. We're not talking about creating new APIs. We're simply saying, if you make the software available to the dealer, make it available to the owner. Can you explain how that would make your life more difficult as a software developer, or how this would compromise your code in any way, since the code would still be closed source?
Well, in that scenario, it wouldn't compromise your source code because your two endpoints of the piece are John Deere's equipment, the sensor that you bought, and the other one. In that scenario, you're simply forcing the vendor to be in the middle, being the company. But it's not quite the same as now saying you must accept a source from another competitor that may not be John Deere to work with your stuff.
Are you talking in that instance about, let's say, another
non-OEM part,
sensor that's made by somebody else?
Correct, like an OEM or something that you don't know if it's going to work for your software because you don't know how that sensor was made. So in that scenario,
this happened with the
fine.
iPhone 8. This happened with the iPhone 8 a while back. This is like 4 or 5 years ago, where people would attach aftermarket screens, and the aftermarket screen wouldn't work, but the OEM would. And it's because Apple had set it up in a specific way where the screen had, essentially the software had to talk to the screen, and it wanted to get something back. And if it didn't get the specific thing back, then it just wouldn't allow the touch on the screen to work. And there were some people that said, well, listen, I mean, Apple shouldn't have to create something in a way where it works with other devices. And then there were other people saying, well, this self-test that's being run is obviously completely pointless because they disabled it and aftermarket screens worked for 5 years. So I hear the spirit of what you're saying, but I'm not seeing how it practically plays out and actually making it more difficult for either the software developer or worse for the consumer or even worse for the company.
Well, it makes it better for the company when you have those precautions in place because you can have a more close control over how your product is used. And yes, it does come as the downside that you have to go through the dealership. That I agree that it does.
I can understand what you're saying from a theoretical standpoint, which is if the company is allowed to make their software so that it doesn't work with anything else, you can theoretically protect the integrity of the customer experience. The problem is, while I can technically see the theoretical application of that, we're now seeing the practical implication of what happens when tens of millions of people are told you can't replace a part in what you own. And like it's because honestly, the tractor stuff is really just the tip of the iceberg. A lot of what I'm dealing with now, I'm going to a medical conference in Houston because this is happening in the medical industry where you will have a $100,000 machine that has a problem with a $50 power supply, but they have to repurchase the entire thing because the piece of medical machinery will tell you change my $50 power supply, you have to buy a new one. And this is this kind of systemic issue that kind of. And it's not about protecting the integrity of it has nothing to do with that. It just winds up being about the company making more money off of trying to control what you do with what you own. And like in so many of these little checks, they're not. It's literally just checking a serial number, and it's just if the serial number is different, just don't allow this to work. And
or even as a compromise, I feel like most people I think would be okay with this. Make it so that like you can work with non-OEM parts, and then if it breaks, your warranty's void. I'd be okay with that. Fuck it. Like let me put in a new screen. Let me do it. And if the warranty's void on it, then fuck it. Fine, then the warranty's void. But like I understand this. I'm gonna repeat what Robson said. I understand the ideology about like, oh, I've got like more control over my platform, more control over what goes on, but I don't buy that there's like so much advantage to the consumer there. I think that it's just the proprietary lock-in makes it so that consumers are locked into buying your products, especially when you're in the business of selling them, right? I think also we might have, or I don't want to speak for Lewis, I might have a different feeling too if so many of these companies weren't in charge of selling the very products that they're locking their system to. I might feel a little bit differently about it. Like let's say John Deere said, sorry, you can only do this with first-party like retailers, second-party retailers, and it's a bunch of companies that make those types of products. I'd probably feel a little bit differently about it, but I'm guessing, and you could tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm guessing John Deere and all this stuff, they're probably the OEM for all of these parts. They probably make them all, right? And then you're locked into buying only shit from them. It starts to feel a little bit more salacious, I think, if that is the case. Yeah.
Well, the thing, the farmers are not even complaining that they have to buy the parts from John Deere. They're complaining that once they buy the part, it doesn't work until the dealer comes out, plugs their computer in, and says, you may now use your tractor again.
Yeah.
Which is
like one solution that I can
propose
propose for that is simply the free market. You have to have a company that makes a better tractor that all the parts are plug and play without the dealership to come on. Or in the case of phone or a better phone, that the parts are not so intertwined that you are locked into the vendor. But in both scenarios, the free market and the people prefer the more complex thing because it's overall a better product.
Well, do they prefer it necessarily? For instance, let's just say before 1 year, because a bunch of companies are starting to come out with these repair programs now. Let's say that it's the year 2019. I want to buy a phone. I want to buy a smartphone from a company that will make a schematic available to an independent vendor. Name one. Is because like I hear what you're saying from again like the anarcho-capitalist standpoint, but like in terms of the practical reality of it, how do I exercise that right of choice? I guess technically somebody could say I could exercise that right of choice by purchasing a carbon phone or like a rotary phone or something. Mm-hmm. But and you could make that argument. But for so many of these types of items, if you want to buy from a company that does not have this practice, it just fundamentally doesn't exist.
Yeah,
Well,
and I think this was
phones were not there yet, but for example, in laptops, there is this company that basically lets you set different laptops part, and you can make your own laptop. You can buy the motherboard from here. You can swap and put. No, I don't want a USB drive. I want an Ethernet cable. So you can actually build your own laptop. That's a response to having such a locked-in product. You just have to allow the free market to come with it.
I think the issue, though, with some of these things is there's so much integration. I don't know if you were here yesterday. We had the same conversation. There's so much integration with some of these products that, like, you have no choice. You're locked in. Like, let's say you really wanted to buy an electric vehicle, but let's say Tesla's automatically installed 8-inch dildos on their seats. And you're like, I hate driving my Tesla around because I'm always getting fucked in the ass every single time I get in my car. And somebody's like, oh, well, why don't you just buy a car? The free market will make a car that doesn't have dildos installed in the seats. And you're like, okay, well, where are the charging stations? Oh, hold on. Tesla has the largest charging stations built out across the entire United States. Nobody else is allowed to use them. So it looks like if I want to buy an electric vehicle, I've got to get used to taking an 8-inch dildo up my ass. And I think that's what all of these types of ecosystems start to feel like with these software companies, where somebody can say, like, kind of offhand, like, oh, well, the free market will decide. It's like, no, they won't. There's so much vertical integration with some of these things that you're basically locked into using like one person's products for an entire thing. Otherwise, it's like, it's so inconvenient. They're not really competing anymore on like the best product. They're competing by locking you into an ecosystem that would take so much work to break you out of, I think.
I think you're looking at it years after the best product has won. Just looking at the cell phone market right after Apple wiped out Motorola. And in the early 2000s, right before when the iPhone came out, there were a lot of different cell phones out there, but Apple wiped out most of them. They just got wiped out because the Apple iPhone was just a better product, and it included all those features that now we're 10 years removed, and we think, oh, we're being locked into it. Yes, you are, but on the other hand, it's gotten you this great product. The same with the tractors. Yeah, those John Deere tractors are incredibly technologically complex. They require just one person in front of the whole field by themselves. Like, those things are amazing compared to tractors from 30, 40 years ago. It does have this downside.
I mean, like, just because a product is won at one point in time doesn't mean you want them to own the market for the rest of eternity, right? Like, yeah, when iPhones came out, they were fucking awesome. I'm glad we've got Android phones now, too. It might be cool if we had even more phones. Just because a product comes out and dominates the market for like half a decade.
I think there's a question to be...
Yeah.
But it's because people prefer them.
I agree, they do. But people bought the iPhone. Do you know why people bought the iPhone in 2007? They bought it because it was the best phone on the market. Today, people buy iPhones because they're locked into the iPhone ecosystem. It's still a good phone. It's still a good phone. But the question of I know this because of the phones that I buy. It's because I'm locked into ecosystems, right? In order to get me to switch to an iPhone, it would take an inordinate amount of luring that Apple would have to do because I've got all my shit on Google, my Google Calendar, my Gmail, my Google accounts, everything, my Google Suite, all of it is locked in on that shit, right? When iPhone came out in 2007, that was the best phone on the market, hands down, and people bought it, and that's awesome. But then when they try to lock you in with all the verticality, well, now it's not necessarily the best phone you're buying. Now it's going to be the phone that is at least good enough and then keeps you locked into their ecosystem.
If all your things right now on your iPhone is tied to your Google account, you should switch to Android without any issues.
If what?
If all the items that you use on your Apple phone are using your Google services, switching to the competitor shouldn't be an issue.
No, I'm saying I use Android because I use all the Google services.
I thought you said you used...
No, I'm saying if I wanted to switch to Apple, they would have to like pull me away from all the Google services. And then same thing with people that use like Apple and iTunes and all that shit. Like Google would have to pull them away from that ecosystem. But it's like, I'm just saying it's not fundamentally a fight over who has the best products. It's a fight over like how much do you get like sucked in to like an abusive relationship with an ecosystem now where they can start to create products that do things that are arguably shitty that like, I don't just buy these things. Bro, I remember for PSPs and shit, you could swap the screens out. And it was risky, and sometimes you bricked your device because you were a fucking retard. But like, I think you could do cool shit back then where you could repair your shit, you could order parts on eBay, and I feel like it was a better market for everybody. If you wanted to, you go to a first party or third party retailer, but even the idea, I don't know how far Lewis would go with this, but like, I feel like even for some of the right to repair shit, even if they were like, we don't want customers touching it, fucking fine, but at least let third-party retailers have access to the schematics or the software to do these repairs, so it doesn't have to be a first-party retailer. Like, at the very least, that should be okay.
That's what they did with the car industry. A lot of the stuff that was made available to the independent service centers with the 2012 right to repair bill in Massachusetts and the update to it in 2020, it made this stuff available to independent mechanics. It did not make it available to, the software available to a dude in his house. And like, I would prefer that it be available to the owner of the product, but at the very least, it should be as like that's one step forward. Like Framework did the same thing. They made schematics available to independent service centers, but not to the public. I prefer they make it available to everybody. That's my preference. That's what's written in the bills that I advocate for. But that I will acknowledge that at least making it available to somebody is better than just keeping it available to the first party. But to the point that you made, which is that people prefer these products, that's where they buy them. They buy them, but would they actually be buying those products if they knew down the line that they were going to squeeze you to the point where a moisture sensor is serialized? So like in 2007, would somebody have bought a John Deere tractor that plows the field if they knew that once they bought that item, that 5 or 6 or 7 years later, that was then going to be changed to a point where it would not allow them to actually work on it? It's like one example that just came up. I'm just about to upload a video on this, but I wanted to butt in here with HP printers. HP makes a printer. They have this dynamic security bullshit where if you put an ink cartridge in it, it will only work if it is HP's ink cartridge, but it occurred via a software update. So you could have bought their printer where the HP printer works with any ink cartridge you choose. You download a software update because you feel like you should be up to date on all your software for your printer, and then it stops working with the ink cartridge inside of it. Did the customer actually choose that? Did they choose to get fucked? Did they know that they were going to be fucked at a date in the future? Or did they just buy it thinking, man, this is a really great product. It does everything I want. It's better than everything else in the market. I'm not going to pretend that I'm Nostradamus and can see into the future to figure out 6 years from now how this company is going to fuck me once they put everybody else out of business.
No, in that scenario, what you're describing, the printer seems to be a deceptive maneuver in which the software was updated at a later date and it prevented you from doing that, something that you may not have agreed on when you bought the item or known of. But if the item is like that when you buy it, and by nowadays we know how most of them are, it's not a new surprise. It's not a surprise.
But, like my point is, when you say that people chose this, if people choose a product from a company because they make the best product, and they keep choosing it to the point where everybody else goes out of it, everybody else is no longer an option or out of business, and then you're one of the only ones left. You have like 95% of everybody using you. You have the market share. You have all this money because you were able to get to the particular point that you're at as a result of having so many people buy your product, and then on a dime you just switch. Like, the way you're phrasing it, I mean, I can understand the moral and ethical argument if you're making that as an anarcho-capitalist completely, even if I didn't 100% agree with it. But I can't agree with what you're saying, which is users chose this. They chose to buy from this company, but that doesn't mean that once that company flips on a dime to deciding that we want to abuse consumers, that consumers chose to get abused. They chose to buy what was the best at the time. They can't choose the way a company is going to change into the future. Once that company is the only company left that makes a viable product for what it is they want to do, you're kind of screwed at that point. Like, you know, even if you're talking about smartphones, like if I want to buy a smartphone that has a schematic, you essentially have to buy a Fairphone. And there's many areas of the world where you literally can't even buy it. It's not like the consumer can technically choose, because every single company that managed to survive just turned on a dime and said, we're just not allowing independent access to anything. It's like the consumer is essentially choosing in a marketplace where every item from every company enacts the same practices. So like I could understand the moralistic argument, which is, you know, find yourself a benevolent billionaire who will invest his money into shit that destroys them. And admittedly, that's kind of what I did last year when I took this job at this new company. But like and I can understand that as a moralistic argument, but I can't understand. I can't like accept the argument that consumers actually chose this. That doesn't make sense.
It kind of feels like a frog in a pot. We were kind of like being slowly boiled alive, and it's too late by the time you realize it. Like I said, like when people chose the iPhone in 2007, that was the best phone on the market, hands down. But like things have changed, and now with iPhone having, do iPhones have what is like 50% market share, and then the other 50% is like Android. Like they have the ability to enact so much more than what they ever could in the past. So then it feels like a little bit like a bait and switch, I guess. It's kind of, I don't know. It doesn't feel good as a consumer.
No, it definitely doesn't. But the other option is just to have another company come up into the market and bring a product that is swappable or.
But it would have to be a company that could compete with that entire ecosystem. We're not competing on products anymore. We're competing on universes. I think that's the issue.
Right. What Lewis was saying before, and I'm somebody who's worked in this industry. I worked for a company for nearly 2 years, and I was actually a technician that worked every single day with diesel technicians and mechanics and farmers, people from off-highway equipment to tractors to diesel engines, anything in between, generators. And the big issue here is like there is no viable competition. John Deere, Cat, Peterbilt, all these manufacturers, they have top-end vertical integration, everything from the hardware to the software. And the issue here is, at that point, there is no ability for any other further kind of communication or any competition to be viable, because at that point, these are purpose-built machines that are, and when Lewis was saying that these companies have gigantic sums of market share, you can't use anything else for that point. So it's not viable at that point to just say, oh, just have a third party kind of competitor come out this. And not to mention, at the company that I worked at, I'm not going to name it because there's other things going on with that as well. There are cease and desist constantly. I, as well as all the people that worked at that company, were named in cease and desist and threatens of lawsuits by John Deere and Cat, which are the two biggest proponents of this kind of bullshit argument that nobody, that the independent repair shops specifically, or even farmers or other people that are working on this equipment shouldn't be able to have any access to it. And as for your kind of point earlier about saying that this is just something about like safety, nobody's asking to put third-party ECMs or ECUs or any of that other equipment in there. The issue here is that they gatekeep this software behind their dealerships, and this is all a money-making practice. They don't want to lose revenue at the dealerships, which I think there's a fine line between that. If you made a product, you want to be able to do service for that, but telling consumers and even other third-party repair shops that there's no way, no how, is just bullshit. I mean, a bill to just reflash an ECU, right, would potentially, I had people who I dealt with, they were quoted $3,000 to $5,000, and for an independent repair shop, that's an obscene amount of money.
I guess we disagree, particularly when you're talking about reflashing a chip with pieces of copyrighted code. You have to have the source code in order to put into the chip. So in order for you to like give that to your competitors, it just feels like.
Wait, why do you need access to the source code to do anything?
No. That's not true. It's not true. I know
source
because
code is not needed for any of this.
I have reflashed ECUs on Cummins engines. I've done it on Peterbilt engines. I've done it on Cats. I've done it on John Deere. It's not this complicated techno wizard thing. It's a little file that you push into it through whatever the communication protocol that you're using, and that's it, right? It is purely a money-making motive. It's not some kind of weird, like this shit we would keep in a Google Drive folder where we keep it on an internal thing. This is not that idea that you have to be using some kind of source code as some proprietary thing. It's just not true. It's just not.
Let's say that banner that you're flashing has inbuilt in from the factory a check that says you can only
use literally third party. The issue here is that you can do this with like homegrown stuff. It's just that they are serializing it and building it just like the Apple approach, where they're making it to where only their equipment based on certain parameters will work. I know because you can make these basic communication protocols, and it'll work if, assuming that it's old enough equipment that hasn't already been patched or made to where it's only allowed from the manufacturer.
Yeah, I agree. That's a business decision that they made to have the software only work with that and to be delivered that way. I mean, I guess we disagree on that you think that should be available for everybody. I guess we disagree on that.
No, it's not that I necessarily think it, and I'm also a software developer, right? So like I understand I understand what goes into that, and I'm not saying that this code should be freely marketable to everybody. But the issue here specifically when it comes to with the conflict with John Deere is people aren't asking for their source code to be available and open to everybody. They're just asking for equitable access to the resources, right?
What is resources for you in this scenario?
This is trouble codes. This is hardware. This is software that you can use to maintain your stuff. They're not asking for it to just be something they can just have for themselves, but having to go to a dealer specifically if you want to get one thing done and it costs you thousands of dollars.
Yeah, or like let's say like this is I just even getting away from like these micro arguments, right? Let's back up and let's say that a company makes a home control device. I've got a device that I stick on my wall, and it allows me to control my thermostat, the temperature of my refrigerator, the water pressure in my showers, all of that stuff. Let's say that it does that, okay? And I get it, and it's really convenient. That's cool. Let's say that one day I want to go. This is the Amazon home control unit. Let's say one day I want to go and I want to replace my shower head, and I go and I buy a new shower head and I install it, and the device says, "Sorry, your shower can't work right now. You need to bring an Amazon authorized tech to come over here and okay the part, even though it's completely compatible, it works and everything." Like, I feel like you would be defending that environment. You say, well, you know, they have to make sure that it's compatible. They've got to make sure that the serial number lines up, and you need to bring an Amazon authorized tech over in order to okay the part. Like, how is that any different from the car example, where we're using software as this excuse to lock people out of even replacing hardware? Like, it's not like somebody wants to do like a modification of the source code or a modification of like the underlying program to fundamentally change the nature of the machine that's operating.
I'm defending the argument there would be that you chose the company to do that. And what you're saying is like you want the company to be forced to not to do that, to be able to take anybody. And from my points, like, no, the company has the right and it makes some design decisions over how to implement the products or not. And what you're saying is like from an outside source or if an outside vendor now has control over how your product should look like, how your software should interact. And when you're making software, you have no control over that. So you make it how You make it one way, it works, and then once everybody else wants to copy it, if possible, if you allow them to copy, then that's still your choice of even say no to that. I mean, it shouldn't be by law.
It's not. Nobody's asking to like modify any of the firmware. It sounds like from what Lewis is talking about, for instance, like just swapping out to another.
If I have on the source code, if source is different than John Deere, then reject. That is a modification.
Oh, come on. You're like tautologically winning the argument by like, if we put the most absurd things in the what if the source code says
that's
like.
What they actually do. That's what they actually do.
Yeah, I know, but that's not like a legitimate, like, that's not a legitimate restriction, right? That's like saying.
How can it not be a legitimate restriction? It is a legitimate restriction.
There's
it's my product. I make it how I want it to be.
Okay.
I mean, now you're telling iPhone how they should make their phones?
It is anti-consumerist to say you can't swap out even the fact that I hate that we're even having this discussion
You're not
about
telling
OEM
them how
hardware.
to make their phone. You're telling them to not tell other people how to use their device.
Yeah, and we shouldn't even restrict it to OEM hardware. You should be able to buy aftermarket parts and swap them out. We used to do this in cars all the fucking time. I don't even know if you can do this anymore.
The capitalist argument here comes down to nothing but I should have the freedom to restrict your freedom. My freedom to restrict your freedom is the freedom that is paramount above all else. Like we're not even telling you how to make the iPhone. We're just saying if you are going to make the iPhone however the fuck you want. You could use a lightning port, USB-C. You could use a cloaca for all I give a shit. Don't make it so that if somebody else attaches another cloaca to the device, then you're going to say, sorry, different serial number than the original. Fuck you, and tell you that you have to buy another one.
So just so we're clear, you are telling them how to make it.
The problem with anarcho-capitalism to me is that the freedom that is secured above all else is the freedom of one small group of people to fuck you. It's like, it's not about you as a consumer having freedom. It's not about you as a property owner having freedom, which is something that people that tend to, care about. It's about one person having the freedom to take away your freedom. Like that is because what you're saying, you're taking away the developer or the corporation's freedom. But you're literally talking about this very, very narrow use case where they are only using their freedom to take away yours for no reason.
And nobody's taking away your freedom. I'm not telling you to buy the phone. Nobody's forcing you to buy the tractor. When I make that product, I make it with certain conditions and with certain rules. That is my freedom. Did you make that product
under those conditions before you were dominant in the marketplace? Before you had 30, 40, or 50% market share, did you make that product where the parts were serialized? Yes or no?
For this argument, let's say that no. But at any point in time, I deserve the right for future versions to add it.
Okay, so you wait until you have 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 or 70% market share, and then you just turn on a dime and you say you have a choice.
Yes. Well, I say company.
You call that choice? You call that choice? That's bullshit, bro.
Dude, you can go to the corner and buy a flip phone without that thing. You as a customer make the choice. How is that not clear? You just don't like it because it locks you to other stuff. It's the same idea. In the same case, how is it not the same idea? When you have a very complex piece of machinery.
Because you had more than one or two brands of smartphones that were dominant at the time when this wasn't the case. These companies didn't start by doing this. They only did this once they got to the point where they were most of the market share. And then once there's virtually nothing left, then they start making these decisions. Then they stop making everything else available. Like you're talking about it as if there's choice. There's choice in theory. There is not in practice. I could at least respect if you said in theory this is what it would work, or from a philosophical point of view, here's why I think this. You're pretending that that's reality, and that's bullshit.
So in practice, in the case of the tractor field, there is no other tractor available for them to buy aftermarket 15-year-old tractor that they can actually use. It may require more maintenance, it may require more people, but it doesn't contain all the bells and whistles, all the automatic GPS tracking. Are you telling me that those tractors do not exist?
Hold on. So the issue is not whether they exist, and they absolutely do, and a sizable portion of people that are using these are going to be using that equipment. The issue then is at that point is that John Deere is going, okay, tough shit. We're not going to support that anymore because we're the manufacturer. And that's where the other issue comes in. And that actually a large number of the fleets that are being used in off-highway purposes for agricultural use are 15, 20 years old because of the restrictions that have been put on. But that's not feasible after a certain amount of time because a lot of these products are purpose built for specific things, and they're fleet managed a lot of times as well. And this impacts everybody down to just like the run of the mill, like farmer in Wisconsin, all the way up to these big gigantic fleets.
Hold on, when you kind of stuff like that. When you say fleet managed, is it possible to even manage different like manufactured vehicles with one another, or is there like an ecosystem at function?
They're all built in. They're all different segregated ecosystems, basically. Oh
Jesus!
Now there's other third party softwares out there that exists to do things like this. The biggest one being Texa. I believe it's the OEM software manufacturer for Lamborghini. Actually, they're based in Italy, but they're one of the biggest manufacturers of third-party equipment that interfaces with everything off highway, on highway, even diesel engines like your Fords, your Rams, and other stuff like that. And that was a lot of the software that I worked on. But even then, that is constantly getting into all sorts of legal battles with John Deere because John Deere's just suing the shit out of them. But they're making everything their own communication protocols, or trying their best to. But it's this kind of mouse and like cat and mouse game where they'll come out with some way, they'll figure out how to get around some kind of thing that's been put in by John Deere. John Deere will push out an update through all their dealerships, which is why they require you to come in and get the ECU flashes, because they're trying to reroute around the third-party people. It's this kind of like intentional malicious interference, which is the real big issue here.
I mean, the only thing that I have to say to that is you basically need another company to come up in the market and make a tractor that
I don't
doesn't
think
have all
anybody's
these
disagreeing
features.
with that, though, but like that doesn't solve the problem here and now, right? Especially when you have these companies that are buying them up as well, or just suing them out of existence, right?
I don't disagree about another company that should come along and actually make something that doesn't do this. What I'm disagreeing with is when you say the consumer chose this. Like
Right, yeah,
when they bought this product in 1999 and bought into it, they bought into the idea that, by the way, by buying this product, you are supporting a company that will put other companies into lower market share to out of business. And as a result of doing it, once they reach that point, they will serialize their products to the point where you can't fix it yourself. Like that was not written in the contract. That was not in the manual. That was not in the advertisement. That was not said at the dealer. Like, they didn't make that choice. You can say that I believe that the government should have no say whatsoever and that it should be a purely contractual. Like, again, I can understand the anarcho-capitalist argument to it, even if I don't necessarily agree to it. I just can't agree with, like, when you say they chose it. Like, that's just bullshit.
Let me ask you a question.
None of these products are advertised this way. No cell phone, no computer. None of these products are advertised saying, by the way, the moment that we become this dominant force, we will take away your freedom to do what you want with what you own. Just know that when you buy it. Because if they did, nobody would be buying it. But they don't say that. They don't make their intentions up front.
I don't know how many other people feel this way, and maybe because I'm a little bit more techy, maybe different, but like if I would have known the verticality that like Windows would have hit with like integrating like fucking Cortana and the Windows Store, and that like my fucking operating system is turning into software as a service, I probably would have learned Linux like 5 or 10 years ago. I would have learned how to configure Wine. I would have probably cried a lot about like Linux compatibility issues, but I think I would have just learned how to use, so I would have learned how to use some Linux OS rather than like the disgusting shit that like Windows has turned into. But like I've been using it for my whole fucking life. All my shit works with it, and I'm kind of like sucked into it. But I didn't know, you know, when Windows 7 came out that eventually we would have like fucking Windows Store integration like on like the OS level.
But you know that's not new, right? Apple's been doing that for ages.
Is Apple has the same type of like ads and shit that pop up on? Maybe I don't know if it does or not. I'm not sure. But if it worked that way, if it worked that way on iOS, I'd feel the same way about iOS. I'm not here to stand for Apple's operating system.
I mean, you're free to use Linux. I mean, definitely has a lot of downside to, in terms of usability. That's why it's not as common for a desktop computer.
Yeah, but I think a lot more people probably would have used it if they saw the direction that Windows was going initially. But once you've got the market share and you've got people locked in, I think it's a lot different at that point. I think that's the issue.
I think you're underestimating the complexity of using Linux as your operating system, as how many other programs have a compatibility with it. I mean, one of the reasons that Microsoft...
Yeah, but everything you're saying right there is more issues for like you said yourself. I'm not even choosing the best OS. I'm choosing based on verticality. I'm not choosing what the best OS is. I'm choosing what the best programs that work with my OS are. Or like, how do you feel about the fact that like some games are like optimized for NVIDIA? That like sometimes some GPU manufacturers are like working directly with game companies to make sure that their games are optimized the best for their graphics cards. Like, shouldn't we just be picking what has the best hardware and not people that are... Man, I just hate verticality.
No, because a lot of those things comes down to subjectivity. Like, what's better, is an Xbox or a PlayStation?
Yeah, but nobody likes that either. Are you making the argument that like exclusives are good for the market?
No, but you're making the argument that there should be just one bland console and then software should work on it.
No, I'm not saying it should be bland. I make the console how you want, but I'm just saying that like when we...
By bland, I mean generic. Let me just...
Dude, consoles are generic anyway. How long does it take before you can actually make it...
Not generic, because you cannot take the disc from one and plug it into the other.
No, but I'm saying like in terms of like even utilizing hardware, when your PlayStation 5 how long until you actually get a game that's released and built for the PlayStation 5 that's not just some bullshit that has to work on the PS4 at half the frame rate? Like, how cucked, even on newer games on consoles, they cuck themselves out to the past games. It's not like, well, it's restricted to the PS5 so they can run the most cutting edge technology. That's not even true. It's just to lock them into their shit, and that's why they still ship those games compatible for the last generation of consoles so they still maximize their sales. I think it's all anti-consumerist behavior, in my opinion. It's stuff that fucks us over. It doesn't benefit us, like, at all. We're not gaining from any of this. Like,
well, you just said it right there, to maximize sales. The job of the company is to keep on going and make sales.
Yes, I agree. But that sometimes that comes at the cost to the consumer. And I think that in like this John Deere case, it's just, I'm not even that old. I'm only 34, but like I remember with cars, you could buy and sell and swap so many aftermarket parts for your cars, and everything worked fine. People weren't flying off the road because they had an aftermarket remote start. They weren't flying off the road because they bought like an aftermarket. I don't even know if you can do that anymore. Even with car stereos, to plug a new thing in, you got to buy like 15 proprietary plugs sometimes, and half the shit won't even be integrated anymore with your steering wheel. I don't know what the market is like today for cars, but even in my lifetime, I saw that change. And it's not like, I don't know if all the new functionality is there to justify, like, oh, well, as a consumer, I understand that I'm getting fucked out of all these different options, but hey, at least I have like XYZ feature. Like,
all right, let me put an example in terms of cars. Last week, my car blue light, the check engine turned on. They took it to a dealership. They plugged in the thing on the bottom and said your vacuum has issues. No one had to do anything on the car other than plug that in. 20 years ago, that would have not been possible. 25 years ago, that would have not been possible.
Say that one thing again. I'm sorry, say that again.
The check engine came on.
Okay.
I took it to a mechanic, not even the dealership, a mechanic.
Yeah.
They plugged in a little computer on the bottom of it, and they say, hey, your vacuum, the one that gives you the air to the carburetor or to the injector, it's a little messed up. 25 years ago, that level of diagnosis with that level of precision would have not been able.
Okay, so I think you've given the perfect example. What you're talking about, well, unless I'm a fucking moron, I don't know newer cars, but I think what you're talking about is something called the OBD2 port.
Yes.
That port is universalized, I believe, on cars, right? Like, you can go to any car, you can go to an AutoZone, and if you're listening, by the way, if you have a check engine light, you can go to an AutoZone, or you can go to I think Tuffy's or whatever. There are like 2 or 3 big car shops in the United States. You go there and you say, hey, can you run a diagnostic on my car? They plug that in and they check it. But in John Deere's world, that would be illegal. You can't check that. You have to buy their software. You've got to go to their first-party technician. They're the ones that have to plug their special machine in. You can't pull those codes out on your own. Like, in John Deere's world, things like Haynes manuals don't exist. Things like the OBD2 port doesn't exist. I think that's what we're arguing for, is the existence of that port that you just brought up.
Yes, they have a proprietary port and a connection protocol that they're going to be using, right? And as I said, there are third-party solutions that have come in and they trick that. But at the end of the day, that's what happens when I'm talking about like the cat and mouse game, where they're maliciously trying to circumvent these third-party users from interfacing with their stuff. And there's whole bunches of resources out there that have the trouble codes, the diagnostic trouble codes, all that information, and can communicate over that. But that's the whole crux of the issue, is that they're using a proprietary connection protocol, they're using proprietary software, and they're saying that the only way that you can do this and get even something as simple as like a vacuum pump, right, fix is go to one of our dealerships. Otherwise, tough stuff, right?
But I'm pretty sure that OBD2 port, that's universalized on all cars.
And it didn't start like that. Yes. Each individual manufacturer had their own communications 5-6 years ago.
Yeah, and
eventually
I think the federal,
they coalesced into one.
Wait, did they coalesce, or did the federal government come in and say,
hold on.
What?
I have like a 2012 car and it has an OBD2 port. It's not just like a couple years ago. This is.
Oh no, this is like 25 years old. I had this on my 95 Dodge Neon.
This is the OBD. The original OBD1 protocol is brought, I think, from like the 90s, early 2000s, and an OBD2 is newer. Obviously, it's the next kind of rendition of it. But it's a standard. It's a standard in all consumer vehicles. And even a lot of the times, what's even funnier is on a lot of, you can go back and just a couple years ago, see John Deere and even off-highway equipment, it has an OBD port, but they've disabled it because they don't want you to use it, and they make you use their proprietary one, right? And you see this even on purpose-built, like these big like 18-wheelers, your Cummins, your Peterbilts, they all have OBD, and they'll allow for some basic communication, right? You can do the trouble codes, you can check and see like check engine, but that's about as far as you can go before you have to go to their proprietary connector if you want to do anything past that.
Which feels like it kind of sucks.
Yeah, after 2008, the OBD, I guess, was standardized, but before that, it was separate. All right.
There's no, I had this on a 95 Dodge Neon, I had this on a 97 Saturn. There's no way.
Well, they started in the 1960s, Volkswagen, the first onboard computer.
Okay.
It was great talking to you guys.
All right.
See you guys.
Be careful.
Great South Park reference, by the way.
Who?
The car with the dildo.
Oh, wait, I didn't even know that was a South Park reference, but okay.
Oh, you never seen the machine that Mr. Garrett made? You should watch that episode.
I'll think about it, okay? Okay.
Have a good day.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I really have anything else to say. I just wanted to argue with that guy who's has no awareness. Lewis, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if he at least made the argument, because like the best argument against right to repair is the freedom to be an asshole. You know, like as a company in America, I should be able to run my company how I want. You're welcome to buy it or not buy it. I can understand it even if I have some disagreement with it. I just can't like understand the consumers chose this. It's like bullshit. Show me on the brochure where it says 3 years from now, your purchase contributes to our market domination, so that 3 years from now, when the competitors are no longer competitive or relevant as a result of being starved from money, we are going to serialize all our components. Like, if a manufacturer put that in the brochure in their ad, like, God bless them, then that means that we did indeed choose this shit. But like,
this is a big thing on the ABS systems as well. This is a big fight that's happening as well, because there's basically two major providers for the ABS systems that are used particularly for on highway, so for like trucking, right? And they have incredibly proprietary methods. They don't want you doing anything outside of going to their specific dealerships for any kinds of issues with it. And again, there's those third-party systems that exist that are working to bypass those, but it's going back to that kind of cat and mouse game where they come out with a fix, and then maybe a couple months later, the manufacturer comes out and says, no, we're not going to do that anymore, and they change up the way that it communicates. You shouldn't, as a consumer, be having to go spend even then like insane amounts of money on a third-party solution. You should just be able to go to your first party, or anybody really, and be able to get the work done to your equipment that you bought, because it's expensive, right? And you're using this for your job, so it's just,
yeah. I think the argument that triggers me the most is that like when they say that it's actually better for you if you don't have access to it, like this actually protects you. Like, I think there are some examples where that can be true. So like if somebody was making pacemakers and they said, we're going to lock consumers out of all the software related to this because if they fuck with it, somebody might blow their heart out. Like, okay, fine. I buy that there. But like, again, for like car shit, like we had open access to a lot of car stuff for a long time. Are we really benefiting by all of these systems being locked down? Like, I don't know if I believe that.
I could almost make the argument for it when it comes to electric. Like, have you ever tried to set the PID loop on a motor controller?
Nope.
Okay, so like, with a car, let's say you're trying to supercharge your own car or something, you try to put like turbo or something, you're going to make it maybe 30, maybe like max like 50% more power or something like that. But when again, I'm not a car person, so I'm very like loosely paraphrasing here. But if you have let's say just a controller for an e-bike, if you make a typo in your integral gain and you type in 2000 instead of 20, it will shoot the chain. It will actually snap the chain, shoot it off of the bike into the wall, and leave a hole in your drywall. Like, ask how I know that one. But it's very easy to make these really, really, like, you wouldn't want to allow somebody to make a mistake where just making a typo causes the wheels to actually blow off the car. Because I was speaking to this person who works for a car company I can't talk about because he has an NDA, but he was saying if you made that PID loop mistake, or if you made that mistake with the software we use, the car wouldn't move. There's enough power in the car to just make the wheels shoot off of the car, and they would shoot off of the car with enough power that it would actually go through the walls of a house.
Yeah, but this would be a thing where like if the companies actually really cared, I bet that there would be like some sort of firmware setting where it's like, do you have like safety tolerances on or off? And you'd be able to like turn those off if you wanted to, and then it would be completely your own discretion. But they could like limit some of those features unless you actually like flip the switch to do something, right? Like if you really cared, rather than just saying like, oh well, no, nobody's software but ours can handle this.
Yeah, so like one of the big like a perfect example of this is what you're saying, Louis, in terms of like actual legitimate safety. One of the big requests that I got when I was doing the job that I was doing was I would get a call from somebody who was like a fleet manager. They were a driver, and they would say, hey, this truck that I'm driving is dog shit slow. I'm limited to 65 or 75 miles an hour on the highway. If I go, like, doesn't matter how much further I press the pedal, I'm not going any faster. And that gets into some potential dicey territory because some of these guys are going, I don't want any speed limit. I want to be able to go as fast as I want down the highway with 50,000 pounds in tow. And then you can make arguments at that point and go, okay, maybe there's a balance that has to be made here because you don't want some of these guys going, going pedal to the metal, just flying down the interstate at 105 miles an hour and potentially putting themselves or other people at risk. So there's that fine line that has to be made, but like most of these, the things that these people are asking for is most of the time not that. It's like, hey, My DPF filter, which is like the diesel particulate filter, part of the California emission standards that are standard for all diesel engines, that filter is throwing an error. It's showing that like my ash collector on it is full. Can I clear that? And the normal answer would be you have to go to the dealership and pay $300 to $500 for them to just clear that code. And that's really what they're asking for. It's not some kind of crazy, complicated proprietary thing, or it shouldn't be. It's just so they can get their fucking job done, and so that they can go do the deliveries. So
it's also the law that it's also the law that the company specifically cannot claim that you're not allowed to make this that you can say that emissions law is the reason that you're not making that diagnostic software available. And I pasted the relevant text into the chat. I don't know if it allowed it because it was a URL.
Lewis, can I ask you a legal question?
Go for it. You'd probably get bad legal advice, but go for it.
Yeah, sure. So like in 2001, United States versus Microsoft, the Microsoft Corporation took a huge loss for incorporating their internet browser into their operating system, and that was considered a violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act. How is like Apple and Microsoft and Google getting away with bundling so much proprietary software that it basically functions as monopoly, but isn't falling under this Antitrust Act?
Scott Galloway has a really good book on this, and he said the reason that this is happening is because of how you come off. Bill Gates came off as an evil villain that was just like a wise ass anytime he was talking to regulators, whereas other companies, they come off as, these progressive thought leaders that want to move the world forward, and as a result of having a progressive cloak for themselves, they get far less vitriol from the antitrust people in the administration. Like that only works, I imagine, to a degree, but Bill Gates came off, and Scott Galloway has studied this way more than I have. He's a really cool business professor at NYU, and I enjoy his books on this. But he just says that that Bill Gates came off as far more evil, so it was much easy to take him down a notch than it was the other companies.
Weird.
Why the fuck does my? Or go ahead.
It seems like Zuckerberg is considered like the tantamount, the most evil character we have like in popular culture. That's just like a normal human being. So I'd figure like, according to that model, he would have been just raked over the coals for stuff like this.
I mean, there's so many examples, even just with Google. They created a partnership with Ubreak iFix to work on their Pixel phones, and around the very same time period that they did that, they stopped allowing independent cell phone repair people to use Google AdWords for advertising. Like, there are so many examples, and I wish, Scott Galloway has a bunch in his book, The Four, that you could just rattle off immediately. I could just talk about the ones that affect me, and I'm confident that if something like that happened with Microsoft in the late '90s, that there would have been a lot more action taken than there is now. I think another big part of it is that many of these companies, their model, there's a lot of monopolization and bundling of services, but they're giving away a lot of stuff for free. Like with Microsoft, it's buy our operating system, buy the license. With Google, it's like they're giving you so much away for free that it kind of it obfuscates the tie-in and the abuse later on.
Or even for Microsoft, they've switched to kind of those free models too, right? Like I think I could be wrong, but I think if you bought Windows like XP, I think you've gotten free upgrades for your OS for like the past decade, haven't you? Like, doesn't 7 upgrade to 8 or 9 or 10 for free generally? Or did they stop doing that? Was that only from like 7 to 8 or something, or from like 8 to 10?
I think they're still doing it.
Yeah, because I think even Microsoft stops, because again, like it's the software as a service model. I was going to ask earlier.
Cheat is to buy a Windows 8 license because it's hella cheap.
Sure. Yeah, I was going to ask earlier, like, how the fuck is it the fact that like when I go to download Chrome, my fucking Bing browser is like warning me, and then like I'm getting an OS thing popping up saying like, hey, like, are you sure you don't want to change these settings? Like, what the fuck? Like, bro, you're just my operating system. I don't need you like fucking, babysitting my choice of web browser. Is fucking insane. I don't know.
I think there's also been a fundamental shift in like our viewpoint as a society on how we view these things. I think you could probably make the argument that back when all that was litigating with Microsoft, there's probably a different outlook. This is kind of like a new era of computing. We're like on the edge of a lot of the stuff, and now it's become very normalized with like the Apples of the world and stuff just kind of doing this. People are kind of complacent, just yeah, it kind of makes sense that every manufacturer is going to have their own ecosystem, going to have their own solutions, and yeah, fuck it, whatever. I don't care enough to really make a big stink about it.
Do you think a lot of this is driven by mostly consumer demand, or is it just corporate machinations and advertising and marketing?
Is that addressed
Lewis?
Yeah.
I assume Lewis is like the expert here on this.
I'm sorry, I zoned out for a second. My cat was jumping around the room.
Which cat?
Oreo.
Okay. So do you think this monopolization is largely just something driven by consumer demand, or is it driven by mostly corporate pushing.
I think it's consumers embracing the freemium model without asking why, or what the price of it is. When it comes, at least to the consumer stuff, like with cases like Google.
Okay. All right, well,
yeah, I think that's a big issue that a lot of people need to confront head on more. Is that like consumers are choosing this? Like I get so upset when I hear platitudes of like, oh, we care about our privacy. It's like, no, you don't fucking care about your privacy. You want free shit. Like that's why you guys like give all your information to Facebook. Google. Like, fuck, I want free shit. But yeah, I think there has to be a recognition first that and like that one guy was saying, there is value added to some of these ecosystems. I'm not going to deny that. I like the Google ecosystem, but there's like a huge cost associated with it as well. And it seems like nobody on either side wants to recognize like the full spectrum of like there's upsides and downsides to the way that we do a lot of these businesses now.
All right, well, I'm good. I'm gonna go. Big fan, Louis Rossman, my favorite real estate YouTuber. Later.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for having me on. I guess that's.
Yeah.
I don't have any more thoughts on that.
Okay. Well, stay safe, buddy. Wait.
Oh.
Am I gonna see you in Austin?
Oh, when are you coming?
I think middle of next month-ish.
Yeah, I'll be here.
Okay. Well, I'll see you then. We'll hang out, I'm sure.
Right. See you then.
Bye. Bye. Wow, you
okay,
did it.
I don't think I have anything else to say other than at that point.
Really? How's New York?
Ooh, what?
How's
Not
New York
Louis.
treating you?
Talking to me?
Yeah.
Louis left.
No, where do you live?
I'm in South Carolina.
Oh, crazy. Huh.
Yeah.
Wow. You have any brothers that live in New York?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, Chessman's saying I'm Pisco. I swear I'm not.
Huh.
I swear, guys.
Okay. That's cool.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna head out. Thanks.
Okay. Good luck, dude. On all your cases. Okay. Sorry, back to this.
That there are lots of different ideological colorations in officials. We're trying to get at the truth, and we're trying to participate in the process.
Wait. Hold on. I'm so sorry. Hold on. I got dumb shit happening. One sec. Okay.
At getting at the truth. Mr. TV, you have said that
Mr. TV.
this isn't really a matter of right or left, that there are lots of different
This part is important. Listen up.
ideological colorations involved in the Twitter files. Is that roughly correct?
Roughly.
Yes.
And Mr. Schellenberg, you would agree with that?
Yes.
So
So
when you release information, have you released any information of, for example, right-wing elements or the Trump White House attempting to moderate content?
Good question.
No, not the Trump White House per se, although I did report initially in the first Twitter files that the Trump White House had made and requests and had been honored.
Mr. Schellenberg?
I did not find that.
You haven't found it. So we had a hearing the other day on Twitter, and we had 4 witnesses, 3 for the majority, 1 for the minority, and all 4 testified under oath they had never received a request for content moderation or takedown by the Biden White House, but they did from Donald Trump's White House. And specifically, the case brought up was an exchange between Donald Trump, then President of the United States, and Chrissy Teigen, where he had called her something and she called him something back. I won't repeat it. And this was under oath confirmed. Yeah, that happened. And that the White House shortly thereafter, after Teigen had her email about the president, which was pejorative, that the White House called Twitter to try to take down the content. You aware of that, Mr. Taibbi?
Yeah, I've certainly heard that in the news.
But did you see that email exchange?
No, I have not seen an exchange from the Trump White House.
So
I have seen one from Congressman Schiff and one from Senator Angus King.
Yeah, nice try. We're talking about the Trump White House and people under oath confirming it. And my question is,
why
in
not?
the Twitter files, did Elon Musk or Twitter provide you with that exchange with Chrissy Teigen?
No, but that's probably because the searches that I was making.
Well, probably because it didn't confirm the bias that this is all about, as the gentleman from Texas would say, the left attempting to control content, when in fact the evidence is the Trump White House most certainly attempted to control content on Twitter. Mr. Schellenberger, were you aware of that, or is this all news to you?
I already answered that question.
No, I mean specifically the Teigen exchange.
Yeah, the Teigen exchange was news to me.
Probably mispronouncing her name. I'm sorry. So
weird. Huh.
Let me ask: have you combed the so-called Twitter files to look at other examples that aren't about the Biden White House or the FBI that might in fact involve people from the right ideologically or from the Republican ranks? Just to be fair.
Well, again, Mr. Congressman, I mentioned before, we're focused not on the Biden administration or the Trump administration. In fact, just this morning, we released an exchange where Twitter talked about vetting the accounts of both Mr. Biden and Mr. Trump. And really, we were looking at the intelligence agencies when we were doing this research. And as I mentioned before, their conclusions targeted people on both the left and the right globally, again, including the Yellow Vest movement in France, the pro-Maduro accounts in South America, and leftist news organizations in America like Truth Out and Consortium. Some of those people are my friends, actually.
Wow.
And we found those in intelligence lists that were passed on to Twitter, just as we found lists that included ordinary Trump supporters.
Thank you. Reclaiming my time, I appreciate that, because in some ways what you just said undermines the premise of this select committee, which is that the federal government has been organized to weaponize against conservative voices. And of course, what you've just indicated in your testimony is, well, actually, that's not the evidence you found.
No, I think this committee, my understanding is that they're concerned about the weaponization of the government against free speech, which is certainly what we're finding.
Thank you. My time has expired, but I appreciate your understanding of our committee. I have a different understanding. I yield back.
Well, you got the wrong understanding. Last week in the full Judiciary Committee hearing, I introduced into the record a story of a left-wing journalist who said that talked about the FBI putting a paid informant, a felon, in the Black Lives Matter movement in Denver. I want to focus on the First Amendment, just like protecting the First Amendment, just like these guys
Point
do.
of order, Mr. Chair. Are you going to respond after every?
No, I'm taking my 5 minutes.
This is
I can take my 5 minutes.
It's your 5 minutes now?
I can take my 5 minutes when I want to, and I'm taking my 5 minutes
Okay,
now.
great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I would ask for an additional few seconds for being interrupted by the ranking member. But the truth is, we want to focus on protecting the First Amendment. Mr. Schellenberger, you're a Republican?
No, I'm not.
You got any pro-Trump bumper stickers on your car?
I voted for Biden.
Voted for Biden. You don't have any MAGA hats laying around your house, right?
I do not.
Yeah, but you said earlier, both you and Mr. Taibbi said this is the most chilling thing you have ever seen as journalists. Mr. Taibbi, the same thing. You're not a Republican either, right?
No, I'm not.
You didn't vote for Trump. I mean, this is about protecting the First Amendment. Mr. Taibbi, I want to read from your Twitter file number 9. You say this: after weeks of Twitter files, the Bureau issued a statement Wednesday, referring to the FBI. Here's what the FBI said: it is unfortunate that conspiracy theorists and others are feeding the American public misinformation with the sole purpose of attempting to discredit the agency. You then follow up, and this is why I think you're an award-winning author, you then follow up, they must think we're unambitious if our sole aim is to discredit the FBI. After all, a whole range of government agencies discredit themselves in the Twitter files.
Wow.
And then you go on to, in this particular Twitter file, to talk about, what Mr. Bishop was just talking about, the GEC at the State Department. You talk about the CIA. You talk about the DOD. You talk about the FBI. You talk about the DHS. You talk about the Foreign Intelligence Task Force, which is a combination of all these. But there was one agency you didn't mention, because you didn't know at the time. One agency, you got almost the whole alphabet, but you didn't mention one agency, the FTC. Because you know about them now.
Yes, we
You know about them now in an up-close and personal
glazing.
way. You didn't know then, but you do know now. December 2nd, as I said earlier, December 2nd, the first Twitter file comes out, Mr. Taibbi. And I think there are 5 others, including the ones from Mr. Schellenberger. December 13th, the very first letter that the FTC sends to Twitter after the Twitter files, 11 days after the first Twitter file. There have been 5 of them come out. The FTC's first demand in that first letter after the Twitter files come out is identify all journalists, I'm quoting, identify all journalists and other members of the media to whom Twitter worked with. You find that scary, Mr. Taibbi, that you got a federal government agency asking a private company, who in the press are you talking with?
Yeah, I do find it scary.
That's totalitarianism, I think.
I think it's none of the government's business which journalists a private company talks to and why. I think every journalist should be concerned about that, and the absence of interest in that issue by my fellow colleagues in the mainstream media is an indication of how low the business has sunk. There was once a real esprit de corps and camaraderie within media. Whenever one of us was gone after, we all kind of rose to the challenge and supported.
Used to be.
Yeah.
Used to be the case.
That is gone now. We don't protect one
What
another.
else used to happen? Democrats used to care about protecting First Amendment free speech rights too. Now it's like, okay, if you're attacking, and I said this on the House floor, I said, don't think they won't come for you. Oh, the big tech, big media, cancel culture, they may come for Republicans and conservatives now, but the mob is never satisfied. They will keep coming.
It's kind of true.
Mr. Schellenberger, you know who the chair of the FTC is?
Who? Is it Soros?
Not personally.
Lena Khan. Lena Khan. You know who she used to work for?
My understanding is the Judiciary Committee?
Yeah, she's worked for these folks. These same folks have been attacking you today. Same folks. Chair of the FTC, worked for them. Here's what they said. Here's what she said in a letter where they ask about who these journalists, again, they named 4 journalists by name. You were 2 of the 4. As I said before, I think it's frankly courageous and brave of you to show up today when you know the federal government's got an eye on you personally. Here's what they asked for in that letter. Any credentialing or background check Twitter has done on journalists. Now think about that. The federal government is saying, we want you to do a background check on members of the press. Freedom of the press mentioned in the First Amendment, and they're doing they want Twitter to do a background check on you before they can talk to you in America? The FTC, led by Lena Khan, who used to work for these guys, is asking that question. Now we know. Now we all know why. You guys said at the outset, this is the most chilling story. And you guys are New York Times bestsellers, award-winning journalists. But in all your time in the journalism field, this issue, most important. And how this, I think, what'd you call it, Mr. Schellenberg? This is complex. What'd you call it? The
censorship industrial complex.
Totally, this web of censorship, big government, big tech, NGOs, all this web of censorship that Mr. Bishop was getting into in his line of questioning. That's what this committee's going to get to, and that's not right or left. That's not, this is just right or wrong. This is wrong.
True.
You know it's wrong, and it's about protecting.
You're either right or
First
you're
Amendment.
wrong. On the right or you're wrong. Based.
The ranking member for her 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Taibbi, the emails and documents you've produced all date to around 2020. Is that correct?
No, there's a significant portion of them from 2017 and 2018 as well.
Thank you. And Mr. Schellenberger, what dates do you have?
I believe that we had emails including 2022, 2021, 2020.
That's also true.
2019.
2018.
Mr. Taibbi said 2018. Do you have 2018 as well?
I can't remember.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Taibbi, how many employees did Twitter employ in approximately the time period of 2020, 2021? Do you know?
I don't.
Okay, it was 7,500. Do you know how many were in its legal team during that time period?
I don't. I'm sorry.
And do you know how many were in its public policy team?
I don't.
Mr. Schellenberger, do you know how many were employed in content moderation during that time?
I do not know.
Okay. So we're looking at thousands of employees overall and hundreds in offices were the focus of emails and documents you released. I will ask you, Mr. Schellenberger, how many emails did Mr. Musk give you access to?
I mean, we went through thousands of emails.
Did he give you access to all of the emails for the time period in which?
Yeah, I never had a single request denied. And not only that, but the amount of files that we were given were so voluminous that there was no way that anybody could have gone through them beforehand. And we never found an instance where there was any evidence that anything had been taken out.
Not that you would recognize
so
it.
You would believe that you have probably millions of emails and documents, right? That's correct, would you say?
Millions.
No, I think the number's
sounds
less
too high.
Okay, 100,000?
It's probably closer.
Probably, yeah.
Probably close to 100,000 that both of you are saying. Yet, in the Twitter files, Mr. Taibbi, you've produced only 338 of those 100,000 emails. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then who gave you access to these emails? Who was the individual that gave you permission to access the emails?
Well, the attribution from my story is sources at Twitter, and that's what I'm going to refer to.
Okay. Did Mr. Musk contact you, Mr. Taibbi?
Again, the attribution from my story is sources at Twitter.
Mr. Schellenberger, did Mr. Musk contact you?
Actually, no. I was brought in by my friend Barry Weiss, and so this story, there's been a lot of misinformation.
So Mr. Weiss brought you in. Mr. Taibbi, Ms. Weiss, thank you. Mr. Taibbi, have you had conversations with Elon Musk?
I have.
Okay. Mr. Taibbi, did Mr. Musk place any conditions on the use of the
Would the gentlelady yield for a second?
As long as my time is not used.
Are you trying to get journalists?
No, I'm not trying to
get.
No, I'm not.
Well,
I am
sure
asking.
sounds like it.
No, well, if you will let me finish. You had conversations with him. You said you weren't going to agree to who your sources were. I'm not asking you your source. I'm asking you if you had conversations with the owner of Twitter. And did Mr. Musk place any conditions on your use of the emails or documents?
No, in fact, I was told explicitly that we were given license to look at present-day Twitter as well as past Twitter.
So you had unfiltered access to Twitter's internal communications and systems?
Yes.
Would those include HR files?
No. We did not have access to personal information of any kind. In fact, we signed a waiver
Have you produced that waiver to the members of anyone on this committee or any staff?
I'd be happy to produce
Have you?
it. I haven't, but I'd be happy.
Have you given all of the access to what you were given by your source to this committee?
No, and I would never do that.
Okay. I didn't ask if you were given the committee, the individuals, but all of the files? No, you have not?
No.
So what we're getting is your dissemination, your decision as to what was important and not important in that, correct?
Which is true in every news story.
In every story. But you have files that you say you are sharing, but those files are just a smaller period of the files. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, thank you. And the FTC investigation of Twitter, you knew that they were investigating Twitter before the time period that Mr. Musk came on?
I was aware of it, yes.
And the FTC was concerned with user data being hacked or used? Is that correct, that they didn't have enough checks and balances on that data?
Well, I wasn't privy to that part.
Have you seen the consent decree?
No, I have not.
Okay, well, the consent decree is concerned with user data, which would be probably the reason that they were concerned if they're giving files to journalists that potentially data about users as well as data about individuals and employees would be given to them.
My understanding
so
is
I
that
didn't
they
ask
didn't
a
ask-
question. I didn't ask you a question, sir. Okay? So do you know that Elon Musk paid $44 billion for Twitter? Is that correct, Mrs. Schellenberger? Were you aware of that?
Yes, I read that.
And did you know that he received that part of the funding from Saudi Arabia as well as Qatar?
I heard that.
And did you know that one of those individuals who owns Binance was the company Binance, while he has Canadian citizenship, he is a Chinese national. Were you aware of that?
I did not know that.
Okay, and that he stated that that was for the cause. But thank you very much for answering my questions. I yield back.
Bananas.
Chair now recognize the gentlelady from Wyoming for 5 minutes. With the gentlelady yield for 20 seconds.
Yes.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I just think this is interesting. First, the FTC is asking for your background, And now the ranking member of the Committee on the Weaponization of Government is asking for
your
your
source.
sources. If
I
that
never
doesn't
asked them
raise-
for their sources.
Yes, you
I did
did, and
not ask for sources.
You know what?
I asked
The
if they were
gentlelady is not-
talking
the
to
gentlelady
Elon
is not-
Musk.
not
and they
recognized.
said that they were not talking. Well, you are not going to say
I will
I've
yield
asked
back.
for
I will
sources.
yield back to the
Thank
gentlelady.
you.
I thank her for
With
yielding.
respect, you asked me who gave me
I asked you who
files.
gave it to you, and when you said they were your sources, I then asked you if you had spoken with Elon Musk. I did not ask you who those sources were.
The
For
gentlelady
the
from
record. Keep the
Wyoming is
record correct.
recognized,
Kinda
and she
did.
will receive an additional 20 seconds. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today and all of your important work that you have put into writing the Twitter files. Thank you for your willingness to come here and be subjected to the kind of abuse that we've observed when all you're trying to do is talk about the importance of the First Amendment and why the federal government should not be doing what they did and what has been evidenced in the Twitter files. I often say that sunshine is the best disinfectant, and boy, after listening to you and reading the reports that I have, does our federal government need to be fumigated. Mr. Taibbi, I'd like to focus on Twitter Files Part 9, Twitter and other government agencies, as I think a lot of the evidence you present in this section touches on the major takeaways that are so important for Americans to understand about the seriousness of what was found in the Twitter files. In your testimony describing the cooperation between the federal government and tech companies like Twitter, you stated, quote, "A focus of this growing network is making lists of people whose opinions, beliefs, associations, or sympathies are deemed to be misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation," end quote. What's interesting to me is that what is missing from that list is the word unlawful.
It's true, yes.
And so it notably seems to be missing from the FBI's lexicon. In Part 9 of the Twitter files, Mr. Taibbi notes that the main conduit sending requests to Twitter would routinely label these flags as violations of Twitter's terms of service. Even Jim Baker, a Twitter employee at the time and someone who is allegedly a former general counsel of the FBI, stated, quote, "but also odd that they are searching for violations of our policies." Mr. Taibbi, what was the approximate percentage of the FBI requests to Twitter being based on the justification?
What are they trying to accomplish? This is like the Republicans' Benghazi, a new Benghazi. They're just trying to show that the intelligence community was, and I guess the president, although the president was Trump, I don't know. They're trying to show that like the intelligence community was basically trying to rig social media against Trump, and the Democrats are trying to say that like, no, these are journalists that are basically stooges of Elon Musk. That's what the two sides are arguing about right now.
That the tweet violated the company's terms of service.
Ms. Congressman, I would say that that was a standard disclosure or a standard disclaimer in almost all the communications from the FBI to Twitter. There would usually be a line in there saying something like, "For your consideration, we believe the following 207 accounts may have violated your terms of service." But notably, they very rarely focused on words like truth or inaccuracy. Very often they use the words malinformation, misinformation, or disinformation. And so I think they were trying to shift the focus from one idea to the other.
Okay, I think that's interesting as well. What do you make of the finding that the FBI found it its responsibility to police violation of a private company's terms of service as a priority over policing violations of U.S. federal law?
There were a couple of very telling emails that we published. One was by a lawyer named Sasha Cardile, where the company was being so overwhelmed by requests from the FBI, and in fact, they gave each other a sort of digital high five after one batch, saying that was a monumental undertaking to clear all of these. But she noted that she believed.
Were the journalists bad faith? Yeah. These journalists are basically the journalists involved in the Twitter files. I think some of them had decent reputations before. Some of them had kind of shitty reputations. Like the Schellenberger guy is like a big climate change denial guy. But it's pretty clear from like these conversations, it's very clear from the conversations I had with a couple of them that they were basically like hired to do PR for Elon ostensibly under the guise of doing journalism, right? They're like, oh, we're going to be journalists, we're going to cover the truth, when in reality Elon is basically hiring these guys to do PR for Twitter. But yeah, that's basically what's happened.
That the FBI was essentially doing word searches keyed to Twitter's terms of service, looking for violations of terms of service, specifically so that they could make recommendations along those lines, which we found interesting.
Do you believe it's the FBI's responsibility to police the terms of service for a private company?
How does Jesse know they were hired to do PR? Elon Musk reached out to some journalists. He gave them access to the emails that he wanted them to see, and there was no editor. All the files had to be published on Twitter, or all the reports had to be published on Twitter. All of them are reports that make the past owners of Twitter look bad. And then and none of the original files that he said were going to be released have been released to anybody, and they won't be. They never will be. It's a PR story.
I do not. I think you cannot have a state-sponsored anti-disinformation effort and also without directly striking at the whole concept of free speech. I think the two ideas are in direct conflict, and this is a fundamental misunderstanding, I think, of a lot of the people who get into this world. Some of them, I believe, in a well-meaning way. I think they're actually trying to accomplish something positive. But they don't understand what free speech means and what happens when you do this. It undermines the whole concept that truth doesn't come from, isn't mandated, that we arrive at it through debate and discussion.
Well, in fact, wouldn't you agree with me that the First Amendment is broader than Twitter's terms of service?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
And wouldn't you also agree with me that the FBI is responsible for complying with the First Amendment, not Twitter's terms of service?
I would hope so, yes.
You also highlighted the presence of people like Jim Baker at Twitter. And again, I've noted that he is allegedly a former FBI employee. Part 9 also speaks of a former other government association employees working at Twitter. What was the extent to which you found former FBI or other intelligence community employees working at Twitter? And did you find it odd?
There was a significant quantity of people who had come from the intelligence world or who had worked at state agencies. In fact, that was a very common method by which members of people who are currently working in government would reach out to Twitter. For instance, we found an email by a current State Department official who reached out to a former State Department official asking that 14 ordinary Americans have their accounts deleted. That was in a recent Twitter Files release. So yes, there's an extraordinary number of these people. A lot of them come from the intelligence world, which we did find unusual, I think.
Okay, thank you very much, and I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I thank her. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I still try to figure out where all of this is going to go. But we've heard a lot from our Republican colleagues claiming that somehow all of this interaction has led to Twitter censoring conservative voices. And I really want to look at what the evidence is that that has or has not happened.
True.
In 2020, Twitter commissioned an objective study to examine whether its algorithms disproportionately promotes conservative or liberal voices. This was a massive study by researchers from the University of Cambridge and Berkeley. The analysis examined millions of Twitter accounts and 6.2 million news articles that were shared within the United States. The study results were quite clear. Twitter's algorithms actually amplifies conservative voices far more than liberal voices. So whatever comes of this question about pressure from the federal government, at least up until 2020, it didn't have an effect. A separate study, this one from the Indiana University, found that partisan accounts, especially conservative accounts, tend to receive more followers and follow more automated accounts. So, Mr. Taibbi and Mr. Schallenberger, are you familiar with these studies?
I am.
Very good. Then you know that whatever you may be trying to tell us, the effect on Twitter didn't happen.
No, I don't agree.
Excuse me, it's my time, thank you.
Ooh.
I can also give you many real analytical studies based on actual evidence. But since I have only 5 minutes, Mr. Chairman, if I might enter into the record these studies of what actually is going on at Twitter with regard to censorship or not censorship. Mr. Chairman, may I enter those into the file? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I take that silence as a yes.
Did you identify the document? I'm sorry.
Certainly.
Ooh, he wasn't even watching.
Studies that were done by universities. And
We usually take a little bit, it takes a little bit more for unanimous consent than these documents, but without objection, we'll accept them into the record.
Thank you, Mr.
Somebody donated, said, Schellenberger is a world-renowned Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist. People worship his work on the climate scam. He is a great journalist. Oh, nice. Good one, dude.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These studies found that to the extent that far-right accounts are being suspended, it's not because of their ideology, but because they are spreading conspiracy theories like QAnon. You can see those up on the board.
Oh, so now we're going to say QAnon is a conspiracy
QAnon,
theory.
are you really ready for these dots? Where in the country is gone? The rest of the world will go. Q is real. On and on. They're up there, and they're now part of the file also. This type of speech that perhaps our Republican colleagues believe social media platforms, all of whom, by the way, are private companies, not government, are somehow obligated to post. No matter how crazy, how offensive a post might be, these private companies presumably must advance the lies, conspiracy theories, personal attacks promoted by radicals. Now, I'm pretty sure that if the Democrats held a hearing today to force Fox News to post certain content, my Republican colleagues would be up in arms. And this is particularly ironic because we know for a fact that Fox News does spread disinformation and does so while knowing that the material is false.
Wow.
We've learned from the Dominion lawsuit that Fox hosts lied about the 2020 election.
That's an
Its
oof.
executives
An
knew
oofers.
they were lying, and yet they were allowed to continue peddling their lies. Now, here's a reporter speaking to this issue, a Fox News reporter. He said, dangerously insane. There's 2 Fox executives describing Fox's decision to push forward election lies as chasing the nuts off the cliff. There are 2 other quotes, 2 other tweets that I think we ought to be aware of. And Fox News was promoting it. They were promoting Trump's lies. Quote up there, big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild. A call to arms, and all of us in this building know the result of that call.
Oof.
A second one, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what needed to be done to protect our country. This is the speech that my Republican colleagues would have us to believe is being wrongly, quote unquote, censored by social media companies. It's offensive, it's absurd. No private company has an obligation to amplify anything, and especially not messages that strike at the heart of our democracy. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Utah is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, witnesses, for being here. I suppose this is maybe a little bit outside your comfort zone. You didn't find yourself with this kind of attention when you began this endeavor, but I appreciate the courage and the commitment you've made to doing that. We may not agree on a lot of things when it comes to policy and politics, but I think we agree on our concern regarding the topic today.
So much courage.
And I'll actually follow on from my Democratic friend and colleague and the things that he has said, because I agree with him. Private companies, I mean, Twitter, Facebook, they can ban whoever they want. They can mute. They can deplatform. They can set up whatever policy they want, and they have the ability to do that. I don't care about that. I agree with that. They should have that authority. The thing that we're concerned about is when the federal government, by proxy, essentially contracts this out. Because the federal government can't ban speech. They can define time and place, but they cannot ban content. And anyone would be foolish to think that when the FBI comes to a private company and highlights speech and then would expect them to do nothing. Of course they would.
Remember, here are two big takeaways that they kind of want to mask coming away from this is, number one, despite the fact that it seems to be repeated over and over and over and over again that conservatives were silenced on Twitter, that's just taken for granted. The Twitter files never showed any evidence of that ever. Not a single instance of them like saying we're going after conservatives or we're targeting people with conservative ideology or whatever. That has never been the case. And also there's not even any case that the FBI was demanding accounts to be taken down anyway. Also, these two things are like taken for granted, but they've never happened. For a lot of the tweets where there were requests for takedowns, the 4 that I checked on stream, and there might be others that were related to like medical misinformation, I'm sure there were, but the 4 that I saw that I think came directly from the Biden White House were Hunter Biden's dick. Not to say that those are the only ones. I'm sure there were others that were taken down too, but like I think that some of those requests are probably valid. I didn't know about this one that they said that apparently the Trump White House requested that an exchange between Trump and a reporter was taken out. I didn't know that, but
respond to that. The FBI knew they would respond to that. The FBI expected them to respond to that. And I could use a couple analogies if I could, and they sound dramatic, but they're exactly right. It's illegal for the United States to assassinate a foreign leader. It would be illegal for the United States to pay $3.2 million to someone to go assassinate a foreign leader. It's illegal in some cases for the United States, or not illegal, but we would have to have a policy debate whether we would invade another country. It would be illegal for the United States to pay a private company like the Wagner Group in Russia to go and fight their battles for them. And that's exactly what the FBI did here. They said, well, we can't do this ourselves. We'll contract it out. We'll launder this effort through another company. And I would just ask you to respond to that. Do you think I'm overly dramatic, or do you think I'm wrong in my characterization of what we see here?
I don't. I think that's absolutely correct. Freedom of speech is the foundation for our democracy, and what we've seen here is federal government putting extraordinary amounts of pressure both on Twitter and Facebook. And we haven't talked about Facebook, but
Buddy.
Hello?
Of this Twitter file shit yet?
Have I what?
Are you getting sick of this Twitter file shit yet?
Yeah, it's just like the new Benghazi or Hillary emails thing they'll talk about for a while, but I feel like this is like it's getting to like the most ridiculous levels of like, there's nothing here. What are we talking about? But like, it's somehow still like so important to these guys. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been, I think this is like the 3rd or 4th congressional hearing over it. And it's been like 2 different committees. So you have, this is a subcommittee under the Oversight Committee, and then they had one in the Oversight Committee proper. It's ridiculous. And I think they're going to continue with it. I don't think like this is the last one. So we may see the 2 guys that you did the debate with, Leighton Woodhouse and David Zweig. I wouldn't be surprised if they end up in front of Congress as well.
Yeah.
But it seems like they're just focusing on the Hunter Biden stuff and not so much like the COVID shit. Is that kind of surprising to you? Because I would have figured, Hunter Biden, that's so like yesterday. COVID is still ongoing, so I thought they would be focusing more on.
No, the Hunter Biden stuff is important because they're trying to sell the narrative that the intelligence agencies were trying to shape the election. That's the narrative they're trying to sell. So Hunter Biden has to be the focus, right?
Yeah, so I don't know if you caught this, because this particular hearing happened I think last week, and then before that happened, Matt Taibbi, the guy on the left, he had a conversation with Brianna Joy Gray, and I didn't see all of it, but she asked him about, because there have been some revelations after the first hearing that the Trump White House attempted to suppress a tweet by Chrissy Teigen, and apparently they also reached out to try to get Jimmy Kimmel fired from his late night show. Like, they reached out to Disney executives. And Brianna Joy Gray
hold on. Can you make a note on our DMs and send me that if that's true?
Yeah.
That's really insane if that's the case, but sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, go ahead. And actually, I'll send you another. Rolling Stone, apparently they spoke with several ex-Trump employees after the first hearing, and there was an ongoing database of requests from Democrats and Republicans attempting to lean on Twitter to get certain tweets and shit taken down. So apparently this is like fairly ubiquitous.
Yeah, I did hear that. Was it Rohana that was questioning this process, I think? But
Yeah.
I did hear that, yeah, there's a steady stream of... But when I looked into stuff that was being reminded for taking down, like I said, a lot of it was like Hunter Biden dick pics and shit. I couldn't find like Congress people making like requests with like, that's kind of shitty that they would request us to be taken down. But I could be wrong. Maybe I just haven't seen it yet. But
You may have, but I mean, obviously I think they're like 20 Twitter file threads, so it's probably buried. But they did produce, it was either Matt Taibbi or Schellenberger, one of them produced some screenshots of Angus King, who is an independent senator who caucuses with Democrats.
Mhm.
He apparently, members of his campaign staff sent like an Excel spreadsheet to Twitter saying, hey, look, we found these accounts that we want you to take a look at. I can't remember exactly what the predicate was, like if it was a TOS violation.
Wait, was this like the 200,000 accounts or whatever?
I think, yeah.
Okay, those accounts, according to the email, they claimed that they had strange histories because they'd only tweeted a few times, and they all followed, I think, 2 or more like Chinese politicians or whatever. So they flagged them as they might be bot accounts. However, my understanding is Twitter saw that, and they didn't think it was credible enough, and Twitter didn't act on that. So even that huge list of accounts, Twitter didn't ban any of those people because Twitter didn't think that they were legitimately like bot accounts or whatever.
And fair enough. And I don't know if you're at this part in the hearing yet. I saw that you were watching it, but at some point, Taibbi or Schellenberger, one of them makes a point when they're asked by a Democratic congressperson. They're like, "Hey, we heard from the last hearing that the Trump White House attempted to basically shut up a celebrity who, despite her fame, she's still a citizen. That's pretty censorious. Or are you aware of that exchange?" And either one or both of them were like, "No, but we did hear about Angus King and Adam Schiff." And it's like, there was never a follow-up, but it's like, why are you focused on one random congressperson and one random senator and not the sitting president of the United States? Because this is something that, I don't know, like people who talk about the Twitter files, even conservatives, like this was one of the points I made with Connor. He and I had a conversation about it a week ago too. If you're really concerned about government overreach, that has to scale, right? Some government actors are more powerful than others and therefore deserve more scrutiny than others. In what world
could the president of the United States not get the same scrutiny that you're giving to these random people? Yeah.
Yeah, who don't fucking matter. And nobody has ever had a satisfying answer to that question.
I mean, like, if this is... Did you watch my conversation with Zweig and Leighton-House or whatever?
Dude, it was awful. Yeah.
It was one of the most black pill conversations I've ever had on alternative media. Like when I ask that question, these are the times where like I wonder, it's like maybe I actually am like top like 0.0001% like intelligence in the world, because I really thought when I asked the question like, did you reach out to a single person for comment on any of the reporting you did? And they were both like, no. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Why would you not think to do that? My mind is just like there's a whole universe created inside my skull for how like fragmented and shattered my mind became when I was like, this is impossible.
That's like the first hour of your first journalist class, in college.
No, that's like the first hour of like an English class where you read a book where the main character is a journalist. You're like, this is what journalists do. Like, I couldn't even believe that. Yeah, I don't know. That it's just all of these things. Well, it's not mind-blowing. It's very transparent, right? It's puff pieces for Elon. That's what this whole thing has always been about. And anybody that can't see that, I just can't imagine like the world that they inhabit. But
well, it's funny. So when I think a lot of your audience, because I know I was, when you had that conversation, I think a lot of us were shocked because, and maybe we're just all stupid and there are some exceptions, but I don't think so. I think it never occurred to us that they didn't reach out for comment. My expectation was they did reach out to Yoel Roth, but he's been, I don't know if you watched that hearing, like they talk about how he's been harassed because he's like an openly gay man.
Yeah,
so
he said he had to sell his house. He got doxxed
right.
And everything was so bad. Yeah.
So I figured he'd be like, no, fuck this. I'm not gonna give comment, no comment. And then if they reached out to the FBI because there's an ongoing investigation into Hunter Biden, they would be compelled to offer no comment as well. So it never occurred to me that they didn't reach out to these people. I will say,
this is something I've had multiple journalists email me because a couple of people were saying that. I've had multiple journalists email me and they said, journalists like that. That's okay. If a journalist reaches out to you and you don't comment, that's like a stinger to include, right? It feels good. I didn't even think about it. Because some people were saying like, well, maybe the FBI wouldn't say anything. It's like, okay, that's fine. But it feels good to write a scathing article about somebody. And then at the end, it's like, we reached out to them, but we didn't receive any comment
Right,
back,
but see,
right?
because this isn't an article, because it wasn't an article.
the Twitter files, it's social media.
Yeah. Yeah, and so what's funny is though, like I guess I thought we were past this, because I remember when the conversation initially happened with Connor, and then it seemed like the Twitter files started to die down a bit, and then there'd been these two hearings. And I actually had an exchange on Twitter with the guy that you talked, not Zweig, he was the chill one, but Woodhouse, the one who got like got pretty fiery with you.
Yeah.
Like, because he's bitching at mainstream journal. Like he made a tweet complaining about Anderson Cooper doing a cameo in a Marvel movie. He's like, how the he's like, no journalist, you can't consider yourself a journalist if you're doing cameos in Marvel movies.
Okay.
And I thought it was such a vapid thing to do, because like Wolf Blitzer's been in Mission Impossible movies, Bill O'Reilly was in Iron Man 2, like who gives a shit? So we went back and forth, like it started about that, then we had this long back and forth about the Twitter files.
Oh yeah, wait, that's true. I'm sorry, I don't talk about journalists, but Elon Musk, I believe, was in He was.
He was. Yeah, they met at a party. That doesn't count though. He's not a journalist.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying maybe they wouldn't count it. Yeah.
But I guess the thing that I'm hoping you'll eventually get a straight answer on, because it doesn't seem like anybody is getting one, and I'd like to feed you this question. I really want you to pin this guy down when you talk to him in Austin. I want an explanation why you don't, if you're really concerned about government overreach, how you can justify focusing on FBI liaisons, again, Congress people, senators. I'm not saying that there's not misconduct there that you can't scrutinize. Fair enough if you sincerely believe it's there. But if you know that the Trump White House was soliciting this shit too, how can that just be like a footnote? How can that just be like the Trump White House did this shit too, but here's like random FBI agent number 45, and he's like having weekly conversations with Twitter.
The
now,
liaison Twitter guy, and like he said that like maybe it'd be a good idea that this account violated your TOS, and it's like, yeah. Meanwhile, these people in the subcommittee referenced something that I had never heard before. I don't know if it's even true. I'm assuming it is, as they said it here. But like they referenced the idea that Trump apparently had an exchange with, I think you brought the name up, had an exchange with somebody, and they asked for that exchange to be removed from Twitter. That's
Chrissy
pretty.
Teigen.
Yeah, I think it was the Teigen thing. I was like, that sounds like a kind of a big deal. I can't believe I've never heard of that before.
Right.
Because that wasn't like, not like anything like leaked or like classified. That was just apparently they thought he looked bad in an exchange, and they
she called him a pussy ass bitch. And by the way, this is hilarious. So during the first hearing, I guess Democrats had heard of that, or they were prompted to do it for some reason, but they asked one of the executives under oath, and because this is all in the record, they asked her about like, and the witness was like, "Do you want me to read the quote verbatim?" And they're like, "Yeah, please." And they were like, well, pardon my spicy language, but Chrissy Teigen referred to President Trump as a, quote, pussy ass bitch, quote. And like 2 or 3 other Democratic Congress people basically, like when it was their turn to speak, made her like quote it again. So like it's in the record like 5 times in the congressional record. Yeah. You know, like you could make the clerk read it back. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. What was the last thing? Donald Trump is a pussy ass bitch. I love that. I'll send you the Jimmy Kimmel thing, but the other thing I was going to ask you about the Twitter files, because this is part that I've not weighed in on. And when I had this conversation with Connor, we started to dip into it a bit, and I'm like, it's about Twitter files as pertains COVID. And I was hesitant to get into that because not having like a really strong medical background and it dealing with like issues of public health, I've been focused more on like just the political shit with Hunter Biden. From what you read, did you read any of the Twitter file stuff that was about COVID, or was it just about Hunter Biden?
A little bit, the COVID stuff, yeah. That I think the CDC, I think it was not the NIH, I think it was the CDC was making requests for like, hey, this might violate the medical misinformation policy and stuff. I believe that there are messages from the CDC pointing out certain tweets, yeah.
Did you, as far as you're concerned, is there more or less substance to the Twitter files about COVID than Hunter Biden? Like, did the CDC do anything sketch in terms of trying to?
No, but that's where I personally don't think so. But that is where like there is an interesting conversation to be had, right? Because unfortunately, COVID is like highly politicized today, right? So like if the government is making recommendations to Twitter for tweets to look at, and these are highly politicized issues, like does the CDC have a right to do that, or should they be in the business of doing that? And like, I mean, obviously, I don't think that like I fully support removing those types of tweets, but I think there's probably a legitimate question there for Americans to ask, like, you know, do I feel like my government is censoring me? Which is honestly, if they could take like Hunter Biden's dick out of their brains for a moment, I think that's where Republicans should probably be focused, because if you were ever gonna prove conservative censorship, I think you would prove it around this issue. That like, well, look at the COVID stuff, right? That was very clearly a partisan thing because Democrats believe this and conservatives believe that, and they're trying to, you know, push this issue about COVID. I think I'd focus more on that than the Hunter Biden thing.
See, and that was kind of what precipitated my first question when I came in here. I was shocked that we're still like, again, 2 or 3 hearings in, and they're focused exclusively on the FBI, Twitter, Hunter Biden laptop story, which, as far as I can tell, this is as unambiguously clear as possible. I mean, number one, Biden wasn't in power at the time. He was basically a private citizen, yes, running for office, making a request that dick pics of his son be taken off. And as far as I know, everyone under oath, from Yoel Roth, Elvis Chan,
nobody made a specific ask about Hunter Biden. And I don't know how these conservative people like live with themselves doing this. They all love to selectively quote Yoel Roth, but they don't believe him when he says the Hunter Biden thing. They're like, Yoel Roth said this and that and that and that, and he said this and that. He also said nobody mentioned Hunter Biden. Well, I think he's just covering his ass when he says, like, well, okay. Like, we're just going to selectively believe him, I guess, then? Whatever. Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to respond to that. I guess you win, right? If we're only going to selectively clip what he said under oath, by the way, when he said under oath, you're accusing him of lying under oath, then fine. But I mean, like, fuck me, I guess. Like, how can I even have this conversation with you for real if you're going to selectively quote him, you know?
100%. And again, like, even under oath in a deposition, Elvis Chan, the FBI liaison, he had no clue that the FBI had a copy of Hunter Biden's hard drive, which, by the way, we don't know if we don't even know if that had been tampered with or not, because there is reporting to indicate, like, there was independent analysis done by the Washington Post and New York Times. A copy of the hard drive that they received, which we're pretty sure is the copy that the New York Post received initially, is a copy of a copy, that files had been added. Like, there have been modifications to that copy of the hard drive. Yes, some of the information.
Oh, I super need you to send me that too. That's going to be really important if you can. I don't know if you do.
Yeah, I'll send that to you. But like, so kind of like going back to it, and you did say this from the beginning. You know, it is true that we don't have the laptop. We have a copy. The FBI has a copy of the hard drive, which does have some legitimate, you know, thousands of legitimate documents associated with Hunter Biden.
Yep.
But when people say, "Oh, they have the laptop," that is inaccurate. And the FBI that were the FBI agents that were liaising with Twitter had no idea, because that was, you know, that when
because
that came
people
up,
assume that if somebody in the FBI knows it, everybody in the FBI knows it. That's the assumption.
It's 35,000 people though who work for the FBI.
Yeah.
Like, it's insane. And then when I was having the conversation with Connor, he also was bringing up like their associations with, like, one guy was associated with Peter Strzok, you remember, from the Russiagate shit and stuff like that. And it's like, I don't understand what that connection proves. Like, that Peter Strzok had an anti-Trump bias doesn't mean that
the
another
entire FBI is corrupted and can't be trusted. Yeah, that's the argument they run with.
Yeah. But no, I'll send that shit to you. Do you know if Schellenberger? I know Woodhouse is going to be in Austin, and you two are supposed to have a conversation about it. But
I'm pretty sure
I've also heard
Schellenberger
you
is
say
there
Schellenberger.
too. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, this
Okay.
is going to be an interesting conversation. I feel like nothing. I feel like the more that comes out and the more that's related to this, like, just the worse they look all around. And like, they've already had access to all the files, so the most salacious stuff, I imagine, is already going to be out there. So if they don't look good now, like, it doesn't feel like the future bodes any better for them. So I don't know.
Are you surprised at how defiant they've been in testimony? Like, I don't think they've been inappropriate, but like, they've been Taibbi and Schellenberger were both more combative than most congressional, you know, hearings I've seen.
No, it seems like, I mean, these guys are getting a ton of support, like, socially and everything. Like, why wouldn't they be, right? They probably feel like super emboldened. These guys are like fucking heroes now. Their Substacks are growing, their influence is growing, they're picking up like these like populist audiences from the right. Like, yeah, I imagine they probably are sitting pretty good right now.
Yeah, fair enough. Before I dip out, the other thing, are you aware of this Wisconsin thing that Cherry and I and Sonsol and I think some others are going to canvass for, this big Supreme Court election thingy?
What about it?
So I don't know. I imagine with your audience, you've got a bunch of cheeseheads and Wisconsinites in it. So on April 4th, there's going to be a Wisconsin Supreme Court election because, unlike a lot of other places, they will popularly elect their 7 justices, and there's one that there's like one vacancy. And this is a big deal because in 2020, Trump tried to pressure the Wisconsin Supreme Court to disqualify like 200,000 votes, which would have flipped Wisconsin and its 10 electoral votes for him instead of Biden. And it was one of the 3 cases. The other one was Pennsylvania, and I can't remember. It may have been Nevada, but Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. That was the predicate for them taking it to the U.S. Supreme Court. So this is a pretty big deal. And the guy who's running one of the conservative who's running to fill this vacancy is involved, according to the January 6 hearings, with a scheme to send fake electors in 2020. So this guy who's running for the Wisconsin Supreme Court is involved in a fake elector scheme back in 2020 to help Trump just like defraud the American public. So it is vital that this motherfucker not get elected. So if you are watching and if you are voting age in Wisconsin, go out and vote for Janet Protasevich. She's the only sane option, and it's April 4th. And I think there's early voting until the 2nd. But we're going to go out and actually canvass in 20-degree weather. So not looking forward to it, but needs to be done.
Well, good luck, guys.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, I'll send you those links, and I guess I will see you in Austin. So
Take care.
Have a good one, buddy.
Bye.
All right, bye.
We now know that we have the White House demanding that Facebook take down factual information, and Facebook doing that. And with Matt's thread this morning, we saw the government contractors demanding the same thing of Twitter. Accurate information, they said, that needed to be taken down in order to advance a narrative.
And I have to interrupt just to agree with you. For heaven's sakes, again, we've heard over here, well, they got to Fox News lies. There's a reason that 20% of the people trust media. Oh my gosh, if you want to have a conversation about lies and deception in the media, I would love to engage in that. Because we've seen plenty of it over the last 6 years, and it's not coming from just Fox News. New York Times, CBS, NBC, every single one of them were saying things that they knew was not true. And they didn't say it once, they said it for years. And the White House, again, trying to stifle things that they know is true, but it doesn't fit their narrative. And I got to give one illustration in the few minute I have left. When you have an agent, Mr. Chan, who goes to his Twitter and says, please see below list of Twitter accounts which we believe violate your terms of service. I mean, how do you respond to that and defend that? Yeah, FBI should be looking at other private companies' policies and then highlighting, hey, these people might be violating your policies. Either one of you, Mr. Taibbi.
If I could, yeah, no, I think thank you, Mr. Congressman, and there's an important point. In conjunction with our own research, there's the Foundation for Freedom Online, which, there's a very telling video that they uncovered where the director of Stanford's Election Integrity Partnership talks about how CISA, the DHS agency, didn't have the capability to do election monitoring, and so that they kind of stepped in to fill the gaps legally before that capability could be amped up. And
he looks like a bad guy, right? This guy looks like a bad guy. That's how I think that's how we should evaluate, like, the trustworthiness of people. Like, do you look like a bad guy? This guy is like, he looks like a supervillain. Absolutely. 100%. He talks like a supervillain. Absolutely.
In the Twitter files is that Twitter executives did not distinguish between DHS or CISA and this group EIP. For instance, we would see a communication that said, from CISA escalated by EIP. So they were essentially identical in the eyes of the company. EIP, by its own data, and this is in reference to what you brought up, Mr. Congressman, according to their own data, they significantly targeted more what they call disinformation on the right than on the left by a factor, I think, of about 10 to 1. And I say that as not a Republican at all. It's just a fact of what we're looking at. So yes, we have come to the realization that this bright line that we imagine that exists between say, the FBI or the DHS or the GEC and these private companies is illusory, and that what's more important is this constellation of kind of quasi-private organizations that do this work.
Well, and we're over time, so I'll conclude with reemphasizing this. By a factor of 10 to 1, they tried to mute conservative thought. And the federal government
Which
cannot
accounts?
contract out suppression of free expression.
Probably COVID stuff would be my guess.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired.
But does the COVID stuff have anything to do with the FBI? I feel like they
Thank you,
conflate a
Mr.
lot of these
Speaker.
topics.
I did that last time. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Taibbi, I want to follow up a little bit on the ranking member's questions. When was the first time that Mr. Musk approached you about writing the Twitter files?
Again, Congresswoman, that would...
I just need a date, sir.
But I can't give it to you, unfortunately, because this is a question of sourcing, and I don't give up. I'm a journalist. I don't reveal my source.
It's a question of chronology.
No, that's a question of sourcing.
Because you earlier said that someone had sent you through the internet some message about whether or not you would be interested in some information.
Yes, and I refer to that person as a source.
So you're not going to tell us when Musk first approached you?
Again, Congresswoman, you're asking me to you're asking a journalist to reveal a source.
So then you consider Mr. Musk to be the direct source of all this?
No, you're...
Why? You're basically asking for the source at this point. She has to realize that.
You're trying to get me to say that he is the source. I just can't answer your question.
Well, either is or he isn't. If you're telling me you can't answer because it's your source, well, then the only logical conclusion is that he is, in fact, your source.
Well, you're free to conclude that.
Well, sir, I just don't understand. You can't have it both ways, but let's move on because
no, he can. He's a journalist.
No, he can't because either Musk is the source and he can't talk about it, or Musk is not the source. And if Musk is not the source, then he can discuss
No one
his
has yielded. The gentlelady's out of order.
That is an interesting thing, though. What is the protocol there? Because, like, what if I were to ask you about, like, anything as journalist? What did this guy say? I can't reveal because it'd be my source. What is that? I can't reveal. Could you theoretically say that about every single person? So, like, you can't talk about a meeting with the CEO of the company because it might reveal a source? Like, that feels like an interesting quandary to be in. Same as the time pool thing. Yeah.
You don't get to speak.
She's out of order because
not
he's
recognized.
interrupted.
The gentlelady's not
Mr. Chairman,
recognized.
you're not recognized.
He has not said that. What he has said is he's not going to reveal his source, and the fact that Democrats are pressuring him to do so is such a violation.
We're asking him about his conversations with Musk.
The gentlelady has not yielded you time. You don't get
I have
to
not
just talk
yielded
over
time
her.
to anybody. I want to reclaim my time, and I would ask the chairman to give me back some of the time because of the interruption. Mr. Chairman, I am asking you if you will give me the seconds that I lost.
We will give you that 10 seconds.
Thank you. Now, let's talk about another item that when you responded to the ranking member. You said that you had free license to look at everything, but yet you yourself posted on your I guess it's kind of like a web page. I don't quite understand what Substack is, but that what I can say is that in exchange for the opportunity to cover a unique and explosive story, I had to agree to certain conditions. What were those conditions? She asked you that question, and you said you had none, but you yourself posted that you had conditions.
No, the conditions, as I've explained multiple times.
No, sir, you've not explained. You
let him
told
explain.
her in response to her question that you had no conditions. In fact, you kind of used the word license, that you were free to look at all of them, all 100,000 emails.
The question was posed, was I free to write about?
Sir, did you have any conditions?
The condition was that we published on
Sir,
Twitter.
did you have any conditions, yes or no? A simple question.
Yes.
All right, could you tell us what conditions those were?
The conditions were an attribution, sources at Twitter, and that we break any news on Twitter.
But you didn't break it on Twitter. Did you send the file that you released today to Twitter first?
What?
Did I send the?
Sir,
actually, I did. Yes. Yeah.
Did you send it to Twitter first?
The Twitter
That was
files
one of the
thread?
conditions? Yes or no, sir?
The Twitter files thread actually did come out first.
But sir, you said earlier that you had to attribute all the sources to Twitter first. What you released today, did you send that to Twitter first?
No. I posted it on Twitter.
First, sir. Or did you give it to the
She doesn't know how to fucking talk. What is she asking? I don't know what she's asking.
Amendment to the chairman of the committee or the staff of the committee first?
Well, that's not breaking the story. That's giving, yes, I did give.
So you gave all the information that you did not give to the Democrats. You gave it to the Republicans first. Then you put it on Twitter?
Actually, no, the chronology is a little bit confused.
Well, then
It's more or
tell
less
us
the
what the
same time.
chronology was.
I believe the thread came out first
Where?
on Twitter.
On Twitter. So then you afterwards gave it to the Republicans and not the Democrats?
Yes, because I'm submitting it for the record as my statement.
Did you give it to them in advance?
No, he said
I
no.
gave it to them today.
You gave it to them today, but you still have not given anything to the Democrats. Well, I'll move on, and I wanted to ask Mr. Schellenberger the same question, sir. When did you first visit with or get contacted by Mr. Musk?
I'm not going to reveal my sources, but like I said, I was invited by Barry Weiss.
I'm not asking for sources, sir. I'm just asking for chronology. When did you first make contact with Mr. Musk?
I don't know the exact date.
Was it?
It was December.
2020?
It was December.
December of, well, there's a lot of Decembers in history.
December of
sir.
last year.
Which December?
December of last year, ma'am.
Last year, the 22?
Yes.
All right. Now, in your discussion, in your answer, you also said that you were invited by a friend, Barry Weiss?
My friend Barry Weiss.
So this friend works for Twitter, or what is her?
She's a journalist.
Sir, I didn't ask you a question. I'm now asking Mr. Schellenberger a question. Please
Yes, ma'am.
do not
Barry Weiss is
interrupt.
a journalist.
I'm sorry, sir?
She's a journalist.
She's a journalist. So you work in concert with her?
Yeah.
Do you know when she first was contacted by Mr. Musk?
I don't know.
You don't know. So you're in this as a threesome?
There was many more people involved than that.
There was many more people involved with it. Are you being paid to be here today, either through consulting fees,
No.
campaign contribution
Absolutely
to your next
not.
run?
Gentlelady's
Absolutely
time
Do you have
is
an interview
Gentlelady's
scheduled after
time
this
is
hearing?
expired.
Absolutely not.
Gentlelady's time is
Thank you.
expired.
Thank you.
I don't know what to say other than I'll recognize the gentleman from North Dakota for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll yield my 5 minutes
Oh,
to you.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding. I do think it's worth pointing out that, I have co-sponsored, I think some of my colleagues have co-sponsored the SHIELD Act in previous Congresses with Democrats to protect what we see them trying to do today, protect journalists from having to reveal their sources to government. That used to be a shared position in the Congress. Unfortunately, as we're seeing now, multiple occasions, it's not the position anymore.
Thanks,
Mr.
Jim.
Schellenberg, I want to go to Twitter Files Part 7. I related a lot of what you put in there in my opening statement. And I want to give you as much time as you want, because I'm going to read the very first sentence, because something jumped out at me when I read the first sentence.
What jumped out at you,
In Twitter
Jimmy?
Files number 7, the FBI and the Biden laptop. You say this: how the FBI and intelligence community discredited factual information about the Biden foreign business dealings both after and before the New York Post revealed the contents of his laptop on October 14th, 2020. And what kind of jumped out at me was the way you framed it, because you did it backwards from what it's normally said. Normally you would say, the sentence would read, foreign business dealings both before and after. But I assume you did that for a reason, because in fact, I think the next sentence, you say social media companies discredit leaked information about Hunter Biden before and after. You use the normal, customary way in the second sentence, but the first sentence strikes me as you were trying to emphasize the before component of that statement. And I want you to just walk us through why you said that, because when I read it, it certainly was an operation both before and after, as you said, after and before.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Reading through the whole sweep of events, I do not know the extent to which the influence operation aimed at pre-bunking the Hunter Biden laptop was coordinated. I don't know who all was involved, but what we saw was, you saw Aspen and Stanford many months before then saying, don't cover the material in the hack and leak without emphasizing the fact that it could be disinformation. Okay, so they're priming journalists to not cover a future hack and leak in the way that journalists have long been trained to with in the tradition of the Pentagon Papers, made famous by the Steven Spielberg movie. They were saying, cover the fact that it probably came from the Russians. Then you have the former general counsel to the FBI, Jim Baker, the former deputy chief of staff to the FBI, both arriving at Twitter in the summer of 2020, which I find what an interesting coincidence. Then when the New York Post publishes its first article on October 14th, it's Jim Baker who makes the most strenuous argument within Twitter. Multiple emails, multiple messages saying this doesn't look real. There's intelligence experts saying that this could be Russian disinformation. He is the most strenuous person inside Twitter arguing that it's probably Russian disinformation. The internal evaluation by Yoel Roth, who testified in front of this committee, was that it was what it looked to be, which was that it was not a result of a hack and leak operation. And why did he think that? Because the New York Post had published the FBI subpoena taking the laptop in December of 2019, and they published the agreement that the computer store owner had with Hunter Biden that gave him permission after he abandoned the laptop to use it however he wanted. So there really wasn't much doubt about the provenance of that laptop.
Because of a signed...
making a strenuous argument.
Okay.
And then, of course, you get to a few days after the October 14th release, you have the President of the United States echoing...
Sure, the blind computer repairman, yes. No doubts there. He had the receipt.
Which is that it looked like a Russian influence operation. Yeah. So they were claiming that the laptop was made public by a conspiracy theory. And the conspiracy theory that somehow the Russians got it, and they convinced Yoel Roth that they convinced him of this wild hack and leak story, that somehow the Russians stole it, got the information, gave it to the computer store, and it was bizarre. So you read that chain of events, and it appears as though there is an organized influence operation to pre-bunk.
Why? Why do you think they could predict the time, the method, and the person? Why could the FBI predict it?
Uh-oh.
Not only did they predict it, they predicted it, so did the Aspen Institute. Seemed like everyone was in the know saying, here's what's going to happen, we can read the future. How do you think they were able to do that?
I think the most important fact to know is that the FBI had that laptop in December 2019. They were also spying on Rudy Giuliani when he got the laptop and when he gave it to the New York Post. Now, maybe the FBI agents who were going to Mark Zuckerberg at Facebook and to Twitter executives and warning of a hack and leak, potentially involving Hunter Biden, maybe those guys didn't have anything to do with the guys that had the laptop. We don't know that. I know. But I have to say, as a newcomer to this, as somebody that thought it was Russian disinformation in 2020, everybody I knew thought it was Russian. I was shocked to see that series of events going on. It looked to me like a deliberate influence operation. I don't have the proof of it, but the circumstantial evidence is pretty disturbing.
It's pretty overwhelming. Thank you.
Overwhelming.
Now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman, for 5 minutes.
Oh, I think it's Mr. Allred first.
Oh, I'm sorry. You just walked in. Recognize the gentleman from Texas. Go right ahead.
Ready to go, Jim.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter a few tweets into the record.
Sure. Can you identify the tweets?
Let's see. I think staff should have them. Can we put the tweets up on the screen? Let's take a look at a couple of tweets from Kanye West, who now goes by Ye.
Yay.
At the time these tweets had 32 million followers. Mr. Taibbi, can you read the tweet on the left? Can you see the text there?
I actually can't. My eyesight is not so great.
I'll read it to you. It says, I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people, in all caps. The funny thing is, I actually can't be anti-Semitic because black people are actually Jew. Also, you guys have toyed with me and tried to blackball anyone who ever opposes your agenda. And can you see the tweet next to it?
I can, yes.
Would you describe it? It's a Star of David, the swastika in the middle of it?
Yes.
Should those tweets have been taken down by Twitter?
I think it's a difficult question. Hate speech is protected in the United States. One of my heroes growing up was the Ukraine-born author Isaac Babel. He gave a speech at the first Soviet Writers' Congress, and he was asked if any important rights had been taken away. And he sarcastically answered, no. The only rights that have been taken away are the right to be wrong. And the crowd laughed, But he was making an important point, which is that in a free country, you can't have freedom without the freedom to be wrong.
Let's move on to a couple of other tweets, not from somebody with 32 million followers. This one says, Elon now controls Twitter. Unleash the racial slurs, K-word and N-word. The other one says, I can freely express.
This is good strategy from the Democrats, right? Here are some tweets that were removed. Do you think these shouldn't have been removed? I feel like Republicans should be playing the other side of this. I feel like the Republicans should show, here are some tweets where this guy, like maybe there's a tweet where somebody is like, I don't want my kid to get vaccinated and they get banned. I don't know if that person got banned, but let's say something like that gets banned. If they could show tweets like that, and they could say, should this be, and if they could link that to the FBI making requests or the NIH or the CDC making requests, I think that would play well to the Republican narrative. I don't know why the fucking fixation on Hunter's throbbing dick so much, but, well, I know why.
Express how much I hate N-words now. Thank you, Elon. See, these tweets were taken down, even by Elon Musk's Twitter, and they should have been, because they're hate speech. And they lead to real-world reactions. In fact, in the 12 hours after Elon Musk's acquisition of Twitter, hate speech of all kinds spiked on Twitter, including a 500% increase
in the N-word,
in the use of the N-word. And it's not just online. From 2020 to 2021, hate crimes rose almost 44% in major cities. So hate speech online has real impacts in life. And so does election misinformation.
I don't know if you could connect those,
online.
but.
And Mr. Taibbi, I've read a lot of your work. I respect some of it. But you've cast a lot of doubt on Russian interference in our elections. And today, you have virtually alleged a vast government conspiracy to censor speech. But I can tell you that the threat to our democracy, I'm not asking you a question. I'll let you know when I do. I can tell you that the threat to our democracy is very real. And it's not just the elections that get all the headlines. In 2018, in a congressional race, two Kremlin-aligned foreign nationals named Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman succeeded in funneling illegal Russian money to a Trump-aligned super PAC that spent $1.3 million to support the Republican candidate. That was my election. My neighbors in East Dallas saw advertisements online, in their mailbox, and on their TV, paid with Russian money.
Jesus.
That's not my opinion. That's a fact, proven in the Southern District of New York. Both Parnas and Fruman were convicted to 21 months and 1 year, respectively, for conspiring to make political contributions by a foreign national, along with another of other campaign finance-related violations. We live in an information age where malign actors do want to use social media to influence our elections, both big, the ones that you've spent a lot of time talking about, and small, like mine.
Mr. Congressman,
And
may
it
I
should
ask
be
a
a
question?
bipartisan goal. No, you don't get to ask questions here.
Okay.
It should be a bipartisan goal to ensure that Americans and only Americans determine the outcome of our elections, not fear-mongering. And I hope that you can actually take this with you, because I honestly hope that you will grapple with this. That it may be possible that if we can take off the tinfoil hat, that there's not a vast conspiracy, but that ordinary folks and national security agencies responsible for our security are trying their best to find a way to make sure that our online discourse doesn't get people hurt or see our democracy undermined. And that the very rights that you think they're trying to undermine, they may be trying to protect. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey is recognized.
Mr. Chair, since that went over 2 minutes with them responding.
Yo, Steve.
Who joined? Hello?
Yo, another robbery. I told you so, man.
What happened?
I'm too good. Do you see my fucking next episode?
Of what?
This one's no jump.
Nope. Why? What's going on?
It's another robbery, dude. This is like literally too easy for me.
Oh, you having good shows?
Yeah, like, it's another robbery. Pretty much every single comment, like, it's just too easy, Steven, bro. Like, And I was like comparing because last night, you know, ABBA rage quit and stuff. I was like, I'm gonna compare my level of comedy to ABBA's. Bro, his comment section's so weak.
Yeah.
Dude, please post that. I can't find it anywhere. They're saying it's on Rumble. I want to watch it.
Well, can I finish watching this video? I got like 30 minutes left. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back and get the whole squad here. Mel, ABBA, everyone.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do. Okay.
Mm.
Responding, will you give an additional time?
There's a question at the end of someone, it's customary, if there's a question at the end of someone's 5 minutes and the witnesses haven't responded, we'll give them time to do that. Many times you
Up
guys
to
go
2
over
minutes?
and then there's no
I
question.
understand that, but 2 minutes. Okay,
That's
thank you.
customary, so we'll certainly do that. Gentlelady from California is recognized, excuse me.
I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Mr. Schellenberger, first, I'd just like to compliment you on your choice of tie today. Seems like we're on the same page. I would also just like to respond to your last point and just remind everyone that, of course, we all believe in the First Amendment.
I don't.
But the First Amendment applies to government prohibition of speech, not to private companies. I want to talk about your Twitter files number 7, Mr. Schellenberger. Are you aware that Rudy Giuliani was the sole source of the hard drive obtained by the New York Post?
That is my understanding.
And are you aware that Rudy Giuliani had been openly cavorting with agents of Russian intelligence throughout 2020?
That is also my understanding.
Now, this was the same Russian agent who had been feeding information to Senators Johnson and Grassley, I might add. But also, are you aware that Rudy Giuliani told the New York Times that he did not want anyone to do an analysis of the hard drive until it was published?
I was not aware of that exactly, but...
But you don't dispute it?
I don't dispute it.
And are you aware that one of the New York Post reporters for the Hunter Biden story refused to put his byline on the story?
Yes.
What is this story about Giuliani talking to a Russian agent? Can somebody, what was this in reference to? They're both agreeing to it, so I imagine this is, I don't remember which person was this.
And are you aware that Fox News called the story, quote, very sketchy, unquote?
I'm aware that somebody at Fox News said that, yes.
Correct. Brett Baer at Fox News said
yes.
that. And are you aware that the FBI had nothing to do with Twitter's decision to pause the New York Post story?
I am
Oh, it was the Borat movie?
Okay, well, let me read you the testimony from Yoel Roth at the hearing we had on February 8th. The quote, the FBI was quite careful and consistent to request review of the accounts, but not to cross the line into advocating for Twitter to take any particular action. And then Jim Baker said, in response to the chairman's question, when he asked, did you talk to the FBI about the Hunter Biden story? He said, to the best of my recollection, I did not talk to the FBI about the Hunter Biden story before that day. In other testimony, Yoel Roth said that the information that he received from the FBI had nothing to do with the Hunter Biden story. Now, are you aware that there was an analysis of the hard drive that was done by the Washington Post at a later date?
My awareness is that multiple media organizations have done analyses and found including CBS, and found that it was indeed, the laptop was authentic and that nothing had been changed on it.
So let's just get something clear. The laptop that the FBI had is different than the hard drive that Rudy Giuliani gave to the New York Post. A hard drive, you agree with this, is a copy from a laptop, right?
Yes.
And you are aware that hard drives can be altered, are you not?
Of course.
Okay. So are you aware that the Washington Post analysis of the hard drive showed that it had been altered?
I have heard that, but I'm also saying CBS verified.
Politico.
And other media organizations have verified. I mean,
we're not talking about
really
we're not talking about
anymore.
authenticity. We're not talking about authenticity. We're talking about whether it's been altered.
Yeah.
Okay? There's no question there's some material on the hard drive that is authentic and accurate. But are you aware that there's some material that is not?
Does anybody, what was altered when they say that? The basic story is Giuliani bought hacked data from Hunter. The info was known being shopped around in Ukraine for years. He bought hacked data from Hunter? Because this is getting conspiratorial, by the way. So this is a conspiracy. This would be a conspiracy that's happening. But it sounds like what they're alleging is that, an actual laptop was indeed dropped off at a repair shop, but then a copy of that laptop's hard drive was made, but then new stuff was added to that hard drive, and that's what was given to the New York Post. That's the conspiracy being alleged. Now, I don't know. Now, they're saying that WAPO is shown or proven, or they believe that the hard drive has been edited. What is the evidence for that? I'm curious about that.
My understanding is that there are copies of the hard drive that have been tampered with, and that media organizations, including CBS, have verified that the laptop in question was not tampered with.
I don't know what the laptop in question, but let's move on, because you said in your Twitter files, am I correct, that every single fact in the New York Post story was accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that the first paragraph of that Post story said that then Vice President Joe Biden pressured Ukraine to fire its prosecutor general because he was investigating Burisma, where Hunter Biden was on the board?
Yes.
Okay. I have here, which I'd like to enter into the record, the Trump-Ukraine Impeachment Inquiry Report, 300 pages by the House Intelligence Committee. Did you review this report before you said that every fact in this story was accurate?
Without objection, the material be entered in the record.
Did I read that before I wrote the Twitter files? No.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm aware
because
of its
if
content.
you read this, you would have known that every single State Department and Trump administration expert on Ukraine said that Vice President Joe Biden, in concert with the European Union and the IMF, was executing official U.S. policy by encouraging Ukraine to fire the prosecutor general because he was not prosecuting corruption and was not prosecuting companies like Burisma. So that story, notwithstanding your allegations, was false. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from
No response.
Florida, Mr. Gates, for 5 minutes.
Impeachment nostalgia always warms my heart, but we are here focused on a weaponized government, a whole-of-government approach that has been turned against the American people. And while Rudy Giuliani may have been running around with the laptop in 2020, what is an indisputable fact is that the FBI had the laptop in 2019. And it appears that the last round of questioning misses the boat, that it's true. The information is authentic. The pictures, the videos, the emails, there hasn't been a single allegation that there is a single doctored email, unlike what we saw before the FISA court.
So I think that the issue isn't that the emails are fake or real. The problem is, like, let's say that I leave a hard drive somewhere on accident, and somebody finds that hard drive. Or I'm sorry, let's say I leave a laptop somewhere. Somebody finds the laptop, but then they hack my email. What they could do is they could throw a bunch of the hacked emails onto the laptop and then release it. And that allows all these statements to be true. It is my laptop. The laptop is real. The emails are real, but it's still a hack job. Now, again, that's a conspiracy being alleged. I don't know if there's evidence for that, but it sounds like that's what some are alleging.
Where the FBI itself was doctoring emails to try to smear President Trump. But I have to get...
Sure, but no claims to that effect have ever been made by Biden. My understanding is no statements have ever been made by any of the Bidens, to any regard about the laptop. I don't think they've confirmed or denied anything, I don't believe.
To a question I'm in...
How would you ever be able to prove that? It depends on the sophistication of the people using the laptop. A really simple way to prove it would be a crude analysis of the metadata of the files. So for instance, let's say that the laptop was dropped off at the store at 2018, but then you find that on the laptop there are files or photos where the last edited is in 2019, right? And then you could see, oh, well, these were added later on. Or that there's a difference between the hard drive that a copy was given of, where files are added, versus the original laptop. I don't know if the FBI has both of these to compare. There are crude ways to see if the data is legitimately there or if it was added later. And then there's probably more sophisticated ways to check at a deeper level, like when files are added or removed from an operating system. I'm sure there are other tables or PowerShell commands or some bullshit to check.
Amazed hasn't been asked of the two of you. This FTC consent decree, where it is government action subject to rigorous scrutiny under First Amendment standards, government action demanding that your names be listed. How did it feel when you found out that you were being expressly targeted by a government document based on your reporting?
It was chilling. I mean, it's disturbing.
Chills.
I never thought that would happen in the United States of America, to be perfectly honest. I've lived in a bunch of authoritarian countries. I've visited a lot of authoritarian countries. Never thought this kind of thing would be going on here.
And the nexus to authoritarianism is the desire to control the nature of truth itself. Our understandings change about things. We learn new things. We challenge prior assumptions. But if a bunch of people in Washington, D.C. get to decide what the truth is, and then enforce it on the country, and then punish and target those who report on their conduct, we are drifting more toward that. How did you feel, Mr. Taibbi, when you saw your name? I was
Chills.
upset, obviously.
Say chills.
I lived in Russia during the 90s and early 2000s. I was there when Putin took power. I was friends with a group of very brave, muckraking reporters in Russia, many of whom didn't make it. A few of them were murdered after Putin came to power. So I've always been conscious of how the risks that other reporters take in other countries are incredibly severe, and that's one of the reasons why I'm motivated to protect the First Amendment, because our country has the best protections for reporters in the world. But this kind of thing, where the government is looking for information about reporters, it's usually a canary in the coal mine that something worse is coming in terms of an effort to exercise control over the press. And so on that level, it's absolutely disturbing. Also, the Aspen Institute report that we published today, talked about today in the Twitter files thread, one of their recommendations was that the FTC be empowered to have unlimited power to search all data of private companies so that they could more freely and more accurately search the speech of ordinary citizens. So as we're trying to put downward pressure on the government's expanding authority to be able to engage in what we see mostly from dictatorships, what you're reporting and what you're observing is that actually they view this as a growth industry, the information business, right? This yes. Censorship industrial complex is a growth industry to the government.
I think the key thing also, yes, and the thing to understand is that NSF...
what is NewsGuard, and how are they part of the censorship industrial complex?
Yeah, and by the way, we talked about Richard Stengel. He's on the board of NewsGuard. NewsGuard and the Disinformation Index are both U.S. government-funded entities who are working to drive advertiser revenue away from disfavored publications and towards the ones that they favor. This is...
Now, what I'm used to in this town is government officials pick their favorite outlets and they give them the best scoops and they give them the best stories. And there's a fusion of media and government that has long made me uncomfortable. But what you're describing now is literally the directing of revenue to certain media companies over other media companies designed and implemented with U.S. government funding and support.
That's right.
That is an astonishing, if we do not take a look at NewsGuard, we have failed. And you talk about the brave reporting that occurs and what it subjects you to. I would suggest there's also political bravery that I have observed. While we've only heard from Democrats on this panel attacking you, discrediting...
Okay, hold on, Gates. We've got potential
frozen
run
options for ads.
That's not that drum, ladies and gentlemen.
He's really far from Stronghold? Wait, did this guy lie to me?
fucking Bastion was so bad. Holy Christ.
Crafting. Crafting. Crafting.
17 minutes. There's no shot. Ah!
Zoomer slow.
Wait, was
When
that
Nub plays
intentional?
Minecraft,
Was he?
That's a big problem.
Or no, wait, that was intentional. Sorry.
Crafting.
Bro, he's at 17 and a half minutes. This run is so dead. Why do you guys link me this stupid shit?
Crafting.
Mom!
$18 minutes. Oh, he's just gonna run the whole way? Is that what we're doing now? Oh, he's gonna build a house. What does RWDA mean when people type that? What does that mean? Run, wad, dead. Run was dead anyway. Oh.
Question mark in the park. I don't know. I would say that it's unlikely to be exactly this chunk because the distance was quite large, but the measuring was perfect, so it's possible that it's still.
Will he finish this one?
I guess.
Oh no, it was.
Leveled
It would have almost been good.
Welcome badges to the applications of Percents Law 101. Crafting.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter anyway, but.
Yo, Andrew Tate verdict is today.
Oh yeah, the verdict.
Well, not the verdict, but something. They're gonna release something today to see if they're staying in jail or not.
Wow.
Generated Dream Seed.
Okay, wait, hold on. What is this? No jumper
says-
drama. Uh-oh.
It says today we find out if the Tate brothers will be held in custody or not.
Crazy. What is this? Hold on.
One, but
I got something to say.
What we on, Adam?
Lush, you lied to me.
What?
You lied to me, Lush.
About what?
What I just tried to talk to you about in the hall?
Nah.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no, what happened?
Well, I got confirmation from a bunch of different people.
Nah, fool.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah. And it looks funnier the more you lie.
I really like when?
I mean, how many people do I need to have fucking confirm it before it's like,
What happened?
like crazy shit? Like, bro, I've talked to you about talking in the fucking Discord and saying crazy shit, but I never knew that you were this fucking loony with it, bro.
Oh
Hey, can
no!
we turn the beat off? Can they hear it?
Shit, like, bro, I've talked baseball.
You're what? You're sorry?
Nah, like, I don't, like, I didn't say anything.
No, you said a lot of shit. Like direct quotes of shit that I said only to you because I fucking trusted you.
Oh shit! Oh god, I'm cringing. Oh no! The guy in the middle is
Hey,
like,
can we turn the beat off? Can they hear it?
he's like, see ya. Oh god.
You're what? You're sorry?
Nah, like, I don't, like, I didn't say anything.
No, you said a lot of shit. Like direct quotes of shit that I said only to you because I fucking
Wait,
trusted
what did he do?
I don't know.
Man,
He looks so worried. What the fuck?
This weekend. Yes, you did. And do you think multiple people who are in the Discord just made it up?
I mean, I don't know, like
Why do people talk shit in Discords? Oh no.
I talked about it in the Discord, but I didn't say
Oh,
anything.
he talked shit about Adam.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like with Adam quotes or something.
I don't know, like literally, I talked about it in the Discord, but I didn't say any quotes. or
Yeah, you
anything.
did. Well, then how the fuck do people know?
Bro, like,
Yo, this is fucked up. Why is he doing it live?
Fuck do people know?
bro, like, who else did you talk to about that shit?
I mean,
I
yeah,
didn't-
I understand you want to ask follow-up questions instead of addressing the fact
No,
that you're
if-
a fucking snake, but...
Oh,
bro, I didn't say that. Like,
Yo, I'm gonna go talk shit about Adam in Discord.
Okay, be careful.
Well, it's pretty crazy that you're just lying more right now.
I like literally, like, I don't. If I would have said it, like, when did I say that?
No, you did. You said a bunch of shit, talking about how much people get paid and shit, bro.
No, I didn't do that.
Yeah.
That's complete cap.
Oh,
Like, seriously, like, we could go in the Discord and talk to those people directly.
I would love that. I
Because
would,
I did
I would
not
love
say
to be
that.
proven wrong because the
Because,
fact that I
yeah.
trusted you this much and that I've
I
just
don't-
had all this shit revealed
I
to
don't
me,
even know what people get paid. to
it
even
would
speak
take.
on that.
Okay, but I mean, why do I have random people in the Discord telling me, "Oh, so and so said this," and it's like something that I guarantee somebody said to you or that you've heard around the office, but that you never obviously should have fucking spoke on?
Nah, we could go in there and like, cause I didn't say that shit. Like, seriously, like.
So is there
no
anyone
one-
else like pretending to be in there to be you in there or something?
I mean, you could look through the entire chat log in there. I didn't say anything like that in there, fool. Like,
Okay, well maybe we can do like a full analysis of it, but I think I get the gist from talking
because
to
I didn't,
everybody.
because I did not say that, dude. I did not. Like, I'm saying, like, if I did, I would have told you when you asked me before. Like,
No, you lied to me to my fucking face out there right in my own office.
no, dude, I didn't.
You
Like,
did.
If I did, I would have said something.
Well, then there's a bunch of people in the Discord who are tragically misled, and some of them are people that I trust.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, Mikey's in the Discord. Like, did I say?
It feels kind of crazy that all these people would just like try to frame you. You know, it seems a little bit more likely that you're just talking.
I mean, there's been a lot of like shit. I'm not trying to throw nobody under the bus, but I didn't say like what you said that shit. I didn't say that.
Okay.
I didn't, fool. Like, I would have told you if I did. Like,
I mean, it's just it's gonna take you providing the entire Discord chat and pointing out line by line things that you didn't say that I'm being told
I mean,
by
I could
multiple
show
people that
the-
you did say.
I could show you the entire chat. I didn't say that shit.
I honestly think, at least for now, maybe we could come to the bottom of this at some point, but it's probably better that you just leave.
Jesus.
All right, man.
Thank you.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, I did not expect this to be a narrative that was taking place today, but we got to hold ourselves to a higher standard.
Oh my god.
And yeah, I don't know, dude. I'm just super disappointed.
I didn't do that, bro.
Okay. You guys can
Oh,
end the
he's
stream or
leaving.
whatever, but
What the fuck?
For those of you that don't know, Lush made his own Discord where he only adds people he can trust. It's a select few members. AD confronted him about it last podcast, but brought it up jokingly. Now someone told Adam about what was being said, and the person who told him everything had other people back him on things he said. Damn. What happened? What was leaked? Is there any subreddit drama keeping up with this shit? How much you got paid was leaked? Wait, where? Show me. Tell me what I got paid to be on No Jumper. What did Lush say in Discord, man?
Wait, people actually chill in Discords? What the fuck?
NJ Reddit lore. I heard he told everyone that Destiny's getting 5K an episode, was booked for 20, which is 100K, but hey, who knows? Also heard he said the N-word and said they were getting extorted, then legit told people things Adam said in private word for word. Bro, listen, I don't want to throw anybody under the bus because I'm cool with everything, but No Jumper doesn't even cover my travel, okay? I don't get paid shit for going on that show.
Oh, sure, Steven, sure. How much did you get? How much did I get? Let's leak right now.
Okay, say it on 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Nothing.
Stop it, dude.
If I got paid, I would say it. I don't know if I've ever gotten paid for any fucking pot. Sometimes people will cover travel and hotel, but I don't even think I've gotten that from any No Jumper appearances.
Oh, was that guy like an employee?
Yeah. Jesus.
Oh my god.
Okay, where were we? We've almost made it through this fucking video. 22 minutes.
You a lot like they've tried to attack and discredit FBI whistleblowers who are truth tellers. There are brave Democrats who still believe in free speech, and I would advise my colleagues to look at the comments of Ro Khanna, who has been...
Is 20 episodes true? No. Shit happens, and then either Adam, Laura, or some guy named Guilty will message me. They're like, hey, do you want to come on? And then we talk about it, and then I come on. I'm not booked for, like, multiple. The only reason, generally what happens is I'll say I'll fly down because I got friends I can hang out with, do things with. But if I come down, like, let me know if you want me to do more than one episode so that I know how to schedule my bookings or whatever. So I think Laura and Adam will ask around. They'll see who wants me or what shows they want to do, and then I'll book some episodes, and then I'm down there for those days. That's typically how it works for me.
Deeply,
Lauren's so
deeply
sweet.
concerned
Yeah.
about this weaponization of government.
I don't even get why people go on shows unless you're gonna take over. What the fuck is the point?
What do you mean? I like the name recognition. I like people from all over the internet to see me getting around and shit. I think it's good.
You do take over shows though.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, well, yeah. I mean, I want to have like a good appearance, but I think it's good in general that like you're in people's minds and stuff, and you're bouncing around a lot of different shows and everything.
That guy lost his job, you think?
Well, if he's leaking shit like that, I imagine probably, yeah.
I would forgive him. You know, I feel like he wouldn't do it again.
Okay. All right, I'm back to listen to this.
These Twitter files are indeed worthy of our focus and our energy, and that is exactly what we are going to do. I yield back.
I think the gentleman would now recognize the gentlelady from New York.
I still have my 5 minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
I understand why you may not.
You were yielded 5. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Schellenberger, I may have misheard earlier, but is it your testimony here today that you disagree with the 2 indictments by Special Counsel Robert Mueller that definitively established that Russia interfered in our 2016 election through social media disinformation and a hack and leak operation?
No, I don't disagree.
Okay, Mr. Taibbi, do you disagree with those 2 indictments?
Well, indictments aren't a thing to disagree.
Do you disagree? They're about 40 or 50 pages. Do you disagree with the evidence outlined in those indictments?
Well, indictments are just charges. When
I just asked you, do you disagree with the evidence included in those indictments? Yes or no?
I'm not on the jury of that case. I couldn't possibly say yes or no.
Okay, because you said earlier, I believe, that you did not see Russia, you could not confirm that Russia interfered in our election in 2016, that you don't believe that. Is that your testimony here today? You don't believe that they did?
I think it's possible that they may have on a small scale, but certainly not to what's been reported.
What's been reported or what's been included in the indictments?
Well, again, indictments are allegations. They're not proof. And
I understand. It's a pretty detailed allegation.
In the Mueller indictment, by the way.
You should go read the indictment and then come back and tell us if you actually think there's no proof of it.
Well,
but let me move on.
Let me move on, please. By the way, when
please, let me move on. That's how this works. You should know that by now. So, do you disagree with the special counsel Mueller's conclusion in his report, Mr. Taibbi, that the Trump campaign knew about Russia's interference, they welcomed it, and they used it for their benefit? You have no reason to disagree with that, don't you? You have no information.
Ooh.
So after that foreign interference in our 2016 election, Twitter and other social media companies naturally wanted to work with the intelligence community to stop Vladimir Putin from interfering in our elections again.
Did we watch the end of this? Have we seen everything now?
It's a legitimate pursuit of the FBI to try to stop foreign interference in our elections?
Again, sir, will I be allowed to answer this question, or?
It's a yes or no question. Do you think it's a legitimate pursuit of the FBI?
It's not a yes or no answer.
No. I'm not asking how. I'm saying, as an objective, do you think it's a legitimate objective of the FBI to stop foreign interference in our elections?
I think it's a legitimate objective to stop actual foreign interference.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what the difference is, but that's fine.
Well,
since Russia used social media disinformation, according to Special Counsel Mueller, I understand you may disagree with the allegations, to interfere in our 2016 elections, are you trying to say that the FBI had no basis to inform social media companies about efforts to potentially interfere in our elections after 2016?
I can tell you that I read internal Twitter emails where Twitter expressly talked about the fact that the FBI couldn't possibly know more than they did about whether or not there was Russian interference, and that in fact, even they couldn't determine which accounts were actually IRA and which ones weren't.
Okay, I understand you like to filibuster. That was not an answer to my question, but I'll move on. Mr. Schellenberger, in all of the emails that you reviewed, did the FBI ever direct Twitter to take down any accounts or remove any posts?
Yes.
They directed Twitter to remove them, or they said these may violate your terms and services?
Yes. I think that's an accurate use of the word direct.
They said these may violate. You think that the saying that these may violate your terms and conditions is the same as directing
That's the argument we had with
to
Connor.
take an account down?
Yeah, I mean, I think if a police officer says,
all right, well,
you broke the law.
Very helpful. That's very helpful. I'm glad to know that you think flagging something for a private company to make a decision about what they should do is a direction. Now, Mr. Chairman, you have repeatedly said that this committee is all about protecting the First Amendment.
Mm-hmm.
And what's unfortunate here is that we are talking about Twitter, and that we are not talking about Republican government officials around the country who are banning books. And we are not talking about—
Would the gentleman yield?
No, I will not. And we are not talking about Donald Trump jailing his former counsel to prohibit him from publishing a book that the president did not want. The former president literally jailed his enemy. And we're here talking about Twitter. Twitter. And even with Twitter, you cannot find actual evidence of any direct government censorship
We'll just watch the rest.
of any lawful speech. And when I say lawful, I mean non-criminal speech, because plenty of speech is non-criminal.
I'll give you one. Gentleman's time to expire. I'd ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the following email from Clark Humphrey, Executive Office of the Presidency, White House Office, January 23rd, 2021. That's the Biden administration, 4:39 a.m. hey folks. This goes to Twitter. Hey folks, wanted to use the term they used the term Mr. Goldman just used. Wanted to flag the below tweet, and I'm wondering if we can get moving on the process for having it removed ASAP.
Boom.
That is.
Could you read the below tweet?
And then if we can keep an eye out for tweets that fall in this same genre, that would be great. This is a tweet on the very issue that Thomas.
Can you just, for the fullness of the record, can you read the? Because I've not seen this. Can you read the tweet that it's referencing?
I don't have the tweet here with me, but the gentleman's point was, tell us. You said no time did government try to tell Twitter to take that, to explicitly remove something, and
no, I said explicitly remove lawful speech. Lawful speech. We're going to conflate. The First Amendment is not absolute.
Twitter. This is something from Robert Kennedy Jr.
But for the record,
I assume that's lawful
speech. As a point
speech.
of order, Mr. Chair.
Because Robert Kennedy Jr. said it? That's why it's lawful speech?
Just a minute, Mr. Goldman.
But all I'm saying is you said in no time did the government explicitly say to take a tweet down. Here we have it, right here.
Mr. Chair.
Fuck. I need to run down and get my food. All right, I guess we already listened to this, so you can listen to it. I'll be right back. 1 second.
They couldn't even wait 2 days. 2 days into this administration, they were asked Twitter to take something down, and we will get you the underlying tweet.
Thank
With that,
you.
I recognize the gentlelady from New York.
Will you place it into the record as well, sir? The underlying tweet?
Robert Kennedy Jr. Is talking about he's talking about Hank Aaron's death after he received the vaccine. That's what the tweet's about. We'll get you a copy.
Mr. Chairman,
I would say one thing. That's certainly lawful.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter the tweet that you referenced into the record of the committee.
Without objection, we'll enter that into the record, along with the statement from the White House, the Biden White House, 2 days into the administration, when they're directly attacking people's First Amendment liberties. With that, I recognize the gentlelady from New York for 5 minutes.
I want to yield to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Just to point out quickly that Mr. Goldman is proving himself to be a master of obfuscation. He said, the First Amendment applies to government censorship of speech and not private companies. But what we're talking about and what the chairman just illustrated is that what we have here and what your Twitter files show is the federal government has partnered with private companies to censor and silence the speech of American citizens. I yield back to the gentlelady.
I just came from an open hearing with FBI Director Chris Wray, and he said under oath that no one from the FBI communicated with Twitter regarding the Hunter Biden laptop story. Based upon both of your courageous reporting, can you address that?
I mean, we saw, I mean, like I said, we don't know. I mean, so at this point, we just have to take his word on it. But what we saw was a huge amount of FBI communications to Twitter. We saw the former deputy chief of staff, the former general counsel showing up at Twitter right at the critical period. So I find a lot of suspicious activity. I would like to ask him a bunch of questions about that because I find it very suspicious and unresolved.
Mr. Taibbi, do you have comments on that?
We do know that there was a teleporter communication that had 10 documents in it just before the story broke, but we don't know what those documents were, so we can't suppose.
Well, I don't take his word for it. We have lots of examples where it has not been, they have not been accurate from that particular agency when it comes to testifying before Congress. So it is our job in this committee to get to the truth, to shine sunlight and transparency for the American people. I want to ask you both about the Aspen Digital Hack and Dump Working Group, which involved an 11-day scenario in October 2020 that began with the imaginary release of falsified records, that's what they claim, related to Hunter Biden's controversial employment by the Ukrainian energy company Burisma. Right. This was if they knew, because they did know. So I would like your comments, Mr. Schellenberg. These were the files that you did extensive reporting on about how concerning this is and how this is truly the definition of the weaponization against free speech and suppressing accurate reporting.
Yeah, so there's actually two things, and one of them we just discovered recently, which is that there was a Stanford Cyber Policy Institute report, which said that, which was in menacing terms, telling journalists that they should abandon the Pentagon principle. Again, this is the Pentagon Papers principle. This is the idea that if Daniel Ellsberg brings you materials he's taken from the Pentagon about how the war in Vietnam is going, the New York Times and Washington Post published those. That was considered one of the greatest moments of American journalism. Here you have Stanford Cyber Policy Center saying we should abandon that principle. You should instead make the issue about frankly, the theories about where it might have come from. Then you had the Aspen workshop, which was attended, by the way, by New York Times, CNN, Washington Post, Wikipedia, Facebook, Twitter, many other journalists, where they basically, you read it, it's like a kind of programming of the journalists that they should not follow this longstanding journalistic principle of taking materials from a hack and leak or any other situation and take them seriously. So, I mean, you read this and it feels like a kind of brainwashing exercise that Aspen Institute and Stanford were running against American journalists and the social media companies.
Mr. Taibbi, comments?
Yes, I think, there were a couple of moments in the Twitter files that really speak to a kind of larger problem. In the first Twitter files, we saw an exchange between Representative Rouhana and Vijaya God, where he's trying to explain the basics of speech law in America, and she seems completely unaware of what, for instance, New York Times v. Sullivan is. There are other cases like Bartnicki v. Vopper, which legalize the publication of stolen material. That's very important for any journalist to know. I think most of these people are tech executives and they don't know what the law is around speech and around reporting. And in this case, and in 2016, you were dealing with true material. There is no basis to restrict the publication of true material, no matter who the source is and how you get it. And journalists have always understood that. And this has never been an issue or a controversial issue until very recently.
And by the way, just one quick thing I'll add. That's the exact same strategy of the malinformation, misleading. In other words, they were saying even if the material you think is true, it could lead people to have conclusions that we don't want them to have, and therefore you should change your journalism because of that. So this is, we're so far down the slippery slope, you've crashed at that point. I mean, it's a disturbing trend in journalism, in social media, and in the relationship from the intelligence community to these organizations.
How have you been targeted since the publication of the Twitter files?
Gentlelady's time expired. We'll give a quick answer if we can.
I mean, again, I've known journalists who've suffered real brutal harms in my career, so they've said a lot of nasty things about me on Twitter, but it hasn't been so bad, I would say. The FTC thing is the only thing that's legitimately concerning, and that's not really for my sake. It's more because it's a general problem for journalists everywhere.
I've been censored on Facebook since the year 2020 for writing accurate information in an article that went viral. I remain censored. They continue to flag warnings on posts that I write that have nothing to do with the environment. And we now know that one of the US government-funded organizations has put out a report that specifically targets me and presents disinformation about my own position on climate change. And so I've got a lot at stake here.
Yield back.
Mr. Chair, may I ask you?
I think what you guys are doing is very important. We're here to discuss the weaponization of government, and I want to follow up on my colleague, Representative Massey's comments on the CDC. Up on the screen, you can see an email from October of 2020. This is from then NIH Director Francis Collins to Dr. Anthony Fauci. It goes on in to say this proposal, talking about the Great Barrington Declaration, is from 3 fringe epidemiologists who met with the secretary, and it seems to be getting a lot of attention, even a signature, a co-signature from a Nobel Prize winner. Key line in here that I would like to point out: there needs to be a, quote, quick and devastating published takedown of its premises. I don't see anything like that online yet. Is it underway? Signed, Francis. Now, what I find interesting is if you fast forward into June of 2021, the Biden administration was raging at social media companies. There is communications that we can produce, for the record, that state we would like you to combat, quote unquote, misinformation. Now, we, thanks to the Twitter files, know that Twitter executives were using the term visibility filtering, and that really, to the rest of the American general public, was shadow banning, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So all of a sudden we saw a rash of blacklists created by Twitter at the highest levels that were taking down some of the signatories and creators of this very Barrington Declaration, correct? This is to both of you.
I haven't seen that, but
I haven't seen that either.
So would you agree that there was a blacklist created in 2021?
Sorry, yes, Jay Bhattacharya, the Stanford professor who I don't think anybody considers a fringe epidemiologist, was indeed, I'm sorry, I didn't piece it together. He was indeed visibility filtered.
Correct. And so this blacklist that was created that really was used to deplatform, reduce visibility, create lists internally where people couldn't even see their profiles. That was used against doctors and scientists who produced information that was contrary to what the CDC was putting out, despite the fact that we now know that what they were publishing had scientific basis and in fact was valid.
Absolutely, and not only that, but these are secret blacklists. So Professor Bhattacharya had no idea he was on it. I mean, this is East Germany Stasi kind of behavior. That's what this is. And the Great Barrington Declaration, by the way, I was skeptical of it at the time, but it actually now looks pretty good in terms of how response to COVID. But even if it was totally wrong, it still deserved, I mean, this is the whole point of the First Amendment, is that I think we all have the experience of you're not right until you're wrong a lot. You know, you actually have to have that debate and that conversation. So by repressing that, we actually stifled, I think, a much broader conversation we could have had about how to effectively respond to COVID because they were secretly blacklisting people like Jay Bhattacharya.
And I think to the bigger point that Americans are concerned about when it comes to the weaponization of government, this isn't Republican or Democrat issue, this is an American issue. You had individuals, millions of Americans, who in many cases were being mandated to take an experimental vaccine, and when those that wanted to consider taking it were trying to make an informed decision, you had opinions that were being silenced because it didn't fit a specific narrative pushed by the Biden administration, correct?
Absolutely correct, and that's why we use the language of disfavored ideas and disfavored people, because it doesn't fall neatly among left and right lines. If there's anything going on here, it tends to be more of a disproportionate blacklisting of more populist voices, or just ideas that we would consider slightly outside of the Overton window, the mainstream opinion at the time, but the Overton window moves. And so the idea that you're just going to narrow the entire, what's acceptable on social media to what is mainstream at the time would basically freeze us and not allow the society to progress and for knowledge to grow and for the democracy to function.
With the 14 seconds that I have left, Mr. Taibbi, if you'd like to weigh in on any of this that we have talked about and why this is a direct threat to Americans today, I would appreciate it.
just quickly, again, we yesterday discovered this email talking about the suppression of people telling their own stories of true vaccine side effects. So these are people who are telling about their own experiences, things that happened to them that are true, and they're being suppressed because what anti-disinformation does is the opposite of what the press does. They are aiming for what the narrative is, and they already know in advance what they're looking for, whereas a journalist goes into a story, does not know what the truth is. We often find that the thing we expect to find turns out to be completely different. They know in advance what they're looking for, and that's why this is so dangerous.
My time has expired. I yield back. Thank you, too.
The gentlelady yields back. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. And, you know, I think maybe if we can get this right and stop this, and what legislation, appropriation, whatever it takes, we can stop this. I think in the future, people will look back and look at your courage as people in journalism, in the press, to come here with what you've been facing, what you've had to endure, and now with the idea that the FTC is coming after you. That's something that I think is pretty darn important and certainly noteworthy. So we appreciate you sitting here for 2.5 hours, taking the questions you did, but giving so much valuable information to this committee, who is certainly on our side, committed to protecting the First Amendment and people's right to speak. So that concludes today's hearing. Again, we thank you both for being here. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
Thank you, sir.
California is recognized, excuse me.
I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Mr. Schellenberger, first, I'd just like to compliment you on your choice of tie today. Seems like we're on the same page. I would also just like to respond to your last point and just remind everyone that, of course, we all believe in the First Amendment, but the First Amendment applies to government prohibition of speech, not to private companies. I want to talk about your Twitter file.
Sorry, hold on. Ooh, 1 second. Oh. Not Sarah. Wait, how do you pronounce JSTLK's name? Why the fuck is it like this? Jesus. I'm so sorry. Wait, what the fuck? Is that an LSF mod? There's no way. Oh, no way. How old is this? This is probably like fucking... Never mind. Fuck you. Fuck you and fuck linking this. Okay, hold on. Chill, guys. Everybody just needs to take a deep breath and chill. All of you guys. Everybody just needs to chill, okay? World's getting crazy out there, guys, okay? The world's getting crazy. Okay.
Files number 7.
Okay, I'm eating. We're watching some of this.
Typically, when describing the online political space that we inhabit together, there is an analogy made about the relationships between streamers. They say that our relationship to each other are very similar to that of our solar system. There are certain content creators that are massive in size compared to the average. They might be 1% or less of the entire creator space, but capture upwards of 90% of the audience. Smaller creators who are trying to break into the space sometimes find it best to try to collaborate with bigger creators in the same genre to try and grow their own audience. They fall into orbit around these larger content creators, and thus are often dubbed orbiters.
The orbiters. Fuck! Hold on 1 second. Oh god. Oh no, guys. I almost had no hot sauce. Whew. Not good. Not good.
As an orbiter, a lot of your success is tied to staying in the good graces of the creator you are now orbiting, due to your dependence on their audience, until one day, you have enough fans to create your own orbiters.
Aww.
But as of late, I have found using a celestial model to describe the relationships between content creators to be limiting. I started wondering if there was something here on Earth that I could use to mirror the relationships more accurately. Something I could use to perhaps predict my own way to the top, or warn me about the potential pitfalls I should avoid. I began to start mapping out the relationships between the many streamers I follow, and what began to form was different than what I had expected. The relationships began to look a lot more feudal.
Wow.
Hey everybody, it's Will, and this is my channel. Now, I'm not one to reinvent the wheel, so if I'm gonna try to get you to change your perspective from the typically accepted planet-orbiter relationship to my new theory of there being a feudalistic hierarchy to online pull, there must be a good reason. And of course there is, to me, baby. I think that I can show how streamers interact with each other more accurately than ever, and with this elucidation, I can use it to potentially explain how some content creators get their audience.
Okay.
Or at the very least, I can tell you a fun story. Gather round so that I may tell you the tale of the 3 kingdoms of online politics. 3 monarchies with the largest shared audiences and influence.
Yes!
Minus a few that I want to quickly talk about now.
Okay.
People like Hassan the Hun, who moved his entire kingdom to an island far away from what we would normally call online pull. He sold the essence of his friendship to the devil and made a split from the ancient Daliban lands to move overseas to a place where he could grow a massive normie audience, distinctly separate from the area of online pull I want to focus on today. So we will skip content creators like him.
Okay.
There are online media outlets like The Daily Wire, The Majority Report, Piers Morgan, The Young Turks, even people like David Pakman, who have their own completely different environment that they have to navigate, being content creators catering to a more mainstream audience. We might all be online together, talking about politics, but they are far away from the groups that I want to talk about today, because I think that the most powerful bonds that content creators have between each other is fueled by shared audience. But before I tell you too much about the relationships and power dynamics between the numerous streamers of online pull, we need to know who these kings, lords, and knights are, to give their dynamics context. Today, I am focusing on a left, a right, and a center, whose audiences are currently in the middle of a 100 years war.
Oh shit. Left, right, center. Am I the right? Oh wait, Nick Fuentes?
King Vosh of the Voshite Empire
Wait, I'm the fucking center between Vosh and Fuentes? What the fuck?
arose similarly to Hassan the Hun. Vosh split from the Taliban after a failed coup as Lord Irish Laddie in 2019. Since the split, he has amassed his own large kingdom of left-wing content creators. Lord Avalon, after seeing the holy light of the left, made a transition that is still proving difficult, but his place in Vosh's fiefdom was made solid when Vosh humanized him in a debate, while he was getting massive flack during his transition from the right to the left. Lord Slanderhall, the purveyor of Purge, has been a close friend and fierce ally of the Voshite Empire since the very beginning. He is perhaps one of Vosh's oldest lords. The demon, first spawned in early 2020, has risen in popularity over the years and is well known for her trans, supply chain, and education takes. She has since been courted and defended by King Vosh on even some of her most outrageous opinions. Many lords and knights from the Taliban have attempted to exorcise the demon. Exalted Knight of the Taliban, Hans of Harkir was, perhaps, the closest. Lady Keffels, the conqueror of Kiwi farms, has been at war with many other kingdoms, but none caught the same fire and attention as her frequent scuffles with the Taliban. There's currently a ceasefire between Lady Keffels and the Taliban due to threat of legal decree from its monarchical leader, King Stephen. Many charity projects that she has set up over the years have been fueled by donations from the Voshites. There are several knights in their steed, such as Ser Castley of Neolibralia and Ser Sunday of Melatonia. But when the Fortress arc started, it was hard for King Vosh to gather new allies. This has resulted in King Vosh having significantly less lords and knights in his fiefdom than that of the Taliban. Over time, we are seeing King Vosh's fortress lower its defenses in attempts to get new influence in more mainstream political kingdoms, such as Young Turkey. The Voshite Empire has attracted around 500,000 serfs to its name, but they do not possess the same vigor as those in other kingdoms. The amount of serfs in this kingdom has also remained fairly stagnant the past few years, and this probably speaks to King Vosh's inability to entice other more middle-of-the-road knights and serfs to his cause. Inshallah, the Taliban. The Taliban is a wise and proud kingdom that is headed by none other than the infamous King Stephen Benel II, or as he is called in some circles, Destiny, because interactions with this one man can literally change your life. The history of the Taliban stretches longer than almost any other kingdom online. 10 years ago, King Stephen first took rise in the ancient game of StarCraft II. He began to make a shift to debate and political content around 2016, and has since then garnered a massive kingdom that even after several insurrections and successful coups has remained one of the largest and most cohesive online communities in the world. But how did King Stephen get his crown, and how has he managed to remain influential for so long? Firstly, he got in early. When Destiny first started streaming, the land was open and fertile. King Stephen was at the right place at the right time to build an online empire. Secondly, he is incredible at moving serfs to his side from opposing kingdoms. Destiny is a charming and intelligent guy, and is able to use his charisma, debate skills, and silver tongue to grow his empire. With each new conversation had, his circle strengthens. Thirdly, he has been able to network more effectively with other people in the online politics space by implicitly giving away large pieces of his kingdom to an extremely devoted set of lords and ladies, who then bestow vassalhood onto an innumerable amount of knights that ride underneath the Taliban flag either directly or indirectly. He does this by funneling his enormous amount of loyal serfs to different streamers that are underneath him, or by having up-and-coming knights or lords appear in his court while he is live streaming to entice his audience to view them when he is offline. Lords such as...
Let me get a napkin, hold on. Chud Logic is not a lord, he's a jester. Okay?
Such as Lord Chud the Logical, the Taliban's bellman. With the nose of an English pointer, it is said that Chud can smell spicy drama from 100 yards away. A man with little patience, he is not one to trifle with. Failure to deliver the goods can lead to a swift death by Lord Chud's executioner, DK. Lady Brittany of Levels, the siren of DGG, has an extremely devoted cult following that has arisen out of the fruits of around 20 to 30 hours of conversations with King Stephen, and various other drama between other lords and knights. She now has her own religion that can systematically categorize any person in the world. Lady Erudite of Psychometronica has seen the largest jump in creator growth in the kingdom over the past year, and has been able to use Destiny's fief in one of the most effective ways possible. Her content ranges from dating advice, the manosphere, to mental health tips. She punches above her weight on exponentially larger streams than herself due to her own extremely solid content machine and the ability to attract audience outside of Destiny's direct vassalhood. Lord Carson of Meta was single-handedly taken from serfdom and placed into the ranks of the lords, much to their dismay. His flock of horses are small, but virile. As of writing this document, Lord Carson is waging an all-out war against the Daliban to solidify his own kingdom. But will he ever truly be able to escape the grasp of the Daliban? The knights that ride underneath King Stephen's banner are too numerous to name, but the most prominent are Dame Cherie, Sir Wick, Dame Dusty, Sir Supreme, Sir Hans, Sir Pisco, Sir Counterpoints, Sir Relevant, Dame Zonia, and many, many more. With a little flair, a knight is created from almost any content creator the King Destiny comes into contact with. The serfs are not only greater in number than any other kingdom in online poll, but they are also dedicated. They have participated in 2 election campaigns. They have committed such acts as Bloody Sunday, where they murdered Twitch Plays Pokemon, K911, and ! Shoot, which led to the genocide of an innumerable amount of Mr. Girl followers. The many people underneath the Daliban flag have experienced great growth and prosperity as their faithful leader expands his kingdom to less politically oriented lands, such as No Jumper and Fresh and Fit. Sometimes, even a lucky lord or lady gets to make an appearance alongside the king himself. There's no sign of King Destiny or the Daliban slowing in growth anytime soon. The only sizable kingdom with a more mobilized and fanatic fanbase in online poll than the Daliban is that of the Groyper Army. Nick Fuentes went from being a loser serf to having a small but radical kingdom in what felt like a matter of months. In early 2016, Nick Fuentes, a serf yet to be a king, began an online show called America First, following Donald Trump's 2016 election. His first claim to fame was an appearance at the 2017 Unite the Right rally in Charleston, Virginia, where several hundred other white nationalists took to the streets to protest the tearing down of a Confederate statue. That was the same rally, if you'll remember, that ended with an extremist right-winger driving his Dodge Challenger through a crowd of people that resulted in 1 person being killed and 35 people being injured. Sadly, this was not the last time we would hear about the alt-right or Nick Fuentes. For the next several years, Fuentes gathered a small legion of radicals by streaming regularly on YouTube, as well as making frequent visits to college campuses. In January of 2020, Fuentes was banished from YouTube for violating their hate speech policy and left for redder pastures. It was time for a change. The Groypers packed up their ideology and made pilgrimage towards new and unexplored lands. The Groypers crowned Nick Fuentes King of the Groyper Army and King of the Incels because Elliot Rodger was indisposed. King Nick, in collaboration with Conspiracy Merlin Alex Jones, set up their own live streaming service to compete with Twitch and YouTube called Cozy TV, where they could stream regularly without the fear of being removed from the internet. In February of 2020, the Groyper Army held their first annual America First Political Action Conference, which was an abject failure. The budget was low and the speakers bottom of the barrel, but that didn't stop them from trying again the following year. Far-right extremism was reaching a boiling point, and King Nick was positioning himself to spread his influence and gain ground for his kingdom. A month after the attacks on the Capitol, King Nick received a sizable amount of gold in the form of $250,000 in Bitcoin from a French computer programmer, who mysteriously committed suicide shortly thereafter.
Jesus.
With some dollars in the coffer, AFPAC 2021 was held at the Hilton Hotel in Orlando, Florida, a month after the insurrection. The production value increased dramatically. There were more speakers, and they were less on the fringes of the alt-right than before. King Nick was gaining ground and feeling more confident. And who could blame him? I mean, a month earlier, the alt-right was trying to hang Mike Pence for certifying the 2020 election. Extremism in America was blooming in a way that most Americans didn't think was possible, and King Nick and his nefarious band of Groypers were loving every second of it. While the internet was laughing, the Groyper Army was networking. The 2022 AFPAC convention. The Hilton refused to host the Groypers again, so they moved the conference literally across the street to a nearby Marriott. The conference was sponsored by the up-and-coming social media platform Gab. They had many influential speakers from the alt-right, as well as 4 elected officials from the US government. The alt-right's AOC, Marjorie Taylor Greene, had this to say.
True.
It doesn't matter if I'm speaking to Democrat union members or 1,200 young conservatives who feel cast aside and marginalized by society. The Pharisees of the Republican Party may attack me for being willing to break barriers and speak to a lost generation of young people who are desperate for love and leadership.
Didn't she disavow like a month later or something?
In addition to elected officials, the conference also hosted a variety of far-right media personalities, including Gavin McInnes, Jesse Lee Peterson, and Milo Yiannopoulos. Fuentes claimed that Yiannopoulos was responsible for connecting him with Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. It is evident that this relationship between Milo and Nick would continue to prove useful in connecting King Nick with people in more mainstream kingdoms to push his message, including most recently, the artist formerly known
Wait, is this
as
going to make an
Kanye
argument,
West.
or is it just like a meme history?
Since Cozy TV's launch, people have been moving underneath King Nick's rule as they are banished from other lands. The lords of the Groyper Army are few, and the biggest names relevant to online poll are as follows. Lord Kai, a young
It's a high
Groyper
effort
who is
shitpost.
featured sometimes in front of Dame Dusty's court. Conservative, young, and can't explain exactly what the Groypers stand for. A perfect lord for Nick Fuentes. Lord Tech, who is initially seen as a total nobody, somehow was able to take down Lord Carson's entire YouTube channel by having the Groyper Army raise their banners to a few of his most salacious ballads. The most recent addition to Nick Fuentes' fiefdom was none other than Lord Sneeko, whose soul was won by King Nick in an epic war waged with the Taliban. Lord Sneeko has proved a useful tool to give Fuentes and the Groyper Army access to an audience that is large, young, and easy to influence. Lord Sneeko also sanitizes King Nick to appear less like an ethno-nationalist. King Destiny, as much as he tried, did not have the strength to turn Sneeko and his incredibly large and naive audience onto the path of liberal enlightenment. Anyone that is currently streaming on Cozy TV may or may not consider themselves a knight to King Fuentes, but they are. And with his vassalhood comes some level of control. An invite is required from Nick himself to stream in his kingdom, and realistically, you could be pulled at any time. If you wanted to be reminded of how crass the old internet was, look no further than the chat of anyone in the Groyper Army. The reactionary fervor of the serfs of the Groyper Army really cannot be overstated. They only may be between 45,000 and 70,000 strong, but the Groypers are growing in number and prominence every year, spreading and growing through alternative channels like Telegram and Signal. They are having successful mass flagging campaigns regularly against content creators that speak out against them. It is this historian's opinion that the Groypers will grow until something is done to limit their powers, so that the root of their archaic ideas can be suppressed and extinguished.
Wow. Is there really nothing in this
In
fucking
medieval
room?
Europe from the 14th century, all the way up until the end of the 19th century, there was a social and economic system that rose to prominence called feudalism. The defining feature of this system was a breakdown of power and landholdings between kings, lords, knights, and serfs. Kings were monarchical families that had conquered the lands in the generations prior and were the hegemonic powers in the areas that they lived in. As their lands and power grew, the kings needed people to watch over and manage the lands and its people. The king would enter a relationship with a lord and lend him a section of his land and its inhabitants, called a fief. The lord would become the king's vassal and was responsible for keeping the taxes, food, etc. flowing upwards in the kingdom. The sections of the lands that the lords controlled had its own set of vassals, called knights, who were people that were loyal to their lords. Their primary function was to manage the serfs around them and bear arms if their king ever called for an army. The serfs ranked lowest in the feudal system. They were literally tied to the land that they lived on. Conquering armies would leave them alone so that they could remain productive after the kingdom was conquered, and their loyalty was solely to that of whoever owned the fiefdoms above them. When streaming began to be popular, like most things, the first people to start were the first people to gather large audiences. As newer people entered the space over time, there was naturally less audience to go around. And with the way that streaming is currently set up, with no algorithm and barely any searchability, the best advice that is given to new streamers is to collaborate with other creators who make similar content, or redirect your audience from other locations with better algorithms. Destiny, Vosh, and Fuentes have large audiences of viewers that are unique to them and have minimal overlap. They have a large swath of content creators underneath them that depend on them for content, proximity, and exposure. Groups materialize, content creation metas form, entire livelihoods are spawned out of relationships sometimes 2 or 3 times removed from the original source of the content. And this isn't on accident. It makes sense. The larger the content creator you collaborate with or react to, the more likely it will be found in the ocean of 3 viewer Andys and 200 view YouTube videos. It's in the best interest of the average online poll personality to take up arms for their king and try to make a place for themselves in the fiefdom with their hashtags, clickbait titles, and frequent panel appearances. If you play your cards right, if you're charismatic and interesting, funny, smart, then maybe the people who came to watch someone else might look you up and become your fans too. But are they really your fans? If you talk to any of the streamers that are part of the Taliban, they will tell you about something colloquially known as the Destiny effect. When King Stephen comes online, everyone in his kingdom takes a viewership hit across the board. This leads to some members of the Taliban planning their streaming time around when Destiny isn't streaming to maximize their viewership. If you're curious about your rank in the Taliban, see how much audience you retain when the rest of the monarchy goes live. If you're curious about who you're beholden to, look to where your audience goes when they aren't watching you. Content creators inside of these kingdoms are as incestuous as the royalty of the Middle Ages. People all across the hierarchy and from other kingdoms cover and react to each other's content, which drives viewership back and forth between the players involved. In the Taliban, Destiny and his lords can trickle the viewers in their fiefdom upward at almost any given moment by calling them to court. The highest viewed and most covered content is almost always interpersonal drama, impromptu tribunals amongst the lords and knights that can have devastating effects on people's place in the feudalist hierarchy. The main goals: remain based, be a gigachad, and avoid being soy at all costs. It's one of the fundamental things that separates this group of online poll from the David Pakman, TYT, or the Ben Shapiro types. Most of the streamers in the 3 hierarchies described will die on their sword holding this opinion. Online poll is primarily an entertainment space. I didn't used to think this, but after a couple of years of trolling around this space, I can safely say that it is entertainment first, with a little dash of political commentary on the side sometimes. Is it any one person's fault that the dynamics between the characters in these kingdoms make most reality shows look like scripted trash? I don't think so. This is a viewer-based economy. The meta is presently monarchical, and to make a living, you too must woo the serfs of the kingdom. Perhaps a different way to view this feudalist hierarchy is a space that at its backbone is powered by various Venn diagrams of shared audiences, and your king intersects all of them. I don't elucidate this to you to discourage you from attempting to gain the court of a content king or lord. It can unmistakably be a life-changing event for a content creator. But heed this warning. Hassan, Vosh, Bob7, Anna, Melina, Relevant, Dilla Burns, Not So Erudite, Brittany Simon, Lav, Hawes. The list could fill a Bible with people Destiny has given either prosperity or the guillotine. One of the most recent and explosive examples of this dynamic is that of Mr. Girl, a serf-turned-lord now waging war with the Taliban to establish himself as the king of his own castle. Mr. Girl has been a content creator for a long time, but he skyrocketed from humble serf to wealthy lord in what felt like a matter of months, all thanks to one particular date with Destiny. In December of 2020, Mr. Girl began his live streaming career after having 2 successful conversations with King Stephen and 1 unsuccessful conversation with King Bosch. A vassalhood was implicitly extended to Mr. Girl, and Lord Carson became King Destiny's friend and loyal Taliban flag carrier for the following year. When Lord Carson began his streaming career, he was on Twitch, and his audience was a mix of largely Taliban serfs as well as a sect of his own fanbase that he had accumulated from creating provocative and thought-provoking YouTube essays. Over time, the Taliban foot soldiers, intrigued by Mr. Girl's strange but comprehensive worldview, began to follow Lord Carson, and became indistinguishable from his original fans. This new fanbase, dedicated specifically to Lord Carson, were ordained as his horses. Several loyal foot soldiers formed organically, such as Elder Drazi, Smeth, and many more. Mr. Girl only intentionally knighting one person, much to his followers' chagrin, Lavloon, now attempting to make a comeback as the Dark Witch Femoid. Too small to see at the time, a small ember began to glow on Lord Carson's bridge to King Stephen. Mr. Girl is a polarizing man, and over time he found it harder and harder to stake it out in the lands of the other lords and knights. He was banned from Twitch and later had his YouTube channel deleted after a mass flagging campaign from Lord Tech of the Groiper Army. The rift widened between Lord Carson and King Stephen. Destiny was on a diplomacy campaign attempting to wine and dine King Nick. Lord Carson thought he was inadvertently sanitizing the Groiper Army's beliefs to the Daliban Empire. Lord Carson attempted to voice some concerns that he had with the serfs of the Daliban, as well as King Destiny himself. He did this on the public forum known as the Destiny subreddit. Lord Carson and the horses began to flood the square. Before long, one of Destiny's squires named Forethought banned Lord Carson from speaking on the subreddit, and a decree was made that gave members of the Daliban permission to murder horses perusing the subreddit on site, in a massacre known as !shoot. When the dust settled, King Stephen offered to reinstate Lord Carson's place on the subreddit, but Mr. Girl refused to take a podium constructed from the glue of his horses. Lord Carson was presented with a hard choice. He was at a fork in the road, and on one side was more of the same, paving his path deeper and deeper into Daliban territory. The other, a path of independence, required him to give up his vassalhood to the person that had given him his entire streaming career, and potentially ending his friendship. Lord Carson decided to publicly make a split from the Daliban Empire and has been waging war against King Stephen and his large array of lords and knights ever since, stemming from an upcoming decree coming on possible infidelities that King Stephen might partake in surrounding his vassals, set to arrive about a month from now. Maybe.
This week, guys.
If a huge content creator lends someone their audience to create their entire career, can they take it away just as easily? Destiny objectively granted Mr. Girl an enormous boost in audience following just a few short interviews, but those were not yet Mr. Girl's fans, they were King Stephen's. It wasn't until Mr. Girl proved himself as someone as interesting and as provocative as King Stephen that he was able to get an audience that was distinctly separate from the other 800,000 members of the Daliban. The pattern that I am seeing is that while you may find quick success inside of a kingdom, such as the Vashite Empire, the Daliban, or the Groiper Army, it is up to the individual to do something so that you aren't someone's fourth or fifth choice in their respective hierarchy. Lord Carson and Lady Erudite are two people in my mind that have been on two opposite ends of the content grind, and both have seen levels of success that is greater than that of the average vassal of the Daliban. While I could end this video coping about how it's all because of Destiny's magic touch or something, it's actually their magic touch that is helping them retain their own unique audiences over time, while making use of the kingdoms they reside in. A smaller microcosm of this effect revolves around smaller content creators like yours truly and Sick, Serf and Knight of Chud Logic's court. I can safely say that I share a substantial amount of shared audience with Chud Logic. I think Sick would agree as well. With Chud's help, my first major release soared to being the most viewed video on my channel, putting it in front of the eyes of thousands, which trickled down to me doubling my sub count.
Wow, good job, Chud.
His negative praise also had an equaling damaging effect in the eyes of our shared audience,
Wow,
and
bad
thus,
job, Chud.
at least for now, my viewers. Evident by the Extreme Daddy Festo Part 2, a less good video, mind you, but still a decent effort, sits closer to my average view count. Quality and relevancy appear to be the most important things you need to gain the court of a king or lord. When Sick released his Lavloon manifesto at the peak of Lavloon-related drama, the same day that she compared Destiny to Harvey Weinstein, it was the perfect opportunity to make a huge splash. The quality of the video was pretty terrible, but the info was amazing, and the relevancy at the time just out of this world. Sick got it in front of the eyes of Lord Chud, and eventually, King Stephen.
Wait,
the
did I
Daliban
watch that
Kingdom
video?
has since exploded his video to over 90,000 views and has solidified
Damn.
Sick Unchained as a 30-viewer Andy and one of the freshest new up-and-coming knights of the Daliban Kingdom. Sick has also been consistent on the content grind since release, improving each week, taking lessons from our lord, Chud Logic. A formula appears to be forming if you want to try and take advantage of a larger content creator to expand your growth. 1. Create a piece of content
What am I
or
missing?
discourse that is
Fuck
high
these
quality
missions.
or relevant. 2. Gain the court of a large lord, king, or the algorithm. 3. Hope that your consistent efforts after this boost are good enough to gather an audience for yourself so that you too may rise through the ranks of the fiefdom paved by the other content creators
Oh, there
that
it is,
came before
Jesus.
you. While it may be beneficial to work your way through the hierarchy in the beginning of your content creator career, I think the only way to really make it big is to strive to create something outside of it. Clearly there are ways to get out there. Like, look at just Pearly Things. She managed to get over 1 million
med kit.
subscribers in just over 8 months from abusing the YouTube Shorts algorithm.
Good job.
A land that is still fairly untamed. If you look at any of the lords or knights in any of the kingdoms, it is rare for one of these content creators to break 10,000 subs on YouTube, or get more than 100 live viewers on Twitch. Which, to be fair, is still really cool and can be a living, but I'm not
Alright,
sure that's
snow area?
where I want to be. I think my content aspirations are set for something outside of this
Wait, down
ecosystem.
here?
And honestly, maybe even online pull itself. The sparkle and shine of online pull is
We're not
wavering.
missing anything? I am. I'm at
For the
180
past
to
year or
190.
so,
Of course I am.
The space has felt a little bit stale, and I feel myself falling prey to the drama just as much as anyone.
Oh, you can't see.
I'm not above watching a train wreck in real time, but maybe I should be. Over the past year, the most interesting people in this space have been those that associate with the kingdoms the least. The freshest injections into the space are when more mainstream pundits enter, like Brianna Wu or
other side?
Adam22. How many times can we watch Vosh debate the etymology of water, Destiny play Autism Simulator, or see the N-word typed into Nick Fuentes' live chat before we ask ourselves, what the fuck are we even doing here?
Under the globe table?
It's my observation that unless you absolutely love the way that online politics is currently set up, unless you are currently making money off of the online poll meta you find yourself in, unless you find the communities to be more engaging than anything else available to you, make sure that you first and foremost are happy and really want to be there. Secondly, make sure that whatever you build can stand on its own, because no one will ever be Destiny, Vosh, Hassan, TYT, Mr. Girl, Just Pearly Things, Ben Shapiro, or Nick Fuentes ever again. How many streamers can react to each other before something new has to be done? It appears to me that the ground has been broken. The land has been taken under their control, and as smaller content creators, it might just be time to break out of the current metas we find ourselves in, and push on to foreign lands. Even if it means that we're only fueled by our determination, creativity, and a little bit of luck, instead of the guaranteed audience of a wealthy lord or king.
Wow. Interesting. Okay. Oh, what's this?
Well, I was wrong. So,
Uh-oh.
time to own it. What is a photo? What is a photo? That's a real question that I'm not sure has a straightforward answer anymore in this age of smartphone cameras that we live in. Case in point, the latest questions with Samsung. Now, this is a bit of a part 2 to a video I've already made called What's Happening with the iPhone's Camera, but that's about the broader topic of smartphone cameras and computational photography, and the more interesting thing, which is taking pictures of people. I'll link that below the like button. This one is more of a side quest of the specific edge case of phones with zoom at night, zooming all the way in and taking pictures of the moon. So first, I'd like to admit I was wrong. I made a short about a month or so ago. I'm not gonna delete it, but it's of me zooming all the way into 100x space zoom on the Galaxy S23 Ultra and taking a picture of the moon that looks really impressive. And I said, I guess it's not doing the AI fakery that Huawei got caught doing years ago. But to be fair, that's not what I should have done. What I should have done is actually tested it, done some A/B experiment type stuff. I should have tested it and ran an experiment like Reddit user iBreakPhotos actually did this past weekend. And well, as you can probably tell, the findings were kind of interesting. So let me show you. So basically, when you point a camera in the sky and zoom all the way into the moon, it recognizes the moon as a subject of the photo, and it locks the electronic stabilization on the target, sets the focus distance to infinity, and fires up a detail improvement engine to make the moon look much clearer than it would normally be. The easiest way to prove this is exactly how the Reddit experiment went. If you load up a full resolution picture of the moon and point the camera at it, it triggers all these systems and the same set of processes. But then, if you pull up a blurred photo of the moon with many of these details obscured and do the exact same thing, zoom all the way in, point the camera at it, what happens is it still runs all the same improvements and processes because it recognizes a moon. And then it turns out the camera will spit out a clearer, more detailed photo of the moon with all sorts of sharp detail that wasn't even in this source image. It feels weird. It feels fake. Like the fact that it's getting a bunch of detail out of the shot that wasn't in front of your camera in the first place just feels wrong. To be fair, it's not exactly doing what Huawei was accused of doing. Huawei is accused of doing this brute force like overlay fakery where, okay, you point theirs at the moon, it recognizes the moon, and then it just drops an overlay on top of the moon to get that detail out of nowhere. Because that's what our brains assumed that was happening. Huawei denies this. But to be fair, this would work with moon photography because the moon, as you know, is tidally locked and the same side always faces Earth. So the overlay would always be perfectly accurate. But what's actually happening with Samsung's is a little more complicated than that. So like I said, you point that camera at the moon. Once you get past 25x...
What is a photo? That's a good question.
zoom, if the sky is clear enough and the moon is recognized as the target, the camera app turns the exposure all the way down to take it from a glowing white orb to an actually somewhat detailed object. Then, like I said, it sets the focus to its furthest distance, it locks the electronic stabilization on the target object, and then it runs a series of noise reduction and detail enhancement processes that basically AI sharpen what you see in the viewfinder towards what it knows the moon is supposed to look like. So yes, everyone who has this phone that takes a picture of the same moon is gonna get like basically the same looking image at 100x. But it, you know, if it's got some color to it, if the moon is red to you, then it will keep that intact. If something flies in front of it, theoretically that should stay intact. And then it matches the phase of the moon. So it'll work on any phase, half moon, gibbous, crescent, whatever. That's fine too. Now you might be asking, Marquez, how do you know all of this? Well, one, because we actually ran these experiments on pictures of the moon like the Reddit user did, but also two, there is an entire post on a Samsung forum. There's a Samsung community forum, and there's a post that details all of this, like how it works, what phones it works on, and the step-by-step process that it goes through when it recognizes the moon in the sky. It's in Korean, so you may have to run it through Translate to read it yourself, but yeah, it's out there. So you can disable this feature just by turning off the scene optimizer setting in the camera app, whose description right now on my phone says it makes dark scenes look brighter, food look tastier, and landscapes look more vivid. They should also add, also makes the moon look extra crispy and bright and detailed so you can flex on all your iPhone friends who don't have 100x zoom. But to me, this is just one of many types of photos that our smartphones are already editing for us. I've said it in a previous video, the stuff that comes out of a smartphone camera isn't so much reality as much as it's this computer's interpretation of what it thinks you'd like reality to look like. So of course, anytime there's a full moon, everyone with an S23 Ultra is super tempted to zoom all the way in and take the same picture of the moon because it looks super impressive and it's visually cool, but also then the headlines are gonna say, hey, that's kind of fake. But these phones will continue to recognize a landscape and turn the grass more green, or recognize a wide-angle shot with the sky in it and turn the sky more blue. It'll recognize a photo of food and boost the most saturated colors. Of course, the one with the moon is the most visually impressive and easy to pay attention to, but...
The fakest.
What is a photo?
Moon. Wow, that could be the intro to a Vsauce video. What is this? Another break, I think.
I appreciate worried and being like, is this a good idea? I understand probably isn't a good idea either. But I feel like when I tweet, it's harder to get the message across.
Yeah.
I do want to say that people say I didn't have a seizure. I definitely did when I was pushed over.
Pushed over.
Did see the response saying I was there the whole time.
Wait, how does she know she had a seizure, but then claim she was blackout drunk for 24 hours? Am I...
The doctor from Cedars-Sinai definitely confirmed it was a seizure. I
Oh, 'cause
feel
the
like
doctor's
I don't
saying, okay.
do tours properly, and yes, this will be a short stream. There's I just thought this is a boxing match. I don't really think it's a good time to joke. But people are saying apologize to QE. Obviously, for people that know, I have been blocked. I'm just waiting for the invoice for the after party, and I will pay it. I haven't been able to apologize to people privately yet, no, due to being blocked. Also, yesterday when I was...
Sorry, that's not funny, I guess.
I just come out from the hospital. How seizures work is you lose your memory almost for 24 hours. So I just slept all day yesterday. I didn't realize what was happening until today. I'm not lying about the seizure. I have the proof. I'm actually going back to Ireland to get my doctor to get my epilim, not my epilim, sorry, my amygdala back. But
What happened? Basically, she's an alcoholic and she needs help for it, and she's not like... It's probably hard because she makes a decent amount of money streaming and she's relatively independent. It doesn't look like she has anybody in her life that's forcing her to get help. And unless somebody's forcing her to get help, basically what's going to happen is she's going to continue to spiral until she either dies or hits some rock bottom where she decides, like, I need to turn around and get help. Hopefully this is a bottom point where she decides to actually get help. But the issue is that she's like, she's done this loop over and over and over again where she said, okay, I'm going to get help. This is serious, blah, blah, blah. And then she kind of goes back to what happened before.
Shouldn't have drunk. I shouldn't have drunk. I'm not gonna lie, I was hanging with people, someone that I thought was very attractive, got nervous and started drinking. At the awards, when I was yelling, I was just yelling to hype QE up. I wasn't actually yelling at anyone else. Tubbo and Tubbo's father.
Could you argue that Cutie and friends have enabled her via streaming and content as a lol cow? I mean, I don't know what like efforts Cutie's taking behind the scenes to help her, so it's hard for me to be like, oh yeah, like Cutie is to blame. I don't think I can say that. It sounds like, from what Cutie said, it sounds like they've tried to like do something to get her to take these issues more seriously, and she just doesn't. So I mean, I don't know enough. I will say that there's like kind of like there was like a general trend of like laughing at like drunk minks, and it was always kind of like a joke, and people kind of treated it that way, which from the outside it seems to be the case, but I don't truly know the inner workings of these relationships to know enough to like, I'm not gonna sit here and say like these guys are failures because they turned into a lol cow. I don't know the relationships well enough to say that.
There was at the table, Nadia was at the table, the two men that won the award were at the table. It was the after party that I did fuck up. But I also do want to just say that for people saying I didn't have a seizure, I definitely did have a seizure. I went to the hospital. I was at the hospital for a while. Are you still going to box? I'm definitely still going to box.
What?
If they let me.
Oh.
It is just a shame on my behalf. Were you streaming for it? Because I feel like I couldn't get it across through Twitter.
The seizure thing is a little scary because like I feel like her reiterating that over and over again, it feels to me kind of like a weird shirking of responsibility, like, oh, I had a seizure, that's what was going on or something. Maybe I don't know, but the problem with drinking, friends, is it's all fun until it isn't, and then it starts to crumble. Yeah, but also too, the problem too is that like, how do you deal with alcoholics? That's probably really difficult. Like, I don't know if I would expect kids, like people from 20 to 30, to know like what are the steps you take to deal with somebody who has genuine alcoholism. Also, despite the fact that I guess everybody on the internet thinks this is really fucking easy to do, those arguments that I got into yesterday with that one guy about like whether I'm abusive to orbiters or whether I should have pulled Lav away from my stream, it's really hard as one adolescent. Do we count as adolescents anymore? I don't know, 20 or 30. It's young adult. It's really hard to take away the autonomy of another person. It's really hard to say like, hey, listen, you need to stop. That's a really difficult thing to do, especially with a friend. So yeah, I don't know. I don't envy, and then not to mention like these people all have their own problems and everything too, right? Cutie's got all sorts of issues relating to internet shit. Everybody else has their own lives and the complicatedness of being a streamer and everything going on. Like they're all living their lives. Like to try to figure out like all of these things is probably really difficult, I would imagine. Yeah, I don't think any of these are like simple problems to figure out. What actually happened that she's having to apologize for occasionally. So she asked Cutie if she could go to that award show yesterday. And Cutie said, sure, you can go, but I have to cut Melina from the event. That's my Melina. No, I'm just kidding. So she said, sure, you can go, but you have to promise me not to drink, because she's had a lot of problems in the past relating to drinking. And she's like, I promise I'm not going to drink. It'll be fine. No worries. And then she goes to this event. And by the time the after party rolls around, supposedly, according to Cutie, she's already wasted. Now, when she's wasted, Cutie's at her after party, probably trying to chill because she just finished her event. Her mind is probably fucking destroyed at this point because she's had the whole award show and everything. Apparently, she's getting reports that Minx is being dragged away from the after party because she's too drunk. But apparently, she was told, now I don't know if she knows if this is real, but this is what she was reported to her, when they tried to take her away, apparently Minx decided to just like do like the dead fish, like flop around and be uncooperative. And in the process of this happening, she fell over and hit her head, and then somebody had to call an ambulance. And because of the stipulation for the venue where the party was held, once the ambulance got called, the entire event was canceled. And then I imagine probably the $5,000 to $20,000. Cutie said $50,000. I don't really believe that, but probably like over $10,000 of a party basically got canceled after 30 minutes. And the whole after party show got destroyed. You mentioned earlier, how do you deal with alcoholics? Simple, you don't invite them to your parties. Cutie fucked up by trusting in Minx and assuming her behavior would change. You can't trust Minx, but you can trust Minx to be Minx. Yeah, sure, but I'm just saying that like it's difficult. I mean, like, yeah, Cutie probably shouldn't have invited her, but I mean, like, Cutie and Minx have been friends for a long time. It's probably pretty hard to be like, sorry, friend, like, you're not allowed to come to like my biggest event of the year. Like, fuck you. It's probably a difficult thing to do. I mean, Cutie probably should have done it, but like, I mean, again, I'm not envious of her position. That's a shitty spot to be in.
So I thought I'd go live and try explain myself. It will obviously be a short stream, and you guys can clip it and then take what you want with it. When it's gonna end, you keep doing this shit though. When I get better, I guess. Are you taking the boys back to Ireland? No. My cat sitter is gonna take care of them. Oh my god, now you're gonna make me cry. I'm gonna miss them. But it's like, I feel stuck in two worlds. I think even if I do get better, I'm still gonna be Minx. And it's like, do I go down the road where I try to get better and try to become normal? Or do I go down the road where I'm just Minx, similar to these other band streamers? I don't know.
I don't even know what she means right now.
And it's like, when people were joking with me, like, in DMs, trying to make fun, they're like, there's no way. They're like, there's no way that you're like fucking at every party in UK or Ireland, it's normal to get blackout. How the fuck is this a huge thing? But they don't realize that was Cutie's thing.
What?
When was it? Saturday? Saturdays fucked me up. I'm trying to make jokes out of it. But just to clarify, because I am live right now, is I did have a seizure. That was not a lie. I was in the hospital for it. Leaked DMs to explain better. I was thinking about that, but I'm waiting for the invoice. I don't want to do that until I get the invoice. Go back to Ireland, get out of LA, it's not good for you. It's hard though when I sold on a house. But do you have 50k though to fix it? Yes, I will have 50k. Just gotta do a little nip slip on Fansly. It's a joke, sorry, I'm trying to joke. You need to get a relationship on a handle of your relationship drinking before you can do it casually. Okay.
I mean, that should
What
be...
were you asking when Q asked you not to? I'll be honest, and it was stupid. I thought it was at the awards that I just didn't have to drink. I thought I could drink at the after party.
See, when she says stuff like this, and also, by the way, I don't know fuck all about any alcoholism or any of that shit, so take everything I say with a fucking grain of salt. When she says stuff like this, if I'm evaluating it as like a normal, healthy mind, these types of like excuse-making behaviors show that the person hasn't fully like, they haven't fully appreciated the gravity of their situation when they're making excuses like this. There's like, oh, well, I didn't think it would be big. Yeah, you did. You should know. You probably know you fucked up. There's no reason to make excuses at this point, unless you're still trying to absolve yourself of some kind of responsibility. But hello?
Nadia was with me. They delivered us 4 drinks to the table. I was to be on one, but I literally told, I was like, I can't drink this. But I did at the after party, and I got wasted at the after party. But why drink in general? What are you trying to cover up? I'm not trying to cover up anything except my anxiety. No, I haven't spoke to her yet, sadly, because I'm blocked. But I'm sure one of her team members will reach out with the invoice. I would love to pay that. But I just do want to say that I did have a seizure. I hate that people are saying I was there and you didn't. And the doctors literally said it was an absent seizure.
I know a doctor can tell like for a stroke or heart attack. Can a doctor really tell later on if you've had a seizure? Can doctors tell if you've had a seizure? We watched this earlier today. Maybe with an MRI you can? Can doctors prove you had a seizure? High density EEG. During high density electroencephalogram test, electrodes are placed in your scalp close together. Conventional EEG, high density EEG, high density. Can it help a doctor look at the area of your brain where seizures occur? Could you be tested to see? Huh. Oh, this is just as they're happening though, huh? People are linking Cutie's response. For the people commenting that I'm making up my epilepsy for an excuse, I can guarantee that I had a seizure when I was pushed over. I slept all day yesterday when I got home from the hospital. It's obviously not an excuse for ruining the party, but I'm not lying about my epilepsy. Cutie Cinderella, Minx, you did not have a seizure. I was there the entire time. Also, no one pushed you. You're just lying. This picture is from you getting liquids at the ER. Damn. We already listened to this Cutie story earlier. MD here. Why don't I have a doctor flare for my chat? There are signs called a postictal state with intense lethargy. Some signs are bites on the tongue, and a rare sign called Todd's paralysis. Well, I've never heard of any of those things, so I'll assume that's true. As someone who works in a hospital, we would never restrain someone having seizures. It would cause more harm. Oh, huh. Seizure pads are protocol. Restraining someone having a seizure can cause breaks, dislocations, and can block their airway. Just saying. Maybe she was still belligerently drunk. I think Cutie's earlier decision was right when she said she needs to just like move on from Minx and then let Minx handle her own stuff, because I don't think Cutie has the mental fucking battery to like deal with all of her own stuff plus streaming plus be like Minx's full-time caretaker, which is essentially what she's kind of being tasked with. So.
And then just kind of seeing messages after messages saying that I'm lying when I swear on my dog's life I'm not lying.
One thing, I'm repeating shit that I've just heard, so I have no first-hand experience. So again, everything I say, I could literally just be making it all up because I'm fucking retarded. But I've heard it said over and over and over and over and over again that like for somebody that has an addiction, like an actual addiction, so like alcohol is a big one, gambling is a big one. They will say or do anything to lie to avoid taking responsibility for their addiction. They'll swear on their mother's life. They'll do like every possible thing. Like none of that matters for an addictive person's brain. But I mean, I don't have any personal experience with addicts, so except for me being addicted to League of Legends and me saying just one more game over and over and over and over and over again.
But I think that's it. Alcohol equals seizure. That's not how it works. It was head trauma. They did say that in the report. Trauma
just refers to some sort of what is trauma? Like subcutaneous bruising or something? Trauma just means you were hit somewhere, right? So it's not subcutaneous. I don't know what the actual name. Or what is it? Can we just say this? What is trauma? No. What is physical trauma? Blunt force trauma resulting in blah blah blah. Penetrating trauma. Oh, I didn't even know this. I thought trauma only referred to, but I guess it referred to penetrating too. Trauma just means you got hit somewhere basically, or stabbed. I guess I don't know that. But like that, it could be a seizure. It could just be you falling over.
Yes, Jana. This is your first seizure in a long time. I did have an absent seizure recently, but it wasn't as bad as this one. This one, I was unresponsive. But I think, hi Corny. That's really it. That's what I wanted to say. I'm sorry, but please, I hate that people are saying that, spreading misinformation that I didn't have a seizure when I did. I'm literally flying back to Ireland, hopefully on Thursday, to meet up with my Dr. Amory. Shout out Limerick, anyone from Limerick, shout out Limerick. To get meds back in the thing. I did struggle with getting meds here because they're kind of fucking awful if you don't have a thing.
I don't know what she thinks meds are. She just doesn't. Does she not acknowledge? Has she ever acknowledged that she has a problem with alcohol, or has she never even acknowledged that? Right.
Want to be a streamer or anything like that? Aiden Ross is one of the biggest Twitch streamers.
I don't know about this. Wait, somebody said there was a thing of Adam talking about what had happened?
In English, every letter is silent, sometimes, except for one, V.
Hey, Michael. Yuval here. V can indeed be silent in multiple different words. For example, savvy, bevy, divvy, and revved. Now, it might seem that each of those words has a very clear pronounced V sound, and they do. One of the V's is pronounced, and the other one is silent. Now, you might argue that they can't truly be silent because if you remove a V from a word like savvy, you would get savvy. But this argument doesn't work for a word like bevy, a British slang for a beverage. Remove one of the V's and you get bevy, a large group of people. Now, this thinking opens up a bit of a can of worms. Does this mean that the two L's in yellow have a silent L between them? Our first instinct would be to say no, because if you remove one of the L's from yellow, you would get something that you'd think would be pronounced like yellow. However, felon and melon are both pronounced the same way that yellow is in terms of emphasis, despite only having one L, which means either yellow has a silent L or felon and melon have invisible L's. You could also argue that the extra E's in beekeeper are silent. That might seem ridiculous, because we know that you need two E's in order to make a long E sound. But the truth is that you do not, like in words like theme and meme, that only have one E making a long E sound. And you might argue that that E is only making a long E sound because of the second E in the word. And you'd be correct, for that second E is silent. Even in pairs of letters that we'd insist have distinctly different sounds than their single letter counterparts can fall prey to this trap. For example, double S we might insist is pronounced S, as opposed to single S, which is pronounced S in a word like busy, because B-U-S-S-Y we pronounce as bussy. However, buses and buses are pronounced the same way despite having different amount of S's between them, which means either buses has a silent S or buses has an invisible S that we have never been told about.
Hold on one sec. Anybody else ever just think, Anybody else ever just kind of just wonder? Okay. Adam confirming on another podcast he fired Lush.
So, with you doing that, do you feel like, you know what, it's over with, our whole relationship is done? Do you feel like it's just no get back?
Oh no, we done. Yeah, that was like, yeah, that's like the kind of shit that you can't come back from. When I realized that's how you're moving, and there's been a bunch of shit that I had to kind of like, not care about when I was hearing about this fool just talking too much in general. Like he was really living his whole life on the Reddit and just tweet too much, all this shit. And AD was just saying it, that me and AD both had said to him, like, you got to stop living your whole fucking life on the internet and all this kind of shit. And then look at him. Look what got him caught up. Like, you can't say that we didn't give him good advice, man.
I told him.
Facts.
Golly.
Facts.
Golly. So, with you doing that, do you...
Lush back. Oh, Lush pack. Lush fired soon. Don't hold your breath, baby girl. Damn. Damn. Why did I fire Lush? Apparently, Lush was saying a whole bunch of crazy shit that he was told in confidence to other people on another server or something.
It's just, there's all this pressure, And sometimes it feels like it's right up on me. And I can just feel it, like literally feel it in my head. And it's relentless. And I don't know if it's gonna stop. I mean, that's the thing that scares me the most, is that I don't know if it's ever gonna stop.
What? Yeah. Well, you do have a nail in your head.
It is not about the nail.
Are you sure? Because, I'll bet if we got that out of there...
Stop trying to fix it.
No, I'm not trying to fix it. I'm just pointing out that maybe the nail is...
9 years old.
You always
How have I
do
not seen
this.
this?
You
Have I
always
seen
try
this?
to fix things when what I really need is for you to just listen.
See, I don't think that is what you need. I think what you need is to get the nail
See, you're
out.
not even listening now.
Okay, fine. I will listen. Fine.
It's just, sometimes it's like, there's this achy, I don't know what it is. And I'm not sleeping very well at all. And all my sweaters are snagged. I mean, all of them.
That sounds really hard.
It is. Thank you. Ow!
Oh, come on. If you would just...
Don't.
Try to see things my way.
So sometimes I'd be able to eat and be fine, but I didn't want to run that risk. And so in...
Oh no, his abandonment of veganism. I wonder how many, did he lose subs over this? I shouldn't laugh, I'm sorry, that's mean, but. No, not this one, sorry. Ooh, he probably lost a few thousand, not too bad. I found out about you through Cosmic Skeptic where he showed out your channel 07. Oh, damn. Have you seen the Physics Girl's COVID situation? I don't think it was COVID. I think she has another thing. I don't remember what it's called, but I have.
So as you can imagine, the past couple of weeks have not been particularly easy for me. But of course, this is something that I...
not been easy. They've been the best weeks of your life. We're back to eating pork, baby. Pork, baby. This has been the best weeks.
Expected when I made my community post announcement about consuming animal products. I expected that there would be a great deal of sadness and disappointment and hatred and anger and all of these kinds of things. So I want to be able to get back to producing regular content, and I've been working on a new project that is launching very soon. It's going to be the next thing you see on this channel, but I wanted to make sure that I at least spoke about this on camera before doing so. I don't know what kind of video this is. I don't know what I'm going to call it.
It's better be an apology
I'm
video.
basically just trying not to sensationalize this. I recognize that this kind of video can cause a lot of drama, bring a lot of attention, a lot of negative attention to the vegan movement, to animal advocacy. That's really something I'm trying to avoid. You know, I've been thinking a lot about how best to approach this whilst doing the least harm to animals and the least harm to the vegan movement as a whole. I'm still not entirely sure what that looks like. Of course, ideally, you would have wanted me to just stay totally plant-based, but I'm hoping to explain some of the reasons why I didn't do that. But crucially, and I should say this from the outset, even though it should be obvious, look, I'm not some kind of nutritionist. I'm certainly not a nutritional expert. And so I'm in a bit of an awkward situation here in that, you know, I feel I want to explain some of the problems that I was facing in maintaining a healthy plant-based diet, but I want to clarify that shouldn't be informing your position on the viability of a plant-based diet for yourself. A lot of people have been sending me studies, in particular the American Dietetic Association study that being vegan is healthy at all stages of life, including pregnancy, as if this is new information to me. Yeah, as if this isn't something that I was already aware of and wasn't citing myself. Of course, the American Dietetic Association says that a well-planned vegan diet is healthful at all stages of life. The key point is well planned there, and my problem is not with the idea that every nutrient that's required to be healthy can be found in a plant-based diet. I think that it can. My problem is with the practicability of maintaining it for myself. So people have been asking, well, what's this magical nutrient that you can only get from an animal product that you can't get from plants? I want to clarify from the start, there isn't one. Every nutrient that you need to be healthy can be found in an adequately planned plant-based diet. I just want to talk to you about some of the reasons why I found it very difficult to maintain a healthy plant-based diet. I also want to clarify that I really don't know what my diet's going to look like going forwards. I don't know if I'll continue to eat these foods or whether I'll be able to abandon them again in the future. I really don't know. So I'm not trying to do an ex-vegan, anti-vegan thing. I'm not trying to come out and say, veganism did this to me, I had a horrible experience, and this is why you shouldn't be vegan. Like, I still want to encourage people to be vegan. I still want to encourage people, of course, to care about animal suffering and to help bring about the end of factory farming. Like, the fact of the matter is, I still think animal suffering matters greatly. I still want to see the end of factory farming as soon as possible. All that happened was, in practice, in my life, I found it difficult to maintain a healthy plant-based diet.
Bro, just say you don't give a
That's it, really.
fuck
I understand
about
why
the
that would
animals.
annoy people or upset people, especially given that I'm somebody with a public platform. But that's what this breaks down to. Now, for most of my life, I've had a particular set of health issues, just like most people have some health issues that I must stress are unrelated to veganism. They're not caused by veganism. I had them before I was vegan. It's nothing like that. But for instance, one of the most important or relevant here is IBS, or irritable bowel syndrome, which people have to varying degrees. I've suffered with it quite severely for most of my life. It's not been as bad as I've been getting older, but it essentially translates to having some severe stomach problems, as well as, I don't really know how to put it, but you need to make sure you have access to a toilet. For most of my childhood, one of the great miseries of my life was that I essentially wouldn't be able to go anywhere that didn't have an immediate toilet access, because otherwise I'd be absolutely stuck out. And the anxiety of just being there and knowing that that was the case would be enough to bring on the symptoms of IBS, and I'd just be paralyzed by it. This was livable.
This sounds so stupid because it's like, okay, you've got to use the toilet every now and then. I think I've had food poisoning one time in my entire life, and it was over the course of like 2 days. And I developed so much sympathy or empathy, I guess, for people with like IBS or Crohn's. It is horrible. Having to go put like quasi poop like every like 30 to 60 minutes. It is actually a paralyzingly horrible experience. It is so bad. I think if I had IBS, I would just say, give me the fucking colonoscopy bag, because fuck this shit. It's actually so fucking horrible. Oh my God.
That is an important thing to stress. It's not like the pain that I experience when I suffer from these symptoms is completely and utterly debilitating. As I say, as long as I'm in a situation where I can deal with it, as long as I have a toilet nearby, as long as I don't need to be doing something important. But the problem is that, of course, when there was something I needed to be doing, so if I was giving a talk or a debate, or even if I was attending a lecture or a debate or something like that, or indeed if I was just hanging out with friends in a place that didn't have a toilet access, if we were just going for a picnic or like hanging out by the river or something, I knew that if I was going to eat something and then go to these things, there was a good chance that I was going to run into quite a bit of trouble. And so what I would do is have a very restricted relationship to food in these instances. It meant essentially not eating or eating very minimally and safely whenever I was in one of these circumstances. So sometimes, we'd be out and people would be getting food and people would notice that I'm not really eating anything or not finishing a meal that was in front of me, or being really picky with my food. And a lot of the time I'd have to politely decline to eat various foods because I was just so worried that it was going to set off a reaction in my stomach. And one of the worst things about it is that it was quite unpredictable. I never knew when the stomach was going to flare up. So sometimes I'd be able to eat and be fine, but I didn't want to run that risk. And so in any of these kind of circumstances, I'd be restricting my eating very greatly. And this is something that I did before I was vegan as well. So I was well adjusted to it. But essentially, if I was going out and doing something, like if I was going out to a field somewhere, or if I was going to give a talk, I just wouldn't really eat, or I'd eat very minimally, and I'd eat very safe foods that obviously weren't particularly nutritionally adequate, but would help me to get some calories in. And then hopefully after I'd finished whatever it was I was doing, we'd go somewhere more suitable and I'd be able to eat more food. Now this clearly isn't ideal, right? Like this isn't a particularly healthy way to live, but it was essentially a choice between that or just turning down all of these opportunities and not doing any of these things. I'm well aware of the fact that every nutrient we need to be healthy can be found on an adequately planned vegan diet. My problem is with the practicability of this. You can imagine in a situation like the one I've just described, how it can be difficult even to make sure you're getting the right amount of calories, let alone making sure that you're on top of your macro and your micronutrient balance. Now, it's important to stress that I don't have any health problems, at least to my knowledge, that are caused by veganism, right? Like the IBS thing, I'm not saying that veganism causes this. And of course, even if somebody's a non-vegan, living in this way is not the healthiest way to live. You're still going to run into problems if you're not eating for a whole day and only eat like a couple of meals or one meal in the evening when you get the opportunity. But because of the fact that it is easier to get the nutrients that are required to be healthy on a non-vegan diet, which, say what you like about it being easy to live healthily as a vegan, which I believe in many cases it can be and is, it is easier to not be one. I found that in practice, despite obviously having a lot invested in this, I wasn't able to make it work. And so I ended up experiencing a lot of the typical symptoms that you hear in these kinds of videos. So these are the typical things that you hear about. I was experiencing fatigue, but at the same time as insomnia. I just wasn't sleeping properly. I was experiencing brain fog. I was unable to properly focus. I was feeling physically weak. But I was also experiencing other commonly reported symptoms. I was having, a lot of bloating and a lot of gas.
Poor guy.
A lot of gas. I was experiencing joint pain. I was experiencing all kinds of things that I found it very difficult to know what was being caused by my diet. And crucially, as I say, this isn't something that's caused by veganism. It's not caused by a vegan diet. It would have been caused, if it was caused by my diet, by the way that I was doing this vegan diet. But also there's something that I don't want to mention it, but I want to mention it in this context, which is that there have been various things that have happened in my personal life that at points have led to something of a mental health crisis. I don't really know what to say here because I'm sorry, but I'm just...
Destiny could be watching an ISIS beheading video and he'd be like, oh my god, what a loser, something. Bro, this is sounding like an ISIS beheading video. Are you serious? The guy is trying to be like ultra super fucking careful because he knows that switching off of veganism is about to draw him like the ire of the entire fucking vegan community. So he's probably trying to like caveat and be as careful as fucking possible so that they don't all like go after him.
Not going to give you the details about that. I haven't given the details about that to my closest friends and family, so I'm certainly not going to talk about it on camera in detail, except for the fact that I've been experiencing something like it. And again, crucially, I'm not trying to say that this was caused by veganism, but look, there were days when I would be eating 0 calories and periods where daily I'd maybe be eating between like 0 and 700 calories. And it gets to a point where you think, look, I'm just going to have to get myself out of this hole somehow. And one of the most important first steps is physical health. But being essentially unable to eat, I found that if I could stomach anything, I wanted it to be nutritionally dense. I wanted it to be something that was
meaty.
The best chance of improving my physical health. So look, I'm really not trying to make this some kind of sob story. It's impossible to do that, I guess, without giving you all of the details. It's really difficult to find a balance here between trying to talk about my experience whilst trying not to make it just sound like I'm making a bunch of excuses and trying to make you feel sorry for me. I must say that I'm not going to be able to give you all of the details of certainly the mental health stuff that I was talking about. I know that people are upset and people are angry, but the amount of vitriol that I've received, I've seen people just obviously the constant DMing and the comments and people making memes and this kind of thing. And as I say, I understand that that's going to happen, but I'm just not going to let people start doing that about my personal medical history. I'm just not going to let people be memeing about that and making YouTube shorts about it. It's just not something that I'm willing to do. What I'm trying to do instead is get across the point that when I'm talking about the practicability of living a healthy plant-based diet, I'm not talking about the idea that a plant-based diet isn't or can't be healthy. What I'm trying to get across is that even if in principle it can be healthy and it's perfectly possible to be healthy on a plant-based diet, for various practical reasons that might be something that's unattainable. And to not recognize that, I think is a mistake, and I think it's going to do harm. And on that point, I should talk about some of the reactions that I've received just from the statement that I put out. There have been some responses that have been perfectly fine, disappointed or trying to understand or whatever. But, you don't need me to tell you that there's been a great deal of hatred and vitriol. You can see it for yourself. Of course, what you can't see is the things that people are messaging me privately. Maybe I can show some examples on the screen. It's been relentless. And
jackass, you're
Fuck, hold on, no spoiler alert. 1 second. I thought so highly of you, I'm disgusted. I hope the soul of every animal you harm comes back to haunt you when you realize the gravity of what you're doing. Shame on you for being a superficial, pretentious cop-out. Go fuck yourself, you animal-abusing cunt.
Pointed or trying to understand or whatever. But, you don't need me to tell you that there's been a great deal of hatred and vitriol. You can see it for yourself. Of course, what you can't see is the things that people are messaging me privately. Maybe I can show some examples on the screen. It's been relentless. And
wait, what was that? Hold on, I missed that one. Wait.
And sometimes from like, it's been relentless privately.
This is what the animals would say if they could speak. They would tell him the sooner he fucking offs himself, the better.
Maybe I can show some examples.
You are not increasingly doubtful. You are a fucking loser who can't change his food habits.
On the screen.
You murderous, animal abusing scum. You were never vegan. It was obvious from the start. You can get all your nutrition from eating plants. We are herbivores, for fuck's sake. You're a knob, and your excuses are pathetic, grow up. I wonder what it feels like to betray billions of enslaved, suffering beings in one swift move. I can only imagine the feeling of overwhelming shame would be at the top of the list.
It's been...
May this Alex get the reality of cancer and any other disease associated with flesh eating. I know that sounds harsh, but quite frankly, tired of these ex-vegans. So tired.
It's been relentless, and sometimes from like, from quite like established figures, like, you know, blue tick vegan advocates.
Wait. You know all these vegans you could have reached out to who are thriving and have been for years? You know it's possible even for you. You're not special. No wonder your debate with Michaela was pathetic. Thought you were smarter than this. You aren't. You're fucking retarded. Great job you're doing here. Blood is on your hands. Spare us your nonsense reasoning. You're just a fucking bitch. Damn, verified Instagram account sending that message.
Advocates sending me messages saying that I'm, quote, fucking retarded. As well as, I saw that vegan teacher said that if we were living in a time where it was still legal, she'd be calling for my public hanging. You'll forgive me if I'm not going to give you the details, certainly not of my mental health experiences, when I know that there are people out there who are just waiting to essentially make content out of this. I've already seen people just making all kinds of videos and memes. I've been doing YouTube a long time. Like, I built up a thick skin to this kind of thing. I can deal with mean comments, but I've had a lot of people reaching out to me to check that I'm okay. You know, people seeing the responses and messaging me to be like, man, like, are you doing all right? I mean, this looks horrendous. And a lot of it has been horrendous. But as I say, I can deal with it. The thing that I want people to be careful of here is, like, how is this going to look to other people? Like, I still want to encourage people to try veganism. I still want to encourage people to join the movement against animal suffering, against factory farming. But imagine somebody's on the fence about becoming a vegan. You know, they're not really sure whether it's going to be for them or not. And then they see what's happened here. Like, they see somebody who says, look, this wasn't working for me for various reasons, and I need to let you know about that. And seeing this kind of response.
It means they know vegans are serious.
And unforgiving vitriol. What is that person going to think? They're going to think, I obviously don't want a part of this, because is that going to be me if I then end up changing my mind? I understand the anger, I understand the disappointment, but believe me, it's not a good look. And a lot of people have said, look, you know, it's so much worse because you've got this platform, but, you know, if you're commenting this kind of stuff underneath that platform, all of these thousands of people are going to see your comments too. So of course there are still going to be people who think that this is inadequate. If that's because I haven't really gone into any philosophy, I guess I've decided that it's best to separate out these two things, because I don't want it to seem like I'm trying to make some case against veganism, or that I'm trying to just rationalize the problems that I've been having. What I really wanted to do is just expand on my post and say, look, this is the experience that I've had. It's not that I think that you can't get all the nutrients you need from plant-based sources, as some people have assumed, and quite understandably, that I meant. That's not what I meant. I was talking about the practicability of maintaining such a diet, and that you shouldn't come to me for nutritional advice. I'm just telling you what's happened here, because it's obviously something that I have to address.
What do you want?
But I'm not trying to offer you
Did you see
advice.
that
One thing that I said at the end of the statement
is in the hospital?
Bro, how are you so late on fucking everything?
Oh, shit. Dude, QT and all them are bullying her out of the country.
She fucked a whole party up that QT arranged. Yeah, no shit.
You're actually not gonna sympathize with someone who suffers from alcoholism and addiction? What the fuck?
Not when they're not doing anything to help themselves, no. People can't, like, throw their whole
Bro,
lives away.
they left an alcoholic at a party with alcohol. These people are retarded.
I mean, maybe they shouldn't have invited her, but I mean, bro, I mean, at the end of the day, like, it's her responsibility. She's a fucking adult, dude.
Dude, alcoholism is real, man. You've never.
True, but she doesn't even accept that she's an alcoholic, dude. She's still making excuses in that video.
That's what an alcoholic does.
Yeah, but so then they needed, so she can go back to Ireland, figure shit out, and then yeah, I mean that's all.
Damn, you really don't want to burn that bridge with QT.
Bro, you are. I don't understand
You're
how
so fucking weird, bro.
people like you and Train do this thing where you guys act like you're the most persecuted people on the internet, but I'm the only motherfucker out here that will name names, call people out, leak DMs, or do what needs to be done to prove the shit that I'm talking about is real. You're gonna come here and call me a fucking, call me a simp for Cutie? Are you serious? I just laughed at this woman crying about having deep fakes leaked on the internet. You're gonna say that I'm simping for Cutie? You're out of your fucking mind, okay? Those veneers are leaking poisons into your brain, okay?
You said yesterday, no, wait, I'm kind of cool with QT, John, so don't go too hard.
I didn't say I'm kind of cool with her. I said I don't think we don't technically directly fight over anything, but she fucking hates me. I'm never winning back Cutie's favor. I don't give a fuck about Cutie's favor. But I would never try to win it back.
All right, well,
yeah,
I guess you're right. I guess she's
right.
talking about leaving back to Ireland, bro. They bullied her out of the industry.
Bro, she's already kicked out of the house she's in down there. Aren't you in LA? Have you not heard any of these stories? She's not even allowed in the last gamer house she was in, bro. She already got kicked out.
Yeah, I know.
So clearly she's having major fucking problems. If she's leaving to go back to Ireland, it's not because of Cutie.
Well, definitely everyone's getting on her back.
Yeah, because she fucking destroyed an after party, of course. Probably the cost.
Bro, she almost died, bro.
She didn't almost die. Oh
she had a seizure in the fucking.
Bro, everybody has seizures. This is a normal part of life. You don't have seizures every day.
You've never been at a party where you're blackout drunk and then you fuck it up. Everyone's done that in this industry.
No,
oh my
bro,
God,
she's doing it. She literally got the whole party canceled. How many people have gotten entire after parties canceled?
Well, fuck their gay ass little industry party. How about that?
Okay, that's fine for you to say, but I mean, like, if somebody goes through the effort and everything of setting everything up, and it's like the cap of an evening with like a whole bunch of like cool people, and you're trying to celebrate an event, yeah, I can understand somebody being super fucking mad at that.
Well, just wait till someone else blacks out. They're gonna show so much sympathy for the next person.
Oh, I don't think so, but I mean, maybe.
No, they will, because they're mad at Minx, bro. It's a calculated effort to squeeze her out.
Mad at Minx for what? Cutie was friends with her for a long time.
No. They've been trying to squeeze her out since the cancellation.
Since what cancellation?
She was in hot water a few months ago.
Bro, you don't even know what you're talking about. I don't think so.
Minx did get canceled.
For what?
If
they were trying to squeeze her out, why would Cutie invite her to the fucking show?
Because they have mutuals, duh.
Oh my God. Remember, for conspiracy theories, guys, it's always like they're all powerful, they're doing these horrible things, but then when you can't explain it, it's just because they randomly don't do it.
I don't know. I see the hospital photos, and you'd think there'd be concern in the comment section, but they're shitting on her and saying she ruined my gay-ass influencer, gay-ass party. You're pathetic, Steve.
Okay.
There's an influencer party, bro. There's one every week.
It's not just an influencer party with one every week. It was like probably a $20,000 or $30,000 party that was ending the fucking streamer awards, which is an event that she does once per year. It wasn't just a random fucking party. That's not true.
That makes me love Minx even more.
Well, then why don't you start inviting her to your events? Reach out to Minx. You said you're in Healy's fucking house. Reach out to Minx and start doing content. Yeah, do that. Don't let her leave to Ireland. She better not leave to Ireland. You better be contacting her tonight. And you can go do content.
I already commented 30 minutes ago, don't leave to Ireland. They're snaking you out of the industry.
Commented? Send her a DM. Are you friends with her?
Yeah, I did. I already did that on Discord too. Do you want a screenshot to show how much better I am at being human than you?
Yeah, show me. Show me a screenshot.
Yeah,
here you go.
Here you go. And look, read the timestamp too.
Okay, I will.
Tough guy. Fucking trying to be invited to your gay ass party, Steve. Okay.
Okay.
This is how much better I am at being human than you.
Yeah.
Now shut the fuck up.
God, you're such a simp.
Simp, the girl's fucking in the hospital, bro. Our friend that we met this is the girl who stuck her neck out for me last year, bro.
Oh shit.
Can I
read this message? Can I read this message?
No. Don't leak.
Okay.
She's in the hospital. Don't leak. But yo, check this out. This girl got in trouble with the Botez sisters because she wanted to collab. We wanted to collab. And she's like, yeah, Zerka's coming over. And one of the Botes girls like, well, Zerka said that I'm not actually a good chess player, so I don't know if I want him here. And total weirdos.
The Zerka girls probably wouldn't, or the Botes girls probably wouldn't collab with you because they're ultra brand safe. Why do you think
I wasn't trying to?
It doesn't matter. I don't even collab with these people anymore ever. Like, of course, they're like some of the most fucking brand safe people on the fucking planet.
Yeah, but it's like, yo, you can't gatekeep Minx. I can't fucking be friends with Minx because they's fucking dumb.
Didn't they live in the same? Didn't the Boteses live in the same house with Minx, and then she got kicked out for causing problems?
Yeah.
Well, isn't that kind of an important part of that story to include?
The important part is those girls are not professional level chess players. That's the important part. They're not professional at all.
They're not.
They're not like
influencers. They're not trying to be professional. They focus more on streaming entertainment.
They're not trying to be professional. Because if they tried, right?
I don't know how far they make when they try, but my understanding do either of them take like fucking private lessons? Are either of them grinding chess super hard? I'm pretty sure their focus is on content, isn't it? I could be wrong. That was my understanding.
They're beautiful. Give them that.
Okay.
Like, one in the chat if you think you can beat those girls in a chess game.
It's okay. You with 6 months of, or with fucking 6 years of practice, you wouldn't be able to beat either one of those in a chess game.
Well, my brain is made for other things.
Yeah, what other things?
I'm still finding out.
Yeah, clearly. Okay.
Those guys are professional chess players at I think bronze level. It's called bronze level, right?
Yeah, is that what you'd call it?
Can you play Age of Empires next?
No.
The most underrated game of all time. 1, 2. You've never played, have you?
Nope.
Notice the energy shift when I joined this room. Like, you should start paying me, Steve.
Yeah. Okay, I want to finish watching this video. Okay.
Statement that I put out was that I was sorry.
Okay, wait, should I leave then? I'm leaving.
Okay, be careful, bud.
Okay.
Vegan
Love you,
activists
baby.
or advocates on my account, and a lot of people misunderstood that. I'm not sorry that I've turned people vegan. I'm not sorry that I've made people advocate for this cause. I'm just trying to say that I'm sorry to them for the disappointment that they might and do feel because of what I'm doing here. I'm not sorry that they've become vegan activists. So I do, of course, still want to see the end of factory farming, and I hope that vegans don't see me as their enemy on this front. I'm hoping we can still work together in our advocacy here. But as I say, I understand the reactions that I've been receiving, and I find it difficult to predict how those reactions will evolve or change based on this video, but thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. I didn't really know how to begin the video. I don't really know how to end it. I can only say thanks for listening. Thanks for at least trying to understand. And yeah, hopefully now we can get back to producing regular, interesting content that if you still stick with me in this channel,
wait, who just trying to
continue to enjoy.
And
yeah, I guess I'll see you in the next one.
See you later, dude.
You got Banks, Phelan,
Damn. And then we have our good friend Richard.
Jackass, you're murdering animals, and you're trying to get sympathy that people are mad at you. You're murdering animals. And, oh, poor baby, people are sending me mean messages. This guy is such a loser.
Wait, who is that vegan homosexual?
I don't know.
Why are you watching him?
Wait, why am I watching who?
That
Vegan
clip.
Gaines is not a vegan homosexual.
Who is that guy on your screen just there?
Cosmic Skeptic?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
And why are you watching this?
Because it's what we're watching. Is that the entertainment right now?
Oh, entertainment. I
Yeah.
didn't see the quotations. Yo, I'm in a mood. Can we get a panel going, bro? Bring some people, some fiery guests, and let's argue.
Okay, let me just finish. This is like a 4-minute video, okay? And then we can do whatever you want, okay?
Yes.
Holy crap, what a weak fucking limp dick loser.
What you can't see is the things that people are messaging me privately. Maybe I can show some examples on the screen. It's been relentless, and sometimes from like
Gee, do you think the animal abuse is relentless? Do you think like the horrible suffering and abuse and murder that animals go through, do you think that's relentless? Do you think we should be more concerned about that, or you being offended by random fucking people criticizing you for perpetuating that abuse and murder? You're not the victim, jackass.
I'm quite like established figures, like, you know, blue tick.
Literally, your argument for why you can't go vegan is you go poopy in your pants.
As well as
Oh my
I saw that
God,
vegan
dude.
teacher said that if we were living in a time where it was still legal, she'd be calling for my public hanging. You'll forgive me if I'm not going to give you the details, certainly not of my mental health experiences, when I know that there are people out there who are just waiting to essentially make content out of this. I've already seen people just making...
Oh, poor baby, your mental health. So because random people on the internet make videos criticizing you that you don't have to fucking look at, we're supposed to feel sorry because you have mental health issues. Well, guess what? Look at all the fucking the videos people make about me. I've had suicidal depression my entire fucking life. Look at the fucking criticism that gets flung at me. If I don't want to see that, I don't have to. If I'm not in a good enough mood to handle looking at comments or watching a video, I don't look at it. So, like, why the fuck is this guy crying and complaining, making himself out to be this fucking victim? Oh, I have mental health issues, so what if I kill and murder animals? I feel bad. I'm sad and upset. It's wrong for people to criticize me. I'm a baby. I go poopy when I go outside when I'm not supposed to.
Oh my God.
Then don't look at it. It's your choice to not fucking watch. It's your choice to watch these videos. It's your choice to read these comments. It's your choice to read these messages. Don't fucking read them. Don't fucking look at these videos. Simple as that. You're not a fucking victim here. Like, this guy is complaining about criticism that he exposes himself to intentionally, and this criticism is perfectly justified. He's not actually addressing any of the criticism. He's just complaining that he is getting criticized. The fact is, you're fucking murdering animals. If you're killing and eating dogs, would you not expect people to be fucking mad at you? You're killing other animals that are, like, nearly or just as intelligent as fucking dogs, or, sorry, sentient. Why the fuck should anyone give any sympathy to you, whether, like, no matter what you're going through? The fact is, you're fucking abusing animals.
All kinds of videos and memes. I've been doing YouTube a long time. Like, I built up a thick skin to this kind of thing.
You clearly don't have a thick skin.
I can deal with mean comments, but I've had a lot of people reaching out to me to check that I'm okay. You know, people seeing the response.
I hope you're not okay. I hope we never see you again and you wind up in a fucking ditch somewhere.
and messaging me to be like, man, like, are you doing all right? I mean, this looks
I genuinely hope your mental health issues are incurable, get just worse and worse every fucking day. I hope what you're exposed to just drives you to complete and utter madness. I hate you so much. Why should I give you any sympathy?
All right.
You like Burger King, Steve?
All right, let's see.
Yeah, of course. Are you really? Oh wait.
I hate how you
Live reaction.
exhale when you react to me,
I
you
love this
exhale.
thumbnail
Like, is it that
vegan
exhausting?
teacher made.
Sometimes,
I'm a wimpy loser now.
Hold on one sec. I just gotta catch this.
No, I'm not affiliated with 2AM Vegan, but I'm fine with him uploading my clips. I don't mind.
Burger King.
Drink soy milk, oat milk, rice milk, almond milk. Don't steal milk from a cow.
Was that a real video that he
Welcome to class. Just getting my glove on here. It's a little cold in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Today we are talking about a guy named Alex O'Connor, otherwise known as Cosmic Skeptic. And we are here to basically look into what the heck went wrong with this guy.
Be as vegan as possible, start today. Be as vegan as possible, start today. Be as vegan as possible.
This is some cold shit.
You can do it. Hip hip hooray.
So for those of you who don't know, Cosmic Skeptic is a guy who has a large following. He's a young man who lives in Britain, and he recently, and a couple of years ago, became vegan, or so he said, and they invited him to go and speak at their festivals
Or so
and
he
all
said.
kinds of different places because, you know, he was
Dude, it's so hilarious. That UK vegan camp out thing, they have a track record of platforming ex-vegans. I refused to go over there because Tim Sheaf was speaking. That's when he was doing the flat earth bullshit. And he was alluding to having these health problems and stuff. And I said if they don't take Tim Sheaf off the guest speakers list, I'm not going. And they refused to do that, and I guess that's a decision they regret now after what happened to Tim Sheaf. And then there's Cosmic Skeptic, so...
is going to be the new hero of our movement. You know, they didn't invite me. They didn't invite me, who is
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Wonder how many subs she
vegan
has.
all this time. They decided to invite the young, cute guy instead. But you know what? That's another topic, isn't it?
Sexist.
Anyway,
White
I was
woman
kind of
alert.
Thinking to myself, you know, hopefully this guy's the real deal, and hopefully he will be a shining light in our community. But it didn't take me long to figure out, after watching the interview with Michaela Peterson, that this guy really was really not getting it. Veganism is about doing the least harm. It is about protecting the animals. It has nothing to do with you or your health. And it has been proven by science repeatedly,
Proven by
over and over
science?
again, that you can be vegan at any stage of development. You are actually born vegan because you never wanted to hurt animals, because it is an ethical position. It's not about food. And you can be vegan at all stages of development. You can be vegan as a kid, as a teenager, as a young man in his 20s, as a parent, as a mother, as a lactating mother, as a pregnant woman, as a grandparent.
Veggies, fruits, nuts, and seeds, put in your shopping cart.
Bro, how many of these fucking commercials does she have?
Be vegan and open up your heart.
I'm 58 years old, and I don't think that I have anything in me that Alex doesn't have, except one thing:
Compassion.
integrity.
Oh, fuck. Fish are sentient beings. They feel pain and have a right to live. What is this channel?
Goddamn right. Yeah, Alex said he was eating fish and other animal products.
What?
He said seafood. He said he went back to eating animal products, mostly seafood, so I'm assuming he's eating eggs,
Fucking
fish,
loser.
maybe chicken or something.
I don't know what the fuck happened with you, Alex. You need to get your shit together and change, and I mean fast. Okay, millions of animals are now being harmed because of your influence. Millions of people watch your channel and they look to you for some sort of logical reasoning, how to get through life, because you were apparently a philosopher and I thought too that you were a smart guy, but I don't know.
Apparently he's really bad at philosophy. I was talking to Ask Yourself, and he was saying he made some
Wow,
really
Ask Yourself.
egregious mistakes.
Jeez.
in a couple of his videos when it came to philosophy, and
No way,
Alex
really?
just refused to talk with him about it.
know what the hell went wrong, so the only thing I can do is speculate. You think that you needed to eat fish. Well, this isn't the first time that I heard this from a young man. One of my colleagues at the school said that he too thought one time, oh my god, I don't feel good. I think I need to eat fish. I'm gonna go and get some fish. And I'm like, I don't think you do. I think you just need proper calories. I think you just need to eat healthy, whole foods. Stop eating the crap. And he said, no, I really need a piece of salmon. So, you know what he did? He went and had a piece of salmon. And you know what happened after that? He said to me, you know, we're right. I didn't need the salmon. I was just tired, or I was just, who knows, whatever. The point is that Alex did not do this, I don't think, on a whim. I mean, this is not a guy who just randomly writes out a community post without thinking about it. He's not as spontaneous as me, for example. But Alex, you can absolutely go back and undo this terrible harm that you've just done. I don't know what has happened to your brain cells, but you need to find them. You need to scoop them up from the floor. You need to.
This wasn't even about him not being vegan. Apparently, this was about him eating fish products.
That thinks clearly.
Oh no.
You need to also seriously consider who you're hanging out with. Alex, if you are surrounding yourself with non-vegans, well, guess what? You're going to go back down to the lowest common denominator. Find some good vegan people to hang out with. And whoever it is that you're dating right now, you need to dump her, because she's not a good influence on you.
Jesus,
Clearly.
cult-like.
If you are going to the bars and you are drinking or doing drugs, you need to stop that as well. That is not helping you to think clearly, to make logical decisions.
Yeah, he said he was having health problems. Of course, he wasn't specific at all, which is a huge red flag. If he was, you know, like having a specific problem, like
we could have diagnosed
digestive issues or fatigue or something like that, he'd mention that, like, I've been having problems with my digestion, or I've been really tired, or I've been losing
Zerko, what the
muscle,
fuck
or,
is the
like,
noise?
something. People
Sorry,
don't just say, oh,
it's
I was
my
having
nose.
health problems, that's why I had to stop. Like, they'd mention what problems they're having.
Zerko!
Okay. What do you mean?
So that story just sounds like bullshit to me. And then on top of that, he also seemed to be hedging his bets, and he mentioned, oh, I'm not sure if individual boycott really makes a difference. So that's another
Red
weird
flag.
thing that makes it sound like he was just trying to come up with whatever excuse.
And I don't know what it is with you. Like, are you really such a...
Pussy?
Like, such a...
Say it.
God, how do I say this nicely? Are you really such a loser, Alex?
Yes.
That you need to have, like, the compliments from people around you, like everyday people. You can't just, like, just stand out and just be a decent guy who just continues to say, look, we don't need to eat animals. You know, look, I can just, I made a mistake. That's what you should say. I made a mistake. I wasn't eating properly. I am going to be a decent person from now on. I'm going to undo the damage that I just did. So that is what I suggest that you do. So, to sum up, Alex, stop what you're doing. Go backwards, okay? Think clearly. Go and learn how to cook. Go and Google vegan athletes. Go and Google vegan recipes. Go and start over and actually do the work before you come out here and spew this nonsense about you not being vegan. Go back to the way that you were born. You were born vegan as somebody who never wanted to hurt animals. Tap into that. And if it turns out that you really can't handle it, that you really are a complete wuss, then you know what? Keep that to yourself.
Damn.
You don't need to hear about it. About how
Damn.
pathetic you are.
Damn.
About what a loser you are.
Damn.
About how wimpy you are.
Damn.
How too afraid to stand up against the crowd you are.
Damn.
How you are so weak-minded that you think you need to harm innocent animals who never did a single thing wrong to you.
Damn.
Animals are here with us on the planet, not for us. Get your shit together and be vegan again.
The egg industry is just a cycle of misery. They lie to you endlessly. Don't buy eggs.
And to the rest of you, you know I'm proud of you. I know that a lot of you are watching Alex's channel and you're thinking to yourself, what is going on? And you are right to be thinking that. And you are also right to be thinking to yourself, you know what? I thought this guy was smarter than me, but it turns out that he's not. It turns out that the average
He's
person
dumb.
with the average IQ, as long as they have integrity and they actually apply themselves a little bit, can be better people on this planet. We don't need more smart people on this planet.
We need
Clearly
better
they're not
people.
helping.
Yeah.
What we need is kinder people. People with compassion. People with the ability to think beyond themselves.
Hashtag all schools should be
Don't you want to hear more about
No,
my
why do you
opinions about
skip
things?
it?
Like, subscribe, press the notification bell, and help me get the animals out of hell. And make sure that Alex sees this message.
The animals out of
Coming
hell.
up on screen are going to be a bunch of
What
other
the
videos. Click on them. Be careful.
Yeah, that was a pretty base take. Alex is a loser. He's a pathetic loser.
Bro, we found those vegans finally.
His excuses sound like absolute fucking made up bullshit. I like the shit leading up to this too. The non-debate with Michaela Peterson.
Steven, can we watch something
where
else?
he just cucked the
No,
entire
this is
time,
fucking
couldn't come up
hilarious.
with a single argument.
Well, can you keep
didn't
me
try
up to
push
date
back
at
on
least with what's
anything.
going on?
No, you're not
the
even
guy's a
fucking paying attention.
I came late. Like, what's he
absolute
mad
worthless
about?
Loser. What a relief. When will this poisonous product cease? This is another public service announcement. You can believe it, or you can doubt it. Let us begin with the cow. The way it gets to your plate and how. Cow doesn't grow fast enough for man, so through his greed, he makes a faster plan. He has drugs to make the cow grow quicker. Through the stress, the cow gets sicker. 21 different drugs are pumped into the cow in one big lump. So just before it dies, it cries. In a slaughterhouse full of germs and flies, off with the hand they pack it, drain it, and can't shit.
I'm so sorry.
No, I'm
I'm sorry.
Alright.
I need to see that whole performance again.
where he just cucked the entire time, couldn't come up with a single argument, didn't try to push back on anything. The guy's a loser. Absolute worthless loser. Beef. What a relief. When will this poisonous product cease? This is another public service announcement. You can believe it, or you can doubt it. Let us begin with the cow. The way it gets to your plate and how. Cow doesn't grow fast enough for man, so through his greed, he makes a faster plan. He has drugs to make the cow grow quicker. Through the stress, the cow gets sicker. 21 different drugs are pumped into the cow in one big lump. So just before it dies, it cries. In a slaughterhouse full of germs and flies, off with the hand they pack it, drain it, and Cosmic Skeptic is ex-vegan. Given the he said on Michaela Peterson's podcast.
Damn, they really don't like her for that Michaela Peterson podcast. Jesus Christ. Destiny, what?
Really? Or is it better to just reclaim words that have hurt us? Just not let them have any power.
How you doing, Zerga? What's up? Oh, he's gone. Bro, get me out of here, okay? Okay, we need to chill. I'm fighting with too many communities right now, I think. We gotta slow the fuck down, okay? Nasser Games. What is up? Hello?
You got hello. How you doing, boss?
Okay, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Well, talk to us. You're here. What do you want?
Well, give me 1 second because I didn't think you were gonna throw me in just at this moment. So
Well,
sorry about that.
You're sitting in the fucking room, so what'd you expect?
How you doing, sir? Heard you been talking shit about Muslims.
True.
Fucking Christ. Nah, you're good.
True.
I guess I just wanted to say hello to the Destiny, the one and only.
That's it? You just wanted to come in here and say hello?
Yeah, because I generally had you. Yeah, pretty much, probably. I don't really have any claims or stakes to make in any of this, and generally, I'm just a big gay dude that's generally watched you for a very long time, since probably back in the JonTron debate times and all that shit.
Wow, that's it, huh?
Yeah, yeah. I do have a thing. I hate this arc, but I know you want to do this arc. But I really wish you would do. I know it would be a boring stream, and it would even be more
you hate
boring than
which
Public
arc are we
Factory.
hating? I don't even know what arc you're referring to right now. What arc? Are you
The current RTS arc we're playing right now, and generally, if I was hoping one day you would go on EVE Online. I know it's going to be lame as fuck, and then you just drag in you do virtual politics, and then maybe do something like that,
What, are
and
you
maybe
like an
get
EVE
Devin
player,
in
or-
line. I was an EVE player, but I would happily get back on EVE if you're getting on EVE, and I would be happy to run under any corporation that you would be under.
Wait,
because
did
that would be
you-
just hilarious. Yeah.
Were you part of our last EVE arc, or are you like a new fan?
I totally missed out on EVE if you were in EVE.
Oh, yeah, we played a
So-
lot of EVE back in the day, okay? Big mistake. Fuck that game, okay?
Yeah, I missed out.
Yeah, no, you didn't. You didn't miss anything, okay?
Yeah. You're coming into Austin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've met you before. You were doing the debates, the Change My Mind debates. I was the creepy bearded guy.
Well, there's a lot
but
of
then
them,
there's like
so-
a lot of creepy bearded guys in Austin, so I guess that doesn't help you much.
No, not much.
Not much. No, I just generally I just want to say I like your content. I support your content. You're pretty much a little bit of left, a little bit of like you stay kind of you keep people grounded. I think in this insane, crazy ass world, and you're pretty based. That's pretty much where I gotta go with that.
All right, well, hey, thanks a lot, buddy. Be careful, okay?
Okay, love you too.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Oh.
And I'm back in here for some reason.
Okay. Marshmallow, you're up.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
We're doing pretty good. How about you, bud?
Pretty good. Yeah, what's up? Talk to me.
Okay. Well, let me bring up my little notepad real quick, because I got something I gotta say to you, I think.
Oh boy.
Alright, how hard do you want me to come at you? You know, I don't want to be too rude to you. I understand that, you know, a lot of people are rude to you. I want to be kind of gentle.
What? Just fucking go as hard as you can, okay? You can't hurt me.
Are you fucking retarded?
Sometimes, yeah. Why?
Hell yeah. Awesome. Base. I don't know if anyone's talked to you about this, but...
Me being retarded?
Kinda, yeah, actually.
Mhm.
Like, and you can, as we get into the topic, you can stop me at any time if you want, by the way. I don't want to,
okay.
like, force you to have a conversation you don't want to have. But, do you have any relation to, like, the Last Night on Destiny channel?
Yeah, it's my channel. Yeah. Why?
Okay, great. Just because sometimes you'll post content on there that I don't necessarily think is good to have on there.
Oh, wow. What is your background, by the way?
I'm just some guy that watches your YouTube videos.
Yeah, that's what
it.
I thought. Don't forget. But okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no, hey, listen, I'm keeping that in mind, all right? I'm just saying, like, having, like, people have mental breakdowns on there pretty consistently, I think is probably not the best thing as you're trying to go more mainstream. But maybe
Fuck
I'm wrong.
mainstream.
You can
I don't
tell
give
me.
a fuck about mainstream, and I will never do exclusively boring fuck content because people like you are like, don't you want to be on CNN?
listen,
No, I don't.
that's
I want
not
to
the
talk
issue.
to crazy people.
That's fair. Listen, I'm not saying you shouldn't talk to crazy people. In fact, I think that you doing your fucking crazy shit on Twitter is fine. Like, my friend came to me the other day. He's a Hassan fan. He was like, have you seen Destiny's, like, fucking fighting with Islam right now. And I'm like, yeah, I think it's
based.
funny. It's
Yeah.
whatever. I think he has some good points hidden behind like
True.
being like provocative,
Yep,
and I think that
do.
gets conversation started.
And your friend was like, I want to
However-
suck his dick. I love him. I love all of his takes. And I was like, yeah, true. Yeah.
Yeah, true.
What else did your
Well,
friend
he was
say?
like, he just likes Hassan more than you. So
Cringe, bro.
that is kind of cringe. But I mean, listen, we all got their different opinions. Just the main thing that I wanted to talk about was like Darius.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. See, like, even I feel like the laughter there, you acknowledge like there's some kind of issues happening. Like having people that you acknowledge that Darius may or may not have like mental issues, right? Like you've even personally brought this up before.
Yeah,
that like
he's
it's hard to
definitely-
know
he's
if
special.
he's memeing or not, right?
Oh, yeah. What about him?
It's just a while ago, him and Sushia were having like huge problems. I don't know if they still are or not, but they're having huge problems on the last night of Destiny channel, and like it was just being played up for content pretty consistently, and it just felt very gross just watching it happen on live stream. And like Darius said, like at multiple times, like asked Sushia to be kicked, asked the whole thing to stop, and you never really did anything to stop it. And I don't know where you find like the boundaries of like.
Yeah, so here's how I
to
think of
stop things
YouTube
from
stuff.
happening.
So stuff happens on stream. So firstly, they're adults. If they want to come on stream, they can come on stream. It's up to them to figure their shit out. Here's the thing that happens. Stuff happens on my channel, it's going to show up on YouTube somewhere. Like, no matter what. I
Yeah.
can't stop it. So if it's going to
That's
show up on
totally
YouTube
fair.
and it's going to get hits, I want to know my YouTube. Boom. Boom, bada boom.
Okay. Listen, if you're okay with using someone's mental
am.
abuse and strike, hey, listen, that's all right. I like a lot of the content. I watch it too. I'm no better than the rest of us.
Good.
All right. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to figure out where the lines are drawn, because like Darius kept insinuating something about like Senjin and Sushia happening. Like it just felt like a lot of like old Twitch drama, with, like Ice Poseidon and stuff, was happening on your stream pretty consistently in like that area of space at least.
I mean, if I felt like somebody was about to start like fucking self-harming or some shit, I might change my mind. But I mean, like they're all adults. They do their shit. Fuck them. It's all part
How
of
certain
the
do you to be-
DGG extended universe, you know? Go ahead.
How certain do you have to be for someone, like how certain do you have to be in your mind for someone to be self-harming for you to kind of like step in? Does it have to be like the moment of like actual proof, or does it be like reasonable assumption?
I don't know. I'd probably be case by case basis, you know?
Okay. Just like
Yeah, otherwise, you know, we're all out
Two-
here living our best lives, you know? Who knows?
Hey, fair enough, brother. Fair enough. All right, well, two more questions for you then, real quick.
Yeah,
How
hit me.
much would it take for you to restart Factorio?
No, dude, why would you do that? I'm not gonna do that to my shit.
What's the difference between this and Factorio?
I'm just like brain drained on Factorio. I got it all. Okay, I did my
All right,
time.
fair enough. Listen, that's valid.
Mhm.
All right, why don't you play any card games?
Boring.
Really?
Yeah. Who joined?
Okay, no more Factorio talk. You're done. Get out of here.
All right, yes, sir, right away.
Damn.
I'm leaving. Goodbye.
He got the boot. He got the boot. What's up, Forethought?
You just sound like you need some fucking help getting away from the personal responsibility people. And I can't let you get baited back on Twitter. What if you played Warzone? Think about it.
Yeah.
We're in Dragon Knight Tier 2. What's up, Essence?
Cool, dude.
You want to say anything?
Hey, what up? Yo, give me a second. Hey, what up, D?
Hi, what's up?
How you doing?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Cool.
Less nervous the first time that you pulled me. I had a question for you. I just forgot because I got my mind off, scramble with some League of Legends. So.
Wow.
Yeah, fucking forgot.
Pretty retarded, dude.
Yeah, but League is a pretty good game.
This might
You
be
should
the
come back to
only
it.
chance you
Okay,
ever
fuck
talk
that
to me,
guy.
and he talks about League of
There he
Legends.
goes.
Wow.
All
That's
right,
just
let's try Tier
disgusting.
1.
Ooh, we're really reaching. Tier 1s? Do they even deserve?
Listen, Tier 5s are mentally ill. Abaru, what's up?
Okay. Wow.
All right.
Nice job today, guys. You're really, really sending your best.
Abaru, you there, buddy? Okay, he's not there. Someone asked me to pull in more Tier 1s. They're not sending their best. All right, let's try another one.
What's up?
What's up, buddy? You're live.
Nice. Let me just mute the stream. Ah. How's it going?
Oh my god, these things are disgusting. How's it? I'm doing great. How you doing?
Well, pretty good. I was wondering, I'm in my first year at uni.
Mhm.
I was wondering if you are into any rational choice theory.
Nope. Wait, what country do you live in?
The UK.
Gotcha. No, what is that? Is it based or is it stupid?
I think it's pretty cool.
Okay, sell it to me. Why is it cool?
Okay, well, you know, sometimes decisions get complicated. So if you have a rational choice theory, you can kind of do it quick.
Really?
You know? Yeah.
Wow.
So, have you ever heard of this thought experiment called Newcomb's problem?
Nope. Tell me about it.
Okay, cool. So, imagine that there's this, like, really cool predictor. And he's really good at predicting everything that you do.
Okay.
And he puts 2 boxes in front of you.
Oh,
okay?
this fucking one. I don't know the answer to it, though. I know I've read about
Oh,
it.
you don't know? Well, the thing is, that you don't have to know the answer. You can just say what you feel and then make really good arguments.
It's cringe not knowing the right answer, but okay, go ahead.
So wait, do you know the general problem?
I think I've heard it. Isn't it like you're supposed to choose between one of 2 boxes and one box is better than the other, and then once you choose, you've got a choice of like, or you're allowed to choose one, but he knows what you're going to choose, and he puts the like thing again in the box that you're not supposed to choose, so which one are you supposed to choose? It's some weird shit like that or whatever, right?
Yeah. Basically.
Yeah, explain that more coherently for my audience because I'm not doing a good job.
Okay. So there's 2 boxes. One of them is transparent, and you can see that there's some money inside of it.
Mhm.
And the other one is opaque, so it's shut off from the outside world. Okay. And the glass box always has £1,000 in it, and you can always see the £1,000.
I don't know what that means. Do you mean $1,000?
Oh, true. I'm sorry.
Thank
1,000 American.
Thank you.
Bucks.
Bucks is good too. Thank you. Okay.
$1,000. And the opaque one has $1 million inside. Right.
Okay.
If he predicted that you will. Okay, and you have 2 choices. You can either open both of the boxes, or you can only open one of the boxes.
Mhm.
Right. If the predictor, who's really cool, if he predicted that you will open both of them, he's left the opaque box. He's left it empty. He hasn't put any money inside. But if you predict that you'll only open the one opaque box, he has filled that with $1 million.
Yeah.
Cool. So
Yeah, I don't know what the answer is. I flip a coin. Tell me. Talk
you
me
flip a
through
coin.
it.
Okay. Well, yeah. We'll add a stipulation that if you flip a coin, you don't get any money. Okay. You have to have like your own thought process to pick. So any like intuitive kind of, you know.
Okay. This is called Newcomb's box.
Yeah. I think maybe if you if you did a nice MS Paint drawing of the situation, it might be easy to understand.
Okay. There's a reliable predictor, another player in 2 boxes designated A and B. The player is given a choice between taking only box B or taking both A and B. The plan is the following. A is transparent, always contains $1,000. B is opaque, and its contents have already been set by the predictor. If the predictor has predicted that the player will take both boxes A and B, then box B will contain nothing. If the predictor has predicted the player will take only box B, then box B contains $1 million. The player does not know what the predictor predicted or what box B contains while making the choice.
Yes.
There is a reliable predictor.
Yeah, basically, you don't know that he's not like 100% correct, but he's played. Let's say he's played the game with all of your friends, and he's gotten it correct every single time.
Okay, well, box A is transparent and always has $1,000. Box B is opaque, and we don't know what's in there.
Yes.
Only take B. So, if I take both boxes, I'm always getting $1,000, right?
Exactly. Yes, that's true. You always get $1,000.
If the predictor's then box B. Okay, so I'm guaranteed $1,000. Or I could go for box B and get $1 million.
If he's predicted that you'll do that.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you want to hear about the arguments for both sides?
Well, reliably.
I'm kind of a master at this.
You're a master at this.
Yeah.
Well, let me think for a moment. I'm thinking of like my EV for picking both boxes, but I think it's more complicated than that. I'm guaranteed $1,000.
Well, no, you can
take both. Yeah. I really want the $1 million.
True. Alluring.
My intuition pulls me towards taking both. That'd be
Taking
my
both?
guess. Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. Okay, well, here's my argument against that.
Okay.
Imagine that there are some neutral observers.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think they would bet on if they were gamblers?
Whatever the mathematically correct choice is, but I don't know what that is. But I'm sure there's.
Well,
some...
let's say that they know that he has predicted all of your friends correctly, and they see you. They see you about to click the button that opens both boxes.
Mm-hmm.
What are these rational gamblers? I guess we don't have to say rational. We can just say they're
I
really
mean, if he's
good at
gotten it right
gambling.
every time, I imagine everybody's probably picked A and B, taking both. That'd be my guess.
What do you mean?
That the predictor guy's probably predicting me taking both boxes? If he's predicted right every time? Because it feels like going after the million that's some greedy, dumb shit. So if he's gotten it right every time, I feel like everybody's probably just grabbing
He's gotten it right every time. So all of your friends who picked only box B, they're all millionaires now. And all of your friends who picked both boxes, they only have £1,000.
Oh, you're saying they didn't all pick the same thing?
Yeah, they've all picked different things, and the predictor's been right every time.
Oh, well, fuck me, I guess.
Yeah, so kind of sounds like you should go for B, right?
Okay. Is that the right answer?
There is no right answer. It's a widely debated topic.
We get it. It's philosophy. Do you have anything else?
Well, I would implore everyone to think about that.
Okay.
It's really. I just think read the whole Wikipedia page. I'm just saying.
Awesome. We'll read the Wikipedia page. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Goodbye.
Oh, good job, you got him, dude.
Okay. I got a guy.
What does that
This
mean?
guy can't be a fuck up. He's
Why?
been begging. There's no way he can be a fuck up. Prismagic, you're in.
Hello, Steven.
Hello.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. What up?
Great. You stand on the threshold of a desolation, a dark, lifeless land that was shaped by a calamity from the heavens thousands of years before. A valley comprised of brownish-gray earth, no sign of vegetation, with dark veins resembling rivers seen in the far distance, and dark clouds overhead. The sound of thunder reverberates throughout the land, sporadically, though you cannot determine its source. I'm gonna need you to roll a d4.
Can you do the dice roll for me? I rolled a 3.
You rolled a 3. Poring over your innumerable text within your sanctum, the legends speak of an ancient being whose domain is in the center of the desolation, who possesses limitless arcane knowledge. Compelled to seek out these magics, you tread forth into the dark lands before you. Before you lies a clear dirt road that has been carved out from years of those who have attempted to venture into the desolation. Besides the vast uncharted frontier before you, the road seems to be the only way forward. Can you make a perception check?
Yeah, I only rolled a 9.
That is a failure. You continue forward. When you finally hear the noise in the distance. And you turn to see an elderly man crumpled on the floor, crying out, reaching out to you. Who goes there, traveler?
It is I, Prismatic Stooge.
Oh, it is good to meet you, Prismagic Stooge. I tried venturing into the desolations years before, but was chased away by terrible monsters. I am now starving to death. Will you give some of your rations to the old man, or will you continue forth?
How many rations do I have?
You have 5 rations on you currently.
I'll give him 1.
You give him a ration. Oh, I appreciate it, good kind sir. For your kindness, I will give you my relic. And from his robe, he reaches in and shows you a silver amulet with an emerald embedded within it. This is called the Serpent's Eye, and it gives the wielder advantage on their first action in combat. There is a tower at the edge of the dark woods ahead. You may take refuge there before continuing forth into the dead forest. Can you make a survival check?
I rolled an 11.
You cannot locate the tower after some time traveling. Exposed to the elements, you find it difficult to start a fire and make a comfortable bed to sleep on. Your AC is temporarily reduced by 1. Throughout the night, you hear the sounds of wildlife surrounding you, and strange noises and wind and things of that nature that you would hear at night. When all of a sudden, from the darkness of the dark forest, appears a spooky skeleton. I'm gonna need you to roll initiative.
Okay, that went far enough.
What was awaiting me at the end of that adventure?
I don't know. All right,
Oh,
let's go back to T5s. Hey, Fenty, what's up?
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Hello?
Oh, another one of these, huh?
Okay, it's time to talk about Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast?
Yes. Okay. Dog, this was a few days ago, but you see the liberals making fun of him for helping the poor African children.
Yeah.
Dog, okay, this is what I meant before when I said, like, liberals have no idea how to engage with colonialism or Africa, and it's like, oh, you're so right. Like, the world is just going absolutely bonkers. They don't know how to engage with these conversations without making it about white people. Like, you just see white people do anything and equals bad, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, the thing is that I feel like what they want is like anybody that does philanthropy work, like Bill Gates, and Mr. Beast, is they want them to fix poverty, but they don't actually want to engage and understand why poverty exists. They just want to perpetuate these ideas of power. Like, okay, dog. Okay, so let me run through you a few questions, okay?
Run me through, dude.
So, okay, so let me ask you, like, why are people poor?
Because they don't have money? I don't know. What do you mean?
Right?
It's probably a
Right?
multi...
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. You tell me.
But okay. Yeah, that's right. So, but where does money come from?
Some sort of cooperative, productive work done between two people to create goods and services that somebody else wants to
Yeah.
utilize, I guess. I don't know. You tell me.
It's easy, dog. No. Okay, I'm making it easy. Okay, like a job, right? So where did and jobs come from businesses, right?
Mm-hmm.
But why are there no businesses?
Because there's no people to buy shit from? Or there's nobody to buy shit? No money?
There's poor regulations, corrupt, like people abuse for personal role. So so the thing is that there is actually an interesting conversation to have with this philanthropy work is that so one of my friends trying to start up a business in one of these African countries, which they have one of the main problems is that they have major overregulation. Okay. Which
country is this?
Sierra Leone, where wherever they try to make a lot of money, the government, it makes it very difficult to make it profitable. So a lot of these projects where they try to get people to start having jobs, it all runs flat. It all gets eaten up by the state. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So, but the thing is that okay, so if Mr. Beast goes and sells gives all these shoes out for free, right?
Okay.
What do you think happens to the businesses that are there that are trying to sell shoes?
I don't know. Maybe it hurts them. Probably not that much. Given I doubt he's given enough to like severely impact the entire economies. But I don't know why. What's
Okay,
your point? Get your
so
point.
okay, no, my point is that it's not just Mr. Beast, but a lot. This is how a lot of Western liberals engage with foreign aid, is that they just kind of give free shit,
Yeah.
and then they kind of get their look. This is the good stuff we did for foreign investors, and then they leave, and the problem that is that poverty and people are still starving, and like nothing's kind of changed. Like I think that the thing, like there is an interesting conversation to have, but people would just want to engage with, oh look, he's white, he's just trying to do this for brownie points, and then that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm going to say. He's not fixing like poverty that is coming from like a systemic level. I agree with you. Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you there.
Yeah, I know, but it's just okay. Well, I thought you. Okay, I saw your tweet. I thought you would be more interested. Okay.
Well, I mean, I understand what you're saying. Like you need investment in businesses and people in these areas, right? Like empowering women to work, or empowering people to start businesses, or bringing businesses in to employ people and sell products. Like, yeah, of course. I'm not a retard. Yeah, just giving charity to people isn't going to make them better. It's literally the saying of like, teach a man to fish and you feed him for like, or give a man a fish, you feed him for a day, teach him to fish, you know, he eats his whole life or whatever, right?
Yeah. Well, whose fault is that?
Your mom's.
African American. African.
All right.
What do you want, KJ? That's my new nickname for you.
I just came here to ask to bring the D&D guy back. Please let him finish his tale.
Nope.
Damn. Fucking savage.
Mr. K, what's up? What are your thoughts on Mr. Beast?
Big K. Oh, you paid me money to talk to me, and now you're here. Good job.
You hear me?
Yeah, your mic's really quiet.
Oh, cool. Sorry. Oh, really quiet. Okay, let me turn it up a little bit. Give me a sec. How about now? Better?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. How are you guys doing?
Doing great.
Awesome. You're a hard person to get into contact with, but finally, I got you.
You made it. What's up?
I can talk to you about something that I've been meaning to talk to you about for a long time.
Uh-oh.
And that's police misconduct and accountability.
Okay.
Okay, and so let's start with what do you think about it? Like, what do you think about the problem? Where does it stem from? And if you could, like, snap your fingers and have the system change to fix it, how would it?
I don't have like the strongest of opinions on police misconduct and accountability. I think that like forcing people to use body cams and stuff is important. Although I feel like the research on that is mixed in terms of if it actually helps. But I mean, I don't know. I like seeing body cam footage. That's probably one of the areas I go to, and then maybe investment for like more training for different types of policing. One thing that I saw was having like consistent like use of force policies, like how to properly escalate from one to the next instead of like instantly killing people, like stuff like that, I guess.
Right. That makes sense. Okay, cool. So what do you think if that was actually, well, let's focus first on the what you said about the body cams, forcing police officers to wear body cams.
Okay.
So there have been places where the body cam was tested, and for a short period of time, and to obligate every police officer to wear them, and actually it showed that complaints against police officers and excessive use of force from police officers both dropped significantly, talking around around 50%.
Okay.
Now, obviously, police officers, well, the quote unquote bad ones, the ones that are actually causing the issues, the again quote unquote bad apples, they obviously don't want that to be a thing, right? It goes against their best interest. So, considering that there is also police unions that are fighting hard against having these police body cams like being like obligated on the pushed on police officers and being recording their every action like all day, what would you say if there was another way to have every single one of the police officers, like basically every move or every interaction they would have like recorded?
I'd probably say it's okay, I guess, like cell phones from people or whatever, but I don't know what you're getting at.
Right, exactly. Okay, perfect. So you're following where I'm going. So exactly, cell phones. Obviously, everybody has a cell phone with them. People are already recording a lot of their interactions with police officers, and they're posting them on various social media, right? Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, whatever have you.
Yeah.
Right now, what would you say if there was a social media platform specific for just those types of videos?
Yeah, like Rate My Professor, except it's for police officers. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Something of the sort.
Yeah, I guess it'd be okay. Yeah, I don't think I'd be opposed to it necessarily. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I want to send you a video, and I want you to tell me what you think about it. Okay.
Okay.
Hold on. Not the best with Discord. There you go. Sent you the video.
Okay, hold on. I'm opening this.
Yeah, no worries.
You see an officer shoving, then punching a handcuffed man.
Protesters in Hong Kong have accused the police of using excessive force.
The inmate needed facial reconstructive surgery.
Was this all just a pitch for a social media site for police accountability?
Something like that.
Okay, nice. Can you say hashtag ad before you go?
Okay, hashtag ad.
All right.
Okay. Well, I see it. Well, wait. What else? What else do you want to say about this? Anything?
I mean, yeah. Like, I wanna know what you think about it. Do you not think that would be like a real, actual solution for police misconduct and accountability? If you make it so it's a norm in everyday life, for every time a person interacts with a police officer, they record their interaction with them, they post it, and they rate it, and have everybody else also rate that interaction, and you essentially create a publicly accessible database with every single police officer's entire interaction history, whether good or bad. Okay, this isn't about like just bad interaction. We're talking every single one, good or bad, from the beginning to the end. Okay, that way you have the entire their entire history, and every single person can go onto like a police department, click on a police officer like from like their badge number, and through their badge number you can have like that's how you link like every single one of their interactions to that cop, and you can have basically like their entire history, and make sure that officers like the ones that ended up murdering George Floyd, they don't slip through the cracks, and that their misconduct is constantly monitored, and we have an entire history that again is publicly accessible, and we don't need to have the police union's permission, or need to be fighting
Yeah, I mean, I think it seems like
pass.
yeah, I mean, it seems like it'd be okay, I guess, but I don't know how reliable it would work. But
What do you mean, how reliable?
well, like, wouldn't people only report bad cop interactions? Are people ever going to use the car to give like, or use this app to give like a 5-star review to a cop or something?
But that's the thing, right? So I agree that initially, yes, most people it's their first like reaction of it excuse me. The first reaction would be to use it to record just negative interactions, right? But the entire point is to record the interaction before the cop even says hello. Like you get pulled over, let's say for speeding or whatever the case may be, and before it even comes up to your window, you're already recording. And so that's the point, right? We're building an entire database of their entire history. And that way, not only are we, because we don't want to also just filter out the bad cops, right? We don't want to just filter out the bad cops. We want to also push for good police behavior and encourage it, and have the good cops like promoted, I guess, to a certain extent, right? We want to have like a transparent record of all the police interactions and increase the accountability, and we want to underline bad behavior, but we want to highlight and encourage good professional behavior, and that's how we do it. So in a world where like this quote unquote social media site becomes like something that's
yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is a horrible idea. I don't feel very strongly about it, but I mean, yeah, it seems okay.
Okay. That's fair to say. Do you know anybody that would have strong opinions on something like this? Could you point me in the direction of
Vosh
somebody
and
that
his
would
audience have really strong opinions on cops and stuff. You could talk to them, I guess, if you want.
Okay. All right. And other than just content creators, do you know like anybody in the IT business sphere that has
nope. Not really. No, not. I don't. This just isn't my wheelhouse as much. So, yeah.
I see. All right, all good, man. Well, I just thought because you're so involved in like all the different like aspects of like social issues, like I thought that would be something that might interest you, might change you from the what I find like a little boring arc of like Mr. Girl back and forth and etc. I just thought might want to change.
Listen, buddy, glass houses. Get it moving.
Okay. Well, hey, listen, I love you, buddy. Be careful, okay? All right.
All right. Thanks, man. Thanks for your time. Peace.
Have fun. Bye. Okay. I'm gonna go do my gym stuff because it's almost 10 o'clock. So. Bed fun. I'll be back tomorrow. Stay safe, my duders. Rip Reno, Cappuccino, Puppuccino. Yeah. I'll see you guys later. Peace out.